everyone, and welcome to the XP League North American Finals.
Woo!
All right. Yeah, let's make some noise. I know it's early, but we're excited, right? My name is Jess Ryder.
And I'm Mia Aramita, aka Mia Mouse. Nice to see everyone.
And we are so excited to have you here with us today. We're coming to you from Full Sail University's live venue in Winter Park, Florida. And right now, our venue is a gamer's haven.
I mean, take a look at this room. There's 60 computers for XP League players to hop on and just play some games.
But the excitement isn't only here in the live venue. Across our campus, we have another 36 PCs ready to go for our competitors in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, the home of my favorite esports team, Full Sail Armada.
A Full Sail Esports Arena is probably one of my favorite places to be, and I can't wait to see all the amazing gameplay between today and tomorrow.
It's going to be awesome. I'm so jazzed.
Whether you're here with us in person or you're here with us online, thank you so much for joining us, and we are so excited for this weekend.
Yeah, we've got some amazing esports action coming at you. This weekend, we'll have the top XP League players from across North America competing in thrilling games of Overwatch, Valorant, Rocket League, Apex Legends, and Fortnite.
One thing about what we have in common, Full Sail has in common, XP League has in common, is that we all love games, and we're so excited to be the hosts of this year's North American Finals.
There is nothing better than a little competition, some sportsmanship, and of course, video games. I know I'm super excited. This is my 4th year working with XP League on their North American Finals, so I'm a pretty big fan of all of you players out there. And Mia, I know this is your first time.
Yes, I'm back. After last year, I had so much fun, so I couldn't wait to come back this year.
Yeah, we'll see the return of some of our favorite casters, some of our favorite teams, players. It's bound to be a really great weekend. But before we get too into everything we have in store for you and your families this weekend, let's welcome up to the stage XP League President Carissa Finley and CEO and founder of Unleashed Brands, Michael Browning.
Hello.
Hey, Carissa. Hey, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Got our bright and early morning faces on, hey? Feeling good? Excited?
Oh, yeah, we're ready.
All right, what do you want to say to all the people?
That jacket's kind of blinding.
Well, yeah.
I think it's kind of cool.
I like it. I'm a fan.
Hello and welcome to North American Finals. We are so glad you guys are here. My name is Michael Browning. I'm the founder and CEO of Unleashed Brands. I've got Carissa with me.
Hi.
Yeah? Oh, man. We getting set up? Everybody? Yeah? Oh, my goodness. We are so pumped. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. A big shout out to the parents for making the trip, bringing your kids. We are so excited. Yeah, big shout out to the parents. We know it's all about you guys, getting them here. I'm so excited to see you guys cheer your kiddos on. I also wanted to thank our sponsors, Cherry, Extrafy, Raven, BDA, and everybody that's involved. I think they're up on the screens here. If we can give them a huge round of applause. We could have not made this event happen without our sponsors. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thanks to our sponsors and thanks to you guys. You're here. You made it. Is everybody ready?
Oh, that was so lame.
Yeah. Is everybody ready? So like Michael said, thanks to our sponsors, thanks to our players, thank you to our families, to our league commissioners, our coaches, our owners. We are so excited to have you a part of this event. You guys, you are the elite contenders of XP League, and we are excited to have you here for a fantastic weekend. So let me give you some of the details. All gameplay, like the host said, is going to take place between the live venue as well as over at the Fortress.
The Fortress is awesome, by the way.
Cool. It's so cool.
I can't wait to get over there.
And so be sure tomorrow to check out the finals over at the Fortress. And then we're going to be back here tomorrow night for the awards ceremony. That'll be at about 7 p.m. or once we finish up gameplay tomorrow. But anytime you need more info on the event, if you need to know about brackets, stations, schedule, check it all out on xplnafinals.com or check out the info booth that's over here at the live venue.
Awesome.
Ready?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I wanted to give a big shout out to everybody watching online from Twitch and from YouTube. If you want to get here next year, have your own team, be a part of the XP League family, make sure to check out xpleaguefranchise.com. We're excited each and every year for this event to get bigger, more teams, more players, more games. And I think I forgot earlier, but we could have not done this without Full Sail University. I mean, is this venue not amazing? Can we give a big shout out to Full Sail University, please?
Thank you guys for being here.
Also, I know this is year 2 for you, right? How many years have you been doing this?
4 years.
4 years. So I'm the rookie on stage. Also, make sure to check out the merch station. I think we might have messed up this morning. It wasn't open early enough, but there's some amazing swag over there, limited edition swag. Also, we've got food trucks, cooling stations, outdoor games. So between your gameplay, have some fun, spend some time together, make some friends. Guys, let's get ready to have a great weekend. I just want to say to everybody, good luck, have fun.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most important.
Truer words were never spoken at an esports competition. I love that. Well, we're having such a good time here. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you, Carissa, for bringing this event to life here with us. We couldn't have done it. You say without us, we couldn't do it without you. So thank you. It's so incredible to see these youth players come out and get to really show their stuff in such an amazing venue and setting. I think we're going to send Mia out in a little bit to hit the floor. So if you see Mia out there, talk to her. She might have some cool little swag to give away, cool prizes. So don't be shy. If you see Mia stop you, get excited.
I'll be around here, the fortress, outside. I'll be everywhere.
But all this talking, right? We're done with it. We want to see gameplay. We want to see video games. Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay. All right. Well, I think that we're all set to throw it to our casters. You want to go ahead and take it away, Mia?
Yeah, first game we have is Valorant. It's going to be our casters, Colorblind and Explosive. And I hear Haven just got added back into the map pool. So are you having a good time up there?
Mia, we are having the best time up here, and it is going to be a absolute sunset affair. Games plays coming at you all day from sunrise to sunset. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with Matt. And Matt, I mean, we are here. We have made it. XP League 2024 Grand Finals live at Full Sail University.
You know, it's early in the morning. We want to kick it off with something nice, calm, cool, collected. Who cares about that? Hey, live venue, make some noise! Let's go! We are here, ladies and gentlemen. North American Finals 2024, the dynamic duo back at it again for some Valorant. Let's kick some gameplay off!
That is going to be an amazing matchup that we have here, and a little bit of a story of two tales. It's going to be the Ackworth Ghosts kicking us off, taking on the Omaha Infinity Black. And I mean, the Ackworth Ghosts, they are the previous runner-ups from the 2023 Grand Finals. Omaha coming in here, as you said, a little bit of moxie, a little bit of mojo backing this team as they try and pull off the upset of the century potentially within the first day of action.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the brackets here, we can take a look with the telestrator that we beautifully have added for this tournament. We can take a look. Ackworth Ghost, they were the second place team last year. They finished in second. They are on a collision course to run it back versus the Triangle Minotaur. The same grand finals that we had this year, trying to meet up in the semifinals, because this year there's been a little bit of a rule set change. There is no bracket reset. The winner of that semifinals in the winner's bracket gets the first two bans and the first map pick. They get to pick their map for free!
Yeah, no, you get a map. You get a map. Well, I guess the other team wouldn't technically get a map. It's not necessarily the Oprah Winfrey of rule sets, but nonetheless, I mean, that is huge. That one seed is going to be absolutely massive in the grand scheme of things, and you are going to want to get that again. As you mentioned, the Ackworth Ghosts, team to look out for, a team that we will be seeing in our first matchup broadcasted here today. But you also identified the Triangle Minotaur as that team that won last season, and they're going to definitely be a team as we cover the bracket throughout the day that you're going to want to keep your eyes out for, because those guys, not only last season did they win, but last season there was different rule sets. They performed a full bracket reset on the Ackworth Ghost. So if we do get a rematch of that grand finals, which we are anticipating, I mean, it is anybody's game, and it is going to have some bad blood.
Who knows who? But one thing about that bracket that a lot of people are going to have under their radar this entire time, Ackworth Valkyrie. They had a couple of unfortunate circumstances happen at regionals this year, but they are looking red hot in this tournament, and they have to face off against another pretty hot team in the Irvine Dragons, and that matchup's going to be insane to watch. So if you are over at the Fortress, definitely stop by for that, because that's going to be a banger of a game. And the winner goes on to face the winner of the stream, so of course that's going to be a banger. And then we have a banger, and a banger, and a banger.
I'm
It's
hearing
all
nothing but
bangers.
bangers. I am hearing nothing but bangers here today. We don't just have Valorant bangers, folks. We have Apex Legends. We have Rocket League. We have Overwatch. We have Fortnite. We have literally the entire Avengers assembling here today to play off in the 2024 Grand Finals for XP League. And as you mentioned, it is great to be back with you, man.
Yeah.
Covering the Valorant side of it, but we also have some fantastic casters waiting in the green room right now who'll take you through the rest of those games here today. So be on the lookout for them, and if you're in the chat, give them some love, of course.
Yeah, and speaking of grand finals, we have some beautiful awards to give out this year. Absolutely beautiful. We take a look right here. Woo! Beautiful medals, beautiful trophies. Oh my, the coveted prizes.
Oh, it is making me so happy to see. Shout out to all of our sponsors here today that have provided these fantastic opportunities for these kids to upgrade their setups. And also they'll be playing on these items here today as far as the peripherals go. So it's a great opportunity to demo what you could potentially be winning if you can make it through that bracket.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at it one more time, all 8 of these teams, I can see anyone taking any one of these games. I mean,
yeah.
Sure, you have that beautiful rivalry, Ackworth versus Triangle, starting off, you know, those 2 big names that everyone really knows from last year's Grand Finals. But man, there are some heavy hitters still left in this tournament, and the top 8, I don't know, man. It's hard to give predictions at this point.
I mean, the next 2 days, right? This is what matters most. We had the regionals, we had everything that came before it, but this moment right here live in Orlando, Florida is what all of these teams have fought for to get to. And it all happens here. None of the precedents really matters in the grand scheme of things because anything can happen any day. It is any team's game across all of the titles here today. And again, there's so many people here today to compete, to play through the next 2 days. And partner, I am unbelievably excited to kick this thing off, and it's an honor to be able to kick this off with that 5v5 greatness that is Valorant. Talk to me a little bit, though, as we're about to get ready into the gameplay. Talk to me about where the meta kind of lies with Valorant, because I can see the look on your face. That's a prompting question, isn't it?
Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, Valorant decides to drop what can only be described as one of the more wild patches they have dropped. So duelists have not been in the best position for the past couple of months within the meta. Sure, you have your Jets, your Razes, you know, the typical stuff. But Riot decided that let's make things more interesting heading into North American Finals. And they decided to absolutely buff ISO and Neon, 2 of the most underplayed agents within pro play and solo queue. So they decided to bring up Neon by making her, I don't know, a little bit faster, move side to side a little bit better. Her ult does a little bit more consistent damage. Her concuss is more, you know, easy to use. I feel like I'm forgetting a little thing. Maybe a little slide action.
Yeah.
A little slide. Yeah, she has 2 slides now.
Yeah, and
That's pretty
also,
cool.
who cares, by the way, about having any physics with those slides? The momentum is absolutely insane off of what you can
Want to
gain.
talk about
It is wild.
momentum? How about the fact that she has perfect accuracy while sliding?
And that too. That's Neon is going to be a very fun character to take a look at.
I want to see it.
But also, something that's very fun to take a look at. Let's take a look over at the Fortress. It's not just one venue. Full Sail has 2. And we are getting ready to set things up over at the Fortress as well. The Orlando Health Fortress, of course. Live from Winter Park, Florida, as these players all get ready to jump on into the action. And again, it's going to be mixy. It's going to be a mosh pit within this bracket. going to be there. There's a level of uncertainty, I feel like, with this meta as things are starting to develop, where there is some variables that you are maybe not going to account for necessarily going in, but some of these players might have that little edge to them with these new rule sets, with these new sides of everything. That's going to be fun to see.
You know who's really good right now?
Oh,
Gecko.
huh?
Gecko. Oh, you know who's really good? Fred.
We love Fred.
We are going to have some Fred sightings today. We're going to have, there were some Reyna buffs in there.
Just a few Reyna buffs. I feel like we kind of glossed over the Reyna buffs.
Yeah, we're just going to gloss over that. I mean, there's so much to talk about. We could create a whole podcast about, just this patch.
The Quinn and Matt podcast, an extension of the XP League, of course. But yeah. I feel like the Reyna buff is something I want to highlight. Although we're not necessarily going to be covering their match to kick things off, the Triangle Minotaur have a player called Retro. And,
Retro E7, Retro E7.
I'm wanting to see that kid pop off on the new Reyna, because that is scary. That's a scary
thought. For those of you who don't remember last year's Grand Finals, Retro is the player who gave us the most beautiful clip of him just standing with a Guardian. No cares.
5 shots.
5 shots.
5 kills.
Heads. Ace. Bracket reset.
It was wild affairs.
So
it was
beautiful.
Crazy.
But even though we can't talk about all the buffs and nerfs and changes right now, we do have a slight commercial break coming up, just so we can iron out a couple of technical difficulties that we are having with some of the players. So we are going to head to a quick commercial break, but we'll catch you very, very soon for some gameplay here at North American Finals, here at Full Sail University.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Gaming, esports, performance. When we started out, it was nothing like today. For us, the mission to create the best gaming gear never ends. Our goal is to eliminate anything standing between you and the game. And you're never faster than your equipment's ability to turn your movements into action. Crafted with input from the best players in the world, our 6th generation of gaming mice are designed for superior control and faster than ever before. M64, M68. Available with true 8K wireless technology. Cherry Extrafy. In it to win it.
Planning for college? At Class 101, we help our students develop college lists, stay on top of deadlines, maximize scholarship opportunities, write those essays, and so much more. With our 10 services, we'll help your student get into the right college at a price your family can afford. It's simple. We work around your schedule, one-on-one, and every student will have a list of items to complete with deadlines before their next meeting. We work with students as soon as 8th grade and offer a comprehensive roadmap to make the path to higher education simple and more enjoyable for families. But remember, it's not just about getting your student into college. It's about helping them find their future.
Hello, we're back. I'm Mia, and I'm here with
Ronald.
And Ronald, what is your position here today?
Today I'm running the jib camera. That's this big camera on the boom.
Yeah.
So I'm getting wide shots of the vent and maybe possibly some cool shots of the gamers.
Yeah. So what's your favorite game happening today?
Today I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Rocket League.
Yeah, I don't know much about Rocket League, and I also know nothing about this jib. Jib, it's called, right?
Yes.
So is this your first time using it?
No, it's not, but it does take a little bit of practice getting used to it.
What's like hard to use about it when you first started using it?
Keeping your motions in track, like keeping your speeds together as you're panning and you're moving.
Yeah. So would you say that you're a jib pro now?
Sure, why not?
Sure, exactly. Exactly. Well, we're going to be coming back to you with more behind the scenes of what's going on around here. Maybe we'll go see some food trucks, interview some people, and give away some more goodies. Once again, I'm Mia Mouse, and we'll see you soon. We're back, and today we are with a parent. What's your name?
My name's Danae Garrett.
So nice to meet you. And you have a son, you were telling me. What game does your son play?
So he plays Overwatch and Apex.
Very nice. So is he playing both today?
Yes, he
That's
does.
super cool.
He has a busy day.
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you have a preference? Do you like watching Overwatch or Apex more?
I prefer watching Apex.
Why? Do you have a reason?
It's just easier for me to follow and understand. Yeah.
I know Overwatch could be very quick at a lot of times. Do you have a favorite character in Apex? Do you know their names?
Golly, I don't have a favorite character, but I'm just trying to learn a little bit about the different roles. So
When did your son start playing and join XP League?
So we, during COVID, he's found Code Ninja in Franklin, and they had a summer camp. So he started to meet some kids.
Yeah.
And then he started to get in the fold, and it's just evolved from there. Yeah.
Do you feel like you had to learn a lot about the space? How are you feeling about it?
Yes, we are all learning. We're learning how to just support him and make sure it's a healthy environment for him, and you know, just keep him prepared as if it were a school activity or a sport of any sort, right?
Well, that's so amazing that he has you for support and your husband for support, and my mom is the same exact way. You know, I'm hosting this event. She's like, I don't entirely understand esports. I don't know what's going on, but to have that support, it feels really good as a child. So thank you for doing that for your son.
We love it. We're really happy to do it. We had a huge party last night, pizza, poster making. It was so much fun. So just a good time. Some of the kids met for the first time, so that's awesome.
That's adorable. Well, good luck to your son, and good luck to the rest of the players, and we'll see you around. See ya.
Folks, we are back and we are ready to go. As you can probably understand, with it being an esports event and with there being over 100 computers, it can get a little bit dicey occasionally here, but we're going to press on and we're going to jump on in a matter of moments to the action. Again, it's going to be Ackworth Ghost taking on the Omaha Infinity Black. And I hope during that downtime you guys visited out in the food trucks and had the opportunity to get some good food. But let's take a look at this bracket again, partner. I mean, talk to me a little bit about this. What are we seeing here?
Well, it's a beautiful bracket. Let's start there. No.
Shout out to our prod, by the way. They're fantastic.
Production's amazing. We love prod. As we always say, we love prod. Prod is awesome. But looking at the teams on these brackets, anyone has the potential to create some massive upsets in this first round. Whether that be the Franklin Phoenix over the Triangle Minotaur, whether that be the classic Triton versus Dark Zero, you've got Dragons versus Valkyrie, Infinity Black versus Ghost, which is our stream game. We're really excited for that. It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game.
And here's the thing about Omaha, right? They're coming into this, of course, as you outlined. It's a little bit of an underdog story, especially given the fact that the Ghost, they were the runner-ups last year. And if it weren't for an insane bracket reset out of the Triangle Minotaur, I mean, they could have taken it home. It was anybody's game as it is here today back in 2023. So, again, we could see some crazy upsets in that bracket. We'll, of course, keep you guys updated throughout the day on how that bracket is shaping out. And again, tomorrow we will have those grand finals between two of these teams where one of them will come home with a victory. I think I should be crowned a bracketologist at this point. It's just my call.
Well, if you're a bracketologist, you gotta like actually make all the picks and whatnot. But nevertheless, I mean, the live venue is already electric. I hear so much screaming and cheering out here from all of the fans. I mean, live venue, let's make some noise! Let's go! Love to hear it!
Yeah, no, we just had to stand up to get involved with the action. I mean, it is electric in here, live from Orlando, Florida, and it's about to get even more electric as we're about to jump on into the first map. So, Lotus, take a look at Lotus.
You really went there, didn't you?
Yeah, I absolutely did, and I'm going to do that plenty of times here today. Let's take a look at this map, though, because it's one of the more interesting maps. Of course, it's one of your 3-site maps. You have the A-bomb site, you got that B-bomb site sandwiched in the middle, you got the C-bomb site, and with these 3 bomb sites, it makes it really interesting in my personal opinion because the 3 bomb site maps, rotations are going to happen fast, gunfights are going to be quick, successive, it's going to get mixy.
As we said last year when we played Lotus, the typical thing, you go A, that don't work, we go C. That don't work, maybe we try a B hit. Who knows? But usually it's like that AC, 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 maybe a B hit every once in a while. And for defenders, typically what you are seeing out of these teams recently is a 3-1-1 split up, where you have the Sentinel playing on Siege, maybe pushing out towards Mound right here. The B player maybe swinging out, you know, Tour de Force, you know, Chamber. Maybe we can see some Chamber. And A site is a lot harder to hold because you do actually have 2 entrances from the attacker spawn. So usually you'll have someone holding tree, someone holding main, and maybe a floater hanging around back here having a great time and just smiling all around.
It's absolutely beautiful. Shout out to our fantastic production staff again for this fantastic opportunity to illustrate and bring you guys that next level analysis. One of the things, though, as we talk about that AC kind of hit here, obviously, you got that long kind of approach on in, and you can play it from a couple of different angles. That C approach, though, you're really going to have that one player playing up, potentially rotating back. I feel like C on Lotus has the potential to be that big hit spot for the attacker side of things. And we saw it a little bit last year where I do believe it was the Triangle Minotaur who did very much favor that C assault. So I feel like you could see a lot of that. See a lot of that.
I like that.
See what I did there.
Yes, but the big thing is, as we were taking a look at it, that C site has changed a little bit since last year.
Just a tiny bit.
There's another portion to plant the bomb. That's now become default. Default used to be up in that like corner, and it was so hard to actually take that site. Now you can just go to back corner and just plant it with Fred.
Shout out Fred.
We love Fred.
We love Fred.
Good.
We see Gecko, we are going to be obnoxious. It is going to be fantastic. I mean,
I wouldn't say obnoxious.
I would absolutely say obnoxious, but that's our job as casters. That's the job of a caster, is to be obnoxious, but in a redeeming and good way.
Oh, yeah.
We'll, of course, be keeping you guys honest. We'll, of course, be bringing you guys the action here today, and we'll make it fun as well. But, of course, it's all about the kids here today, all about these teams, and we are so excited to be able to tell you these stories and see how this develops over the course of the next 2 days. And again, one of these teams, they're going to walk home with some hardware, and in a physical and literal sense, because you're going to get a bunch of awesome products. One of these products being the mouse that we are showing here. Another one of those products being the XP League official keyboard. Shout out to all of our sponsors who have made this event possible. We could not be here right now up in this fantastic booth without you guys, so shout out.
Bro, I mean, the XP League keyboards, everyone's playing on them. They're awesome. They're great. So thank you so much to all of our wonderful sponsors for this event. As he said, we couldn't do this event without them at all. So thank you so much to all of our wonderful, wonderful sponsors. We are going to have to go to a little bit of a commercial break while players get finally logged into the game so we can get some gameplay up for you guys. So we'll be back in a few short moments from that commercial break, and we'll be back with round 1 of North American Finals 2024. Let's go!
It takes a talented team to bring top-tier games to the world. If you know you're destined to make games but aren't sure how, we can help. At Full Sail University, we offer associate degrees in games with introductory and career-focused courses to show you what to expect when you enter the job market. Once you've completed your associate-level classes, you can graduate or earn a bachelor's degree with a concentration focused on your specific interests. We also offer standalone bachelor's degrees for certain programs. So which path is right for you? The world of interactive 3D art is expanding beyond games to industries like simulation, extended reality, film, and television. If you're a visual artist who wants to explore these areas, you'll feel right at home studying game art at Full Sail. If you look under the hood of any of your favorite games, you'll find lines and lines of code. None of it would be possible without talented developers and engine builders. If this sounds like you can get your start right here on the Full Sail University campus in our Game Development Bachelor's program. Great games are born from great ideas. If you have ideas for games, how do you turn them into something you can put in front of real players? When you study game design at Full Sail, you'll gain the skills you need to test your ideas and turn the best ones into compelling games. Whatever program you choose, we can't wait to help you take the next step in your gaming journey. Visit us at fullsail.edu/games to learn more.
Ja, jag skickar flash.
Folks, let's not stall. Lotus get into the action. XP League's 2024 Grand Finals for Valorant already. I see you in my program feed. I know you did like that. But you know what you will like, Matt? You will like what we have coming up, which is our gameplay matchup. It's the Ackworth Ghost taking on the Omaha Infinity Black. Let's not stall. Let's jump on in.
Yeah, I mean, we are all logged in, ready to go. Gameplay started. Let's hear it for some gameplay! Woo!
They are excited. They are just about as ready to get into it as us, of course. You know, esports is going to happen. You're going to have those moments where Riot decides to be Riot or anything of that sort. But nonetheless, it's not stall. Lotus, the map that we are seeing come up next. You're seeing it on the screen right now. You're soon to see the players locking in their picks, and it is going to be an all-out assault on this 3-site map.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look right here, we are getting into Agent Select. I mean, oh,
don't do it, Pollux. Don't do it, Pollux. As we talked about in the early set of the show, I mean, Neon got the buff of all buffs. You practically play Call of Duty in Valorant at this point if you lock her in. We're also seeing some geckos on either side of things, and it has happened. We are seeing the Neon pick come through, folks. Let's see what Pollux has to go. Well, let's not stall. Let's go.
I mean, no stalling, no nothing. We're getting right into it. I mean, talk about it. So, defenders, we are rocking Double Sentinel. Cypher Sage, we are saying we no want you on site. I mean, you aren't rocking what normally is run on this map, which is that fade plus raise combination. Everyone loves to see it. Well, not necessarily everyone, but a lot of people love to see it. So really big thing about their comp is for the side of Omaha is that they are looking to hold tight on this defense and attack swiftly. Their attack doesn't have as much potency as, say, for instance, the Ghost have. The Ghost have something really important in their comp, which is double initiator.
Yeah.
Breach Gecko.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to watch. That's gonna be definitely fun to watch as these teams set up and we get ready to kick off our weekend of action. Valorant is here and it is ready. Pistol round is up. We're ready to go. Look at Omaha go. They do not want any control of this map given up over towards that A side, which is going to force the Ackworth Ghost to rotate on over. Here we go. The first initiation coming on, and infiltration is going to have to prevent the infiltration. Not going to be able to, but the quick rotation out of Omaha Infinity Blacks will be assured.
I mean, not only about that quick rotation, but a really great thing from Omaha here is even though they did lose one player in that exchange, Breach is lit. He has 10 HP as we're going to get another kill out from Pollux. Pollux going to take one down. You trade back over to Josel. AOKOA picks up another 4v2 spike down time ticking.
AOKOA is lining him up, bringing him down one by one. Roblox Adopt Me just cannot bring it to. Instead, it's the Ackworth Ghost kicking things off and starting things off hot in the pistol round. They'll buy those Spectres, they'll buy the Bulldogs, they'll get things going, start that momentum early as once again, they enter this trying to get through that upper tier of the bracket and make a push back into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, all power to them. They're going to be up and buying this round. Big buys out here. You've got the Bulldog, the Spectres, and of course, the infamous Stinger right now. Everyone has been using it. Pros are heralding it better than a rifle. It's so good. It's $1,000. You can pick it up for free on Etsy.
Now the thing about Pollux here is you can kind of play this lurk role a little bit easier now that you have that gun advantage. Playing over towards the A side of things and trying to gain a little bit of information. We'll grab that ult point as well. And that Neon ult is very scary when it goes. Pollock's making a lot of noise over towards that A site, but Omaha, do they know that they're actually over by C? The question is, will they be able to hold that as they start to apply some pressure over towards A? C is wide open, and the Ackworth Ghost are going to get a free plant.
And Fred! Hello, Fred.
Shout out, Fred.
Wow, what a play from Pollux right there. He takes so much space on the A site, walks up, chunks out the Cypher, and then just runs away.
And now if you're Omaha, you just gotta get in and go. I mean, there's not a whole lot that you can do with that gun disadvantage going down. AOKOA picks up right where they left off. Another kill on the board. Just firing through the smoke, connecting for another is Burn. Ackworth has the opportunity to just line him up, bring him down. We got a little bit of a peek at what Pollux can do on the Neon. 2v4 as Ackworth have positioned so well, but has view of the spike. Not gonna have much more though. AOKOA, 3 kills. Oh my goodness.
Yes. For those of you who have forgotten, AOKOA really good at this game. I mean, to be fair,
just a little bit.
2 weeks ago, AOKOA was ranked as number 468. 468 in the United States.
Yeah. And that just goes to show what kind of talent we have here. I mean, these kids, they might be young, but they are the up-and-comers. These are the kids that you go into your ranked matches and you absolutely lose your mind over because they are lining you up, they are bringing you down, and they are so unbelievably talented. We have such a treat here. We have the opportunity to watch these kids cook.
Yeah, cook indeed. There's a frenzy.
It's an interesting buy, though, because Pollux doesn't have an actual main assault rifle, so probably going to be used a little bit more in a kind of bait and switch role, but it doesn't matter. The bait and switch is unavoidable.
That blind was huge.
My goodness.
That blind was
slide mechanics to the blind, that is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it was lined up to perfection with the Vandal in hand, but that blind comes out. Ooh! Oh, what some shots from Itachi. Ashbringer will fall to Pollux. Now 4v3, Spike ticking away, about 37 seconds left on this Spike as it's ticking away as time is not in the favor of Omaha. They need to push up. Aries rings out Drew, finds it one. Oh, the swings are coming out. Beautiful kill right there from Roblox on the burn.
Huge.
Oh, but nothing to stop Pollux here.
My goodness.
3K on that Neon, and we see the slide action. 100% accuracy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, that Neon tech is potentially very broken. Riot, please fix. Still, I mean, it's broken, but it's the skill. It's what you see out of Pollux here, and staying on that frenzy, a very interesting, not buying that utility, despite the fact that they have enough credits to do so. Maybe telling of what the strategy here is out of Pollux, kind of just using their body as that kind of bait role. Because again, you have so much mobility, you can create so much space, you can force the defense back. You are Pollux.
Yeah.
Not necessarily going to be investing too much in a buy, but can definitely pick up a Vandal.
It's really interesting. These pushes are so quick coming out from Ackworth right now. The Ghosts, they're trying to instill fear. Yuke, we've seen this work on stage before.
Got the Bucky in hand, but it looks like the approach into B is potentially in the cards here for Ackworth. It's a matter of seconds. Who will get peaked first? That smoke is going to go down, and when it vanquishes, there's going to be so much utility, so much information to be gained. First kill goes the way of Ackworth as they now make the approach into that B site, setting up those lines, setting everything down in this site. And this is such a hard site to break into if you're Omaha. There's not a whole lot that you can do, especially when all of these smokes are down, especially with the setup that Ackworth has here. You're just gonna have to send a player in and go.
You just gotta go and go indeed. Itachi picks up one. Oh, here comes the Neon. Oh. It doesn't matter. Bro, you gotta beat the finger guns.
You gotta look away. So just look away. It's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. That might be the most broken ults in the game,
It's so good. It lasts. I mean, it keeps refreshing. Let's start there. It keeps refreshing if you get a kill. Resets your sprint timer. You can slide while using it. It's 100% accurate at all times. Like, it's so hard to hit a good Neon player who's just sprinting around in ult. So hats off to Pollux right now. Absolutely popping off. 7-3-1 through the first 4 rounds. I mean, averaging 1.75 kills a round is pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's safe to say that the effect of Pollux, the Pollux effect, is being felt in this lobby. Now Omaha, down by 4, have the rifles in hand. Ash, just not a whole lot you can do, and now that B site wide open once again. We talk about the split. The approach over towards A is not seen. Instead, Omaha is going to have to hit the left foot, right foot express back into that B point. Spike goes down. Ackworth Ghost set up so well here. Omaha just having so many problems with the breakthrough, and Pollux is just going to add insult to injury, sliding around like a demon. My goodness, somebody has to stop Pollux.
Yeah, but who can?
Nobody.
Who can stop Pollux right now? Pollux on this Neon looks terrifying. I mean, he's got all the money in the world. 10 kills, 2 kills around on average for him. And look at his teammates backing him up. 7-1-4 for AOKOA. Paradise 3-1-3. Josel 3-2-1. Burn 2-1-4. I mean, it's just a team clinic right now coming out from the side of Ackworth Ghost.
I mean, you outlined it. It's not just Pollux. Pollux might be the flashy one, but that's just kind of inherent to the Neon play. Especially on the side of Ackworth, you just see that team cohesion, and that's what brought them into the grand finals last year. That's a lot of what they're going to ride this year into the grand finals. I mean, we talk about that grand finals last season. You had a team effort versus a team that just had the gunny, and ultimately the gunny team did win. The Triangle Minotaur did take it in that amazing bracket reset, but Ackworth back at it again to prove that the team effect is still there. Bringing the gunny as well. Pollux heading straight on into the site. The buy out of Omaha, very light here as well. Not a whole lot that you can do. Roblox will take down Pollux, but there's not a whole lot else to be gained as everybody's vanquished on the site.
Ooh, good shots right there, ringing out from Ash. Finds it onto Josel, is tagged up to 45, will fall to Burn. Burns finds the second in the same spot. Oh my gosh!
You can say they're feeling the burn. I mean, Ackworth is unstoppable at this point. This is, it's good signs for them moving down the stretch here today and into tomorrow.
I will give credit to Omaha here. That was their closest round yet, and they were on an eco.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And now they have the guns, they have the utility that they can really stand up, and it's just a matter of finding your footing, it feels like.
Yeah, as we are in a bit of a pause, so let's take a look at everyone's favorite session with Colorblind and Explosive. Welcome to the Economy Snapshot. It's so beautiful. So as we can take a look right here, this is going to be buy rounds from everyone, except if we look at these numbers right here, these numbers for the side of Ackworth, yeah, so they are like millionaires.
Yeah, they are very well set up
1%.
for success, and that's just kind of what you see out of a spree that we have seen out of them. I mean, 6 rounds back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah,
is a little bit hard to overcome. But that being said, again, Omaha, they have the opportunity to stand up and showcase, hey, we are not out of it until it is 13, until a team hits 13. And that is going to have to come in a round like this, because it feels like, again, once you lose this round, you go back into that economy pit. You're really struggling to figure out, hey, how are we going to get out of this? And it starts to get to a point, I mean, when you're down 8-0, that is even worse, and it just compounds.
Yeah, I mean, so on average, what you can expect for this map specifically from defense is, from our statistics last year, was about 4 or 5 rounds. It was, I believe, 4.5 average rounds for the side of the defense. It was insanely attacker-sided. So these teams coming in, I know that Omaha knows that this is going to be a much harder time being on defense. You know that Ackworth purposely choose to be on the attack to start because they want to get out to an astronomical lead to start and just ride it home from there. So yeah, just to get a couple rounds here, 4, maybe 5 on the cards would be amazing if they can win 5 out of the next 6. I don't know how possible that is when Pollux is, well, being Pollux.
Yeah, and it feels like that pick on the Neon is very telling to what you are building out as well. You know, Neon is very much an attacker-sided character. I'm very interested to see how the Neon pick will translate on defense. Expect Pollux to potentially get very active and get in some ratty positions to try and set their team up for success. But the big thing here is, as you outlined, I mean, you have a team that has built their composition out for that attacker side, and unsurprisingly, are currently up 6-0. So it's something that you definitely want to pay attention to as we swap over to defense later on in the matchup.
Yep.
How that's potentially going to change the trend. The other aspect of it is the fact that, hey, 3 sites are a lot harder to guard than 2. Typically speaking, you're going to have at least 1 site where you have 3 players on. At this point in time, that makes it very difficult because you only have 5 players to your team. So what are you going to do? You're going to put 1 player in mid over by B, and then you're going to put up another player over towards C or A, either one of those sites. So it makes things a little bit difficult. Your spread on numbers is very hard to overcome sometimes. So there are aspects to this where it does look understandable as to why Omaha has fallen behind just a touch.
Yeah. And I mean, think about it as well. Is not only do you have that neon on attack, you are playing this really cool thing called double initiator.
Yeah.
So you are breach executing onto site with a stun. You have a stun from neon. You have a million things from Gecko. He has a stun, a blind, a detain, and mosh. And then you have the blinds from breach, and then the entire neon, and there's so many things. Oh my.
The thing here, though, is going into this round, Omaha does have 4 ultimates online. Something that you definitely do want to pay attention to is they take an aggressive approach over towards A, at least for Itachi's side of things, trying to gain a little bit of early information, as is the rest of their squad. Really far pushed up into that A long, and I think that you can kind of just get away with that because Ackworth has not really tested A, at least in the early portion of rounds. Infiltration here with this setup is so good. Can get a lot of information.
I see a neon. Neon
is, will the rotation be quick enough out of Omaha?
This is going to be real close. The timing on this is so perfect. 1 minute left in the round. Here comes
Execute comes in.
You can't see. You cannot see, my friend. No screen for you as infiltration is going to go down.
3 ultimates online for Omaha Infinity Black to break on in, and when you're down 6-0, you just have to start throwing things at the wall and see what sticks. Unfortunately, though, the Gecko will fall. Now Ackworth, again, up in personnel. Omaha trying to find their way in. Pollux with a good jiggle peek is going to gain a lot of information as to whether they're coming around the corner. Swinging back as Omaha trying to get 2 kills on the board will do exactly that. Still player personnel disadvantage. You will swing and get the kills to go and wait a minute. The opening here, Omaha, they have to get on that spike. They have to defuse it. Itachi, you have to play this well. Joe's so cool. He's going to get that first kill. Comes down to a 1v1. Pros don't fake it. You might have wanted to fake there. As Ackworth in the nick of time. And it's all off the back of Joe Soul. Ackworth, some way, somehow. And those are the rounds that you really start to look at. Because when you go down like that, when you're in that adverse setting, and you still come back, that's what separates the good from the great, and that's what makes Ackworth so unbelievably good. How you doing down there, buddy?
Wait, point 14. It was 0.14 seconds away from the spike being defused. I mean, excellent job. That was, I love that they got it to half, but unfortunately just not enough timing coming through, and they couldn't really pick up the round, but they had some beautiful picks right there. It looks like we're getting aggressive yet again here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're not seeing the team attack A, as in Ackworth not attacking A, you start to get a little bit more comfortable if you're Omaha Infinity Black, and that might be exactly what Ackworth want them to do. Itachi will find one, checkerboarding out in the feed, but ultimately Omaha is going to walk out of it with the player personnel advantage. AOKOA now has to lead the assault into A.
Well, not only that, but a very key thing here is that Joe Soul's on like 45 HP.
Yeah.
So you have a teammate, sure,
Itachi,
but he's so low.
Information given away. Itachi might have just accidentally clicked there, and
no, it was a pre-fire. It was a pre-fire. He thought he heard something happening, and unfortunately it won't come through as AOKOA and his buddy Joe Soul gonna make their way into the B site. But do they know? Do they know? They're looking up.
holding such a clean angle here. It looks like they've sussed it out. The kill will go through 2v2, and now that site up for initiation here as Ackworth will get that spike down, a 2v2. And this becomes very interesting now for both of these squads, as Omaha, not a whole lot of information, but as does Ackworth, lack that imperative information. Playing so far back in the site, though, is such a smart way to go about it.
I mean, it's a technical 2v3 right now. Time ticking away. You have to push out. They kind of knew where you were based on that Cypher ult.
Itachi and infiltration! That is so good! The Guardian Gunny out of infiltration is going to put Omaha on the board in round number 8. That is exactly what you want to see. You don't want to see a team get into it from a just all-out assault. You want to see a little bit of that adversity. That way they can overcome it. Omaha has done exactly that. They have an economy in this round. They have the opportunity now to really set the course. And again, as you said, those defensive rounds, you're not looking for a lot of them. You're just looking for a couple to set yourself up for the attacker side, which they will have.
Yeah, I mean, you just need a few. I mean, especially in the position you're at. Again, 4 ults are still available, one of which brings an ally back from the dead. Yeah, just saying. That's really pivotal here as Pollux is going to push up with the class. Oh, I understand. Oh.
That ult.
I'm pissed!
He is going to absolutely cook them with that Neon ult. Oh, but wait, Yuke is able to shut that down, and that gives so much room for Itachi to work. 2 kills on the board for Itachi, even things out, 2-2.
Wait, we've seen this story before. This is literally last round all over again. Same 2 players from each team. Spike is playing to just a different site this time. Josel will not land the shots as the res comes out.
Same thing, potentially different spot here, but Ackworth is gonna have to go huge. AOKOA sets it up, and Josel brings down the hammer. Ackworth Ghost able to bring it back, 8-1. And again, that pendulum, we talk about that, definitely favoring their side right now.
I mean, not only is it favoring them, it's like, you know, weighted completely towards their side. I mean, it's so impressive what AOKOA and Pollux are doing out here. But I can't say it enough. Itachi had some insane shots right there.
Yeah.
Really great out of him. And I really like that little off-site hold that AOKOA had there. He looked down towards main instead of your typical tree/site hold. Really, really nice from him as...
so many sound cues gained here for Yuke, but that is the whole squad. And
yeah,
luckily Omaha is positioned over towards this site, but with that disadvantage in terms of the artillery, it's just a matter of time till the Ghosts are able to collapse on in and just take them out. Player personnel advantage once again, a 4v3. That site is completely cleared unless Yuke has something to say about it, but caught in between a rock, a hard place, a breach ult, everything. Just eventually gonna fall, and Ash, last player standing.
That's actually Breach's shock blast. That's not his ult. His ult's actually the shockwave, as we do only have 1 player remaining. It's Ashbringer. Ashbringer with classic in hand will fall to burn, as it is now 9-1.
Yeah, 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse.
I mean, it's on the cards. You got to win 2 straight. You are on a buy round here, but very pivotal thing to note right here, taking a look at it from the side of Omaha, they're not actually full shields.
Yeah, no, that creates a very interesting ripple in this. That being said, they do have 3 ultimates to work with here. You do have Itachi's ultimate on the raise, the boom boom, the bang bang, the pow, the rocket launcher. Something to look out for, especially potentially in this early set where they know that Ackworth, they play over towards A in the early set of the round. They know that they're going to be over there. Not going to pop it just yet.
Finds one with the breach ult coming out. Roblox is stunned up. Oh, almost finds one. Some good shots. Pollux will find the second one for Ackworth. It's all about Itachi here, but the shots just won't ring out. Josel knows exactly where the last 2 remaining members of Omaha are.
This is just a playground for Ackworth to take. Do they want to take the monkey bars over towards C? Do they want to play over towards A? It's just their map. From what we've seen thus far, Ash is going to drop. Last player standing is no longer. It's Infiltration holding on for dear life. AOKOA will vanquish that. Ackworth out to a 10-1 lead, and now you can't say the 9-3 curse. You really have to look at Omaha here in this round. They so desperately need this. So let's talk about it. I mean, you enter this, if you don't take this round, you lose the pistol, match point online.
Not only that, it's all about the momentum of the comeback. Something that we always talk about within Valorant as a timeout is going to start here. Looks like it is going to be taken by Ackworth, actually.
And this is very smart out of them because, again, this is a team that plays very well as a team, but they're also a team that's wise beyond their years, I feel like, because they are so calm, cool, collected. They are very strategically based. They're not going to necessarily run at you. Well, they will run at you with the gunny, but that's not what they're known for. That's not what they're made for. They're very, very smart. And it's good that they're taking this time out because they're not going to let this huge, massive lead get to their heads.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you look at Valorant from a much higher level, when you are on 11 rounds, you only need to win one. Yeah. One guarantees you at least overtime. You are going to have at a minimum of 12 rounds to do that.
Yeah. It starts to get very dicey.
I'm not a math major. I'll come out and say that. I'm not a math major. But that doesn't add up. How is that at all probably fair for the side of Omaha if this round doesn't go in their favor?
Your answer is it's not. No. So you really want, if you are Omaha, you have to take this round. We've seen them, they're taking, the round that they did take was through adversity, so they have proven that they can overcome adversity. In a spot like this, this round feels so imperative.
Yeah, as it looks like it is going to be a C-side hit coming out from the side of the, oh, wait, no, it's B.
Hold up, wait a minute. Ackworth applying some pressure down mid. 2 players there, rearing and ready for Omaha. Yuke, the timing on that is going to still work, holding his own. That being said, Ackworth, they are like Thanos. They are inevitable. Josel will find 2, and it comes down to Itachi, who has to go big, able to do exactly that, at least putting a little bit of room for Omaha to work with. Player personnel advantage granted their way. Ackworth did get the spike down, but now they're pushed so far back.
Yeah, but the Omen ult is used to get up into heaven. I don't think they realize Burn can be here yet. He saw one cross. I don't think he knows. Fred is going to go down onto Spike. Halfway. Itachi goes big. Will get traded back, but Infiltration finishes up the round, and Fred gets the defuse.
Shout out Fred and shout out Itachi, because they so desperately needed a player to stand up. That is exactly what they got. It's the Itachi show for the side of Omaha. They just need a player that's similar, mirroring out Pollux on the side of Ackworth to stand up. And Itachi in the last couple of rounds, it's starting to feel like that they have that footing to potentially be that player that Omaha needs as that team kind of synergy point.
I mean, team synergy point, gunner skill, map awareness. I mean, Itachi's been doing it all right now for the team. I mean, it's really impressive how he's going up against these very well-known names within XPL. You've got Pollux, AOKOA, and Josel, 3 of the most well-known names throughout all of XPL as being really great gunners with excellent game skill. But now it comes down to the time. Can you clutch up, Omaha?
Oh my goodness, Pollux just put Yuke on skates. He needs to be stopped. Someone has to shut down Pollux, because at the end of the day, it is just going to come down to that. Who will shut down Pollux first? We asked ourselves, hey, when we switch sides, what is going to happen? How is this attacker side built team going to translate? Pollux showing us that we might not have anything to be worried about out of Ackworth.
Speedrun. Here comes the blind. Paradise will get blinded up, has to fall back into Covey as the plant is gonna go down. There we go. Now it's gonna go down. Get that money for the team. 4v5, technical 5v5 now. Gotta run away. Blinds come out from short. Trades come out. Ash finds one as well. Can they find another? They can! And it's down. Wait.
That was...
What happened?
I mean...
Itachi happened, but like...
Yeah.
It was just gunfights.
That's what happens when you approach into B, right? It is so many angles to guard, so many different things that you have to be factoring in that moment, and a lot can happen. But Itachi coming through with the 2v1 clutch that we didn't even get to say was a 2v1 clutch. I mean, that was quick and swift. And now Ackworth, for the first time, it feels like, have an instance where they kind of have to come through a little bit of adversity here. Obviously, they have that 7-round pad, but they don't have the economy in their favor here. Omaha is set up for, it feels like, the first time to really start to get back into the mix of this.
That blind actually will not find Josel on the back of sight. Does get concussed up. A dink will come out. A little bit of damage down. Down goes one, down goes 2. Itachi shots ringing true. Josel now back of sight. Will find 1. Can they find the second? No. But beautiful shot from Yuke right there. Will take them down. As 4v2 now, Spike ticking away.
And this is exactly, in the landscape of the game, this is exactly what you need if you are Omaha. Just an opportunity to find your footing. Say, hey, we can stack up. We can hold our own. Obviously, we outlined it. Omaha coming into this as that underdog. Ackworth, the former runner-ups last year, really showing why they made it so far. But Omaha showing that, hey, it's anybody's game, anybody's moment, can shine through Itachi's been such a huge pillar of that for them as the spike will expire. Pollux, not enough time, unfortunately, there, buddy. Going to get vanquished into the Shadow Realm. But now Ackworth. Funny thing about Valorant, right? They're going to have the advantage in terms of the guns. They're going to have more credits to work with. They're going to have the Vandals. They're going to have everything coming out on their side of things. Whereas the way the economy goes, Omaha's only going to have the Spectres, the Bulldogs, and everything like that. So that enters a new little ripple in all this.
Joe has an Odin.
Oh my God. Okay.
Viewers at home, please.
We recommend you plug your ears. It's about to get loud.
Here we go. Oh, he's going to walk away, actually, with this Odin.
Oh, that's so much information gained. That's so good. And you spotted out Itachi, who is that fragger on the side of Ackworth. You also got a little bit of information on the amount of players playing over towards that C site. Gives Ackworth a little bit of an opportunity to play it cool, calm, cool, and collected. That's the name of their game.
Yeah, this is... Ackworth loves controlling the tempo of the game. Nade will get thrown out. Won't exactly land onto Joe Soul there. I mean, great throw. That's usually where someone's going to play if they are playing on the C site. But still, just defaulting for Omaha. Really interesting strategy against this Ghosts team. They're usually very calm, cool, and controlled on defense specifically. I mean, Pollux has so much space right now.
Yeah, this is the thing that I love about Ackworth, right? They're on the defensive side, and they're playing it like they're on the defensive side. They're not letting that time be that additional player for the side of Omaha and getting a little bit aggressive, getting over pushy. They're just going to hold these angles. They feel fine in their space. And Omaha is just going to give them that space. But now as we start to see some building over towards that seaside, we could see the Odin start to ring through. And Josul is going to have to make it happen through the box. Firing, gets one around the corner, gets another. And my goodness, Ackworth back in the driver's seat once again.
14 seconds left on the clock. Oh! The loud bullets of glory ring true through the smoke. Flawless round right there from Ackworth. Brings them up to round 11. And, I mean, okay.
So this is, again, why they're so good.
Yep.
This is why they're so good. Because they just let that round tick away. They didn't get aggressive. That was so good.
Yeah, no, I mean, huge props to them. Now the guns are going to come out on Omaha. So now it's more of a fair fight. We are going to be at that tie in the beautiful, beautiful welcome to our session on the economy. The economy snapshot right now, these teams are going to be pretty even. Both teams have an Odin. Both teams have rifles. I do see a Bulldog thrown in there, which is kind of cool. We do like Bulldog action. Very cool. But it's just a matter right now, this is where you take your fair fight. It is a completely fair fight, 4-11. Anyone can take this round.
Yes.
It's all about who can actually execute their game plan first.
The thing about this, though, that makes it very interesting for Omaha is the fact that if they don't take this round, then you're in a little bit of an interesting situation, right? Heading into the next round, you're not going to have a full economy. You might have to build around those light shields potentially, and that's going to make things very difficult, especially if Ackworth does take this round, because after this, Ackworth takes one more, match point could advance.
Yeah.
So any room that is given up, any space that is given up on the side of Omaha, it starts to get a little bit dicey here in the grand scheme of things. They have to hold, they have to show, hey, we're not going down. That last round, that flawless that you just saw, just a fluke, you know? Oh my goodness, the bungo angle. Oh my goodness.
I'm scared. Hello, Neon.
I think they might have given her forehead a buff too. That is 5.
Is that Peyton Manning?
I mean, hey, Peyton can't run like her though. It never has been able to, never will be able to.
Hey, he got one rushing touchdown. I'll give him that.
It's just one. And when you don't expect it, and that's the thing that comes in with Pollux, right? You don't expect Pollux around the corner. It's just, when you see Pollux coming around the corner, you know, it's Jover.
Jover. Ah! Hey, look, it's Mia Mouse!
You'll see her in the game. You'll also see her running around giving us some fantastic coverage of the event. Shout out me at #1
and prizes.
By the way. And prizes as well. By the way, guys, there's a bunch of prizes to be gained here. Make sure that you do your research, look into it, make sure that you join, and you could win things like this fantastic mouse. Shout out to our sponsors for allowing us to bring products like this. And all the kids are playing on these products as well. Get involved, get active if you are here at the event as well. Check out the food trucks. There's some good stuff out there. If you're wanting some nom-noms, get out there, get your nom-noms. But Ackworth, nom this round, get it eaten up and on the board. 12-4 is what they're trying to create. Omaha back against the wall. As Big Time Rush says, gotta give it your all.
Wow, great reference there. I like that. 10 out of 10. 1 minute left in the round. Tick away. What is going to happen here? Pollux, the door is almost broken. They're going to spray through.
Peekaboo.
Oh, hello!
Oh, 2 kills on the board for Pollux. Burn will finish the job, and Ackworth player personnel advantage, but Omaha's breaking on into the site. Not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Ash, last player standing, and the running gun, the mower, Joe Sewell, will bring an end to that round. 12-4, match point for Ackworth Ghost. Omaha.
So this
room.
comp is making me think of something. What is the point of having a monitor when you're playing against Breach and Gecko?
Might as well just throw it out. Actually, don't, because the monitors here are very, very nice.
Oh, they're so nice.
They're
well, not here. I'm
fantastic.
talking about at home. Because as we just saw there, Omaha walks out onto B site, then they get Breach Flash, Gecko Flash, Breach Flash, and then Omen Flash. Like, how are you supposed to see anything on your screen?
You're not. You're just supposed to kind of just deal with it. There's not a whole lot that you can do.
There was an operator. Who had the op? Wait, it was Koa.
Ghost here.
AOKOA had the op, and he died. That's actually huge for the side of Omaha.
Gives them a little bit more room, and it's going to immediately push Ackworth back on the site. Gives Omaha the opportunity to plant. Still very early in the round out of that plant. 2 ultimates to work with here, but Pollux is going to get active, and when Pollux gets active, it's scary. Has the ultimate online as well and could start zapping them.
Here we go. Finger guns are out. Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh, nothing's going to happen because Roblox is going to shut it down. You can another kill on the board. And Omaha swinging back and swinging back huge. A flawless round out of them. Don't call it a comeback yet, but the foundation has been set. Now it's time to cement. I don't think that's actually the steps of construction. I'm a caster for a reason. Yeah.
So Pollux was mid-animation of his ult, and Yuke swung him.
Such
the awareness from Yuke right there. Mwah.
It's magnificent.
Oh, that's so beautiful. He hears the voice line because, you know, she casually says, "Oi, I'm pissed," and then
you should be a voice actor. That was great.
I think he swings off of it in perfect timing, and it's just really well played from him. And now he's got an operator.
Oh, he's gonna make some work with that thing. Heading on over towards that C site, but Joe Sewell is hanging here, and we saw what happened last time. Tripwire has been triggered. Joe Sewell singing on through, but Itachi is able to pop the ult right in time. Gets a kill on the board. Second one as well. Ackworth is just falling apart at the seams. And Omaha, back-to-back rounds on the board.
Where'd they go? I can't find them. Where'd they go?
They're not on the map right now, that's for sure. And
wow. I mean, excellent job executing onto that C site for the side of Omaha. They just went. They know the Odin's going to be there, so they attack onto the site. They get the Odin player down. They traded one. But have you heard of this really cool thing?
Okay. Oh, that thing.
Ultimate.
Yeah.
Reses their teammate back to full health, and they still have 5 guns.
Yeah, that is fantastic. And the thing is, like, we saw that seaside approach in one of the earlier rounds, and they just took forever to break on in. They just didn't have that moxie, the mojo that you need to do that. That time, they just said, you know what? We're going.
You know what?
And if you get left behind, too bad.
Too bad. We press
womp womp. Oh. But AOKOA does not care. The economy might not be in their favor, but the gunny, the prowess surely is. Omaha, now a player down, making their way into that C site.
Here's the thing, though. They weren't able to pick up the gun. Sure, they're on an eco, but they weren't able to pick up the gun. Koa finds his second of the round. Will get traded out by Itachi. Spike is now planted. 4v3 right now. Spike is down for the side of Omaha.
Oh my goodness.
Finds one.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
They just won that. Ackworth is going to advance in the bracket off of an economy round. Guys, they had shorties, they had sheriffs, and it all started with AOKOA. The no-holds-bars approach, the slow and steady approach to find that lurk player over towards A. And again, this is what makes Ackworth so dangerous. This is what makes them scary as we progress throughout this bracket. Does not matter the situation, does not matter anything. They are a lethal force. You just have to hope that you can keep up.
Keep up is the entire game plan. I mean, hats off to them. Really great job, really well played out from that squad. And, I mean, hats off to Omaha. Omaha comes in as the 8th seed and takes 6 off of the first place team?
No, they have the foundation to make a run in that lower bracket without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, if Itachi gets going, it feels like it just was maybe it's a little bit early in the morning, it was taking some time, but when Itachi got the gunny going, scary. Scary. Watch out for Omaha in that lower bracket.
And I am receiving word that we have had some, well, not some, a massive upset already.
That we have.
The Minotaur have been defeated in round 1 by the Franklin Phoenix 13-1.
Which is insane because, might we remind you, the Minotaur are your previous Grand Finals champions. But the things about the Minotaur is the fact that they have made that lower bracket run in the past.
And they know the lower bracket. They know how it goes. You're on the brink of elimination. You gotta clutch up. And the team is known for their clutch moments. So, yeah, you are going to that lower bracket. Yeah, you have a much more difficult road to the show, for lack of better. But here's where it comes in, that clutch gene. We talk about it so much. How clutch can you be? What is in those veins? Is it ice? Is it fire? Is it just blood? Who knows?
Who knows?
These kids are absolutely doing insane. Hats off to everyone who just played in that match. I mean, who knows what's going to happen the rest of this weekend?
It is anybody's game. Anybody's bracket, anybody's game. And really, again, a lot has built up to this moment. But if you bring it all, if you bring the gunny, we're going to see some fantastic stuff. We're not only going to see fantastic stuff in Valorant, but we're going to see stuff all week from all different titles.
And do you know what else we get to see? We get to see a replay!
Let's go!
Oh my
Shout out to our fantastic production staff. We absolutely love you. I mean, it started off quick, fast, and personal. Pollux just got it going. When Pollux gets it going on that Neon, especially with those buffs that we talked about, there's not a whole lot you can do.
He just runs like no tomorrow, everywhere. Forward. I am genuinely convinced throughout this entire game, you know, you have the W-A, well, not in that order, but the W, A, S, and D keys. None of these exist except W.
Yeah, that W key definitely took some presence, and it's just, again, the thing about Ackworth is the fact that, yes, they can W key you to death. What we saw in the attacker side out of them was very much that, but they're such a versatile team because when we saw the defensive side hit, we did not see that same aggression. If anything, we saw a very measured team that just enabled Omaha to make that first mistake and capitalize. That is what separates the good from the great. It's that ability to transition. It's that ability to mold around the situation, around the context of what is present. And Ackworth, I mean, they are proving to be exactly that. That is a cool animation. Oh my goodness.
But, I mean, not only that, just knowing the awareness as a player, but as a team as a whole. They were able to showcase that the entire time.
Yeah.
They were working so well, playing off of each other's information, playing off each other's util, trading back and forth, non-stop action. I mean, absolutely hats off to Ackworth Ghosts.
Yeah, again, there's a reason why they are in this upper bracket still, probably going to continue throughout the day to be a force up there. It's just, again, it's the gunny, but it's the mental, it's the strategic side of things. They are such a well-rounded team. And at this age especially, like, that can be hard to come across. But when you come across it, I mean, these kids, their reaction time is unbelievable. I could never.
No.
So it's scary. It's very scary.
These kids have the most insane reaction time, and they're able to keep their cool on land.
Yeah.
I think this can't be stated enough about all of these events.
There are hundreds of people here today.
Yeah. There's hundreds of people here today. There's going to be more people tomorrow. And yet these kids who have maybe one time played a LAN in their past have to come to one of the largest youth esports tournaments in history.
Yep.
It's insane what we're doing out here.
It's some things that pros, even our age, can't do.
No.
Like, there are guys that show up to LAN and just crumble under the pressure. These kids, I mean, these are the future of esports. You are seeing it right here. A lot of these kids in the future are going to go on to do great things in our space. And it's such an honor to be able to be here alongside you, Matt, alongside everybody in this venue, and alongside our fantastic caster crew. that is going to be taking you through the rest of the action that we have coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of our casters, we actually have some Overwatch 2 coming up here in a little bit. We've got Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. You may know them from the collegiate sphere. They'll be up with Overwatch 2 coming up here in just a little bit. We are going to head to a little bit of a commercial break just to make sure those players can get set up and ready to go for their first time on the stream for today at the North American Finals. So we're going to go to that commercial break, and we'll be right back in a few short moments.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
We're back here in the Fortress, and we are with a stage manager. What is your name?
Jason Fernandez.
And today he is, well, I said stage manager, so you're managing the stage. What is your role here?
Yeah, so I'm just helping out with getting the players situated on stage, any potential tech issues that might arise with the stage, just making sure that everything runs smoothly up here, or well, as smoothly as possible.
Well, thanks to you, everything, it seems like it's going well. What's like the hardest part of your job?
As a stage manager?
As a stage manager.
Definitely when I don't know the immediate answer to an issue that comes up. That's always really scary, is when an issue comes up and I have to tell them, like, oh, I don't know, I gotta go figure this out real quick, because, yeah.
And you say you're a student here. What program are you in?
Game business and esports.
What is your favorite part of the program? Does it have to do with, managing esports events like this?
Sorry, could you repeat that one time?
What's your favorite part of the program? Does it have to do with, managing an esports event, or what do you want to do?
I think, live events is definitely my favorite part of the program. So I've had a lot of classes recently that have had to do with like putting together the budgets and just all the logistics that go into putting together a live event. And honestly, I really enjoy that stuff. So I think that's probably my favorite part.
Yeah. Is this your first live event?
Actually, no. I worked Hall of Game, and then I also worked the NACE Grand Finals.
Oh, super cool. Which one's been your favorite so far? No pressure.
My favorite? Probably NACE, if I'm being honest. I really enjoyed NACE, but this one has honestly been a blast too. So,
I mean, it's only the beginning, so we'll be back with more soon.
everybody. Welcome back. We're here in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. I'm Jess. This is Mia. We've been having a really good morning so far. Off to a bumpy start, but we got into some gameplay, got to see some awesome Valorant, and we're getting ready for some more gameplay soon. And it's only 11 a.m., so we've got way more day to go. If you're interested at all in Full Sail degrees, maybe you want to learn a little bit more. We do so much more than games, film and television, communications, technology, all across the entertainment space. And you can learn more by heading on a campus tour. They're happening at 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. today. You can head into the Fortress lobby right here where I am, or over into the lobby at the live venue. Get there about 5 minutes before the tour. You'll see we've got a Full Sail table there. Just walk over and say, hey, I want to learn more. And they'll take you on a tour, and you'll get to see all of the incredible spaces on our campus. It's not just these two buildings you're in today. So yeah, make sure that you check out a tour at noon and 1 p.m. today.
The tours are definitely so much fun to go on. Before I went to school here, I went on 2 of them, and I was blown away both times I went, so it's definitely worth. But I think we're about to play some Overwatch, Jess.
All right.
So why don't we throw it to our casters, Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. And in light of the new hero, let's venture on over to Overwatch.
Thank you so much, Jess and Mia, for that wonderful handoff. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty as we prepare to embark on our Overwatch journey. Now, don't get us wrong here. We love ourselves some Valorant, Fortnite, Apex, and Rocket League, but Overwatch, that's kind of our jam.
That's kind of our home, and it's been like that for a while, and cannot wait to see this upper semifinals to kick off the streamed action for Overwatch today between the Franklin Phoenix and the Lake Point Ghost. And Lake Point, we were watching them a bit earlier. Yeah. They had a great first game of the day.
Yeah, our 1 and 4 seed teams, all of our bracket matches kind of panned out the way that we expected to. And we'll get a little bit more into that as we move on for the day. But you mentioned one word in there, and it was Franklin. That is a name you're going to be hearing a lot of this weekend, not just in Overwatch, but especially in Overwatch. 3 of their teams are competing here today, especially the #1 seed in Phoenix.
Yeah, #1 seed Phoenix, #3 seed Dragons, both trying to fight for that title. The Franklin Valkyrie sadly just went out in top 8, but still, hey, got to go here and got to have a great experience out of it for them. But for these two teams, you got a spot in the upper finals on the line, and that is a great feeling because for the grand finals, there is no bracket reset this year like there was last year, which for some people may enjoy that. No 3.5-hour grand finals, but it is a best of 7 with map pick advantage and map ban advantage in their favor. So still a lot to play for the team that comes from upper bracket, and that's what both these teams will try and fight for a chance to earn that opportunity.
Especially, too, because it is a double elimination bracket. You still have that cushion to fall back on if you need it, but no team wants to end up in that elimination bracket. Franklin Phoenix, Lake Point Ghost in this top half of teams, and for a very good reason. Franklin Phoenix, 3 out of their 5 current roster have actually won a previous XP League Finals championship. They have that under their belt. They have this level of experience where on the opposite side for Lake Point, this is their very first finals.
This is their first NAF, and hey, no matter what, guaranteed top 6 at the earliest, and at the worst. And honestly, I would be shocked if that was where they placed because they've been playing lights out as of late. Tyler has been lighting it up on tank ever since he made the transition over from DPS. They are one to look out for when they go against Glacier, but it's 2 very aggressive tanks with how they play, especially with the meta that we're in right now. Could very well see that being a heavyweight bout.
And that's what I'm kind of hoping for, too. We've seen with the tanks a lot of these recent buffs that have come in for the passive, making it harder to deal these large bursts of damage to tanks with the armor changes. You look at Glacier in particular, that guy essentially is Reinhardt. Like when I was watching him play earlier, like he embraces the spirit of Reinhardt. He's going to bring it out. You put him against someone such as Tyler. Well, I didn't get to see the Reinhardt from him. It's in his hero pool. We can see a full brawl-on-brawl matchup, and in our opinion, that's some of the best Overwatch that you can have, especially at this level.
And especially, you know, Maga's been around. You know, it's Maga. You know, I think that's kind of the cumulative feeling. But as we get ready to go into Oasis, that'll be our first match. Which, hey, no Li Jiang. We appreciate that. But you can see here on the screen now, we got our 3 sub-maps to look at. And depending on where we start, if we're starting over here on City Center first, this might be the only one we're going to see more of the dive because you want to play for this high ground up here and you want to play for the high ground up there to make sure your hit scans have all the resources and sight lines they would need. When we get to these two, it's going to be more rush-based. A lot of it are just around the objectives, trying to fight for control over that, and that's when we're going to see a lot of the Mauga, a lot of the Ramatra and Reinhardt, and it really will be who can dictate the pace, because we talked about it. These two teams are very aggressive. They like playing a very fast tempo. Who can really settle into their tempo first to make sure they are winning those kind of objective points to win them the map.
And another player I want to shout out too, as you bring up the mention of tempo, Peekaboo on the Lucio has looked stellar today in the first matchup. He was so good at setting the pace for a lot of these fights and helping Tyler and the rest of the Ghosts kind of push up and control a lot of this space. Franklin Phoenix are a team that are going to run in and butt heads with whoever they find. They're not someone who's just going to back off if they see something scary. They're going to run straight into it, which is why these teams are going to have quite a clash coming.
Yeah, that will be just, hey, rush and even more rush. You're not going to see a lot of the S key being used. It is W all day for these teams as they try and fight for that spot in upper finals. It sounds like we are about ready to launch on in here to Oasis, the first map. This will be a great dictator of, okay, how is this going to start off? Because obviously the Phoenix, they're the favorites, but it's not like they're far and away running away with this thing. Lake Point, they always have the possibility to pull the upset.
And that's what we're kind of seeing too. With a lot of the teams that are within that Overwatch bracket, those top 4, they have a good split away from the rest of the pack, which is a lot of why we saw just 2-0s across the board in round number 1, excuse me. Now, as we head into round 2, those are about to get a lot closer. It's not to say Franklin Phoenix definitely favored here. Lake Point will have to pull off an upset in order to take down this titan of a team that many have coined as the top. They're still possible. They can at least make this a close and competitive match. And this first point of Oasis, it sets the tone for the entire series. If you're going to catch the Phoenix off guard, this is just the place to do it.
This is where you have to do it. And one little note for the Phoenix, they have 7 players on their roster.
Yes.
They're 2 subs. I put subs in air quotes because they've been getting consistent playtime all year. But Misty and Quad are in right now. Not sure how much we'll see them the rest of the weekend, just with how the schedule's turned out. But you know, we talked about it. There's still team players that have been around for years. And they were both on the team last year for the Phoenix that got 3rd place, wanting to run it back. It is City Center, even though I projected it to be the dive map for that high ground. That is not what we have. The Reinhardt and Mauga are both pulled out.
Oh, not at all. You're going to see the Phoenix on your left, and on the right side will be the Lake Point Ghost for reference. Both teams clashing on the outside of this bounce pad. Glacier, what are you doing, my guy? He just sends himself straight off the objective, hoping to take somebody with him. Gets nowhere. Ghost, they're happy to take the first fight.
Tried to take a little field trip, it seems like, off the City Center, and ended up not working out that time. It'll be Lake Point Ghost able to get over to the point first, and they will get that first percentage going. And you look at these team comps, I love seeing the Venture coming out, by the way, from Swellen. We love seeing that. But especially, this is going to be really difficult for Glacier. With how much damage Tyler can put out with the Mauga machine guns, his shield is going to get melted so fast, they have to make sure they finish it off quick.
And especially, too, if you're Tyler right now, you want to play into Glacier. He's not going to stand a chance once that shield goes down. You'll see how aggressive Lake Point Ghosts are getting. Walks past the shield, disregards Glacier's existence, eventually gets punished for it. So now the team that has the tank, the Phoenix, have the advantage to therefore kind of close out this battle. It's just a matter of keeping Glacier alive. Mori has not missed a shot onto the Reinhardt player.
They almost have the Deadeye already, but Glacier goes all the way to the high ground to grab Mega, but they leave the rest of their team. Dario gets taken out. Now all of a sudden the tides are shifting.
And they're starting to. Glacier's back in the fight, so that keeps the team back, but Lake Point Ghost have managed to maintain control of this objective the entire time. Franklin Phoenix needs something to get them over the edge. It'll be poking Mini-Me, dropping the bait, sending Tyler reeling. Deadeye from Mori, attempting to get some bait back, but no, it's Glacier taking things into his own hands, slamming him down to the ground, and finally the Phoenix at the point of attack.
Yeah, fair play to Lake Point there, especially. They get to 54%. That first fight was a little bit shaky. They lose Tyler early, but then Franklin Phoenix can't finish it off because the rest of the pressure, especially from Swellen Id, from Mori, is like, yes, they were pushing it out very quickly, but now Deadeye, look at Speed, and this is the new Deadeye change for you.
Yeah, you're a speedy cowboy, and nobody on Lake Point Ghost respected it. That's both Leo and Mori going down. You needed that Kitsune rush to help get yourself back in this fight. Lake Point Ghost aren't going to have the option. A full reset is in order.
Full reset coming on in, and yeah, just like that, Tyler gonna make sure they go off as well. They do get one trade. Mori is able to find Dario, but of all the characters that you're able to stagger, Dario on the Tracer going to get back very quickly here. Now as you start looking at this, Pulse Bomb available for Dario, but I'm really looking at Lake Point.
Support.
4 ultimates on the board. They can play really aggressive with the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier if they need the extra health. They have all the resources available, and even if needed, they got the cage fight, which is busted.
Leo Beloved leading out the red carpet for Lake Point to enter in before Tyler locks them all in the cage and beats them down into a pulp. Wonderful combination. Lake Point Ghost identified how they could win the fight and executed it perfectly.
My only worry is, did they use too much?
Yes.
And I think the answer is yes. I don't know if Swella needed to use theirs. That's probably the only one I would have held, considering how that fight started. Because now that ultimate bank shifts because Dario has theirs. Glacier eerily close to that shatter. And we've seen they're not afraid. If Mori gets the Deadeye at some point here soon, they're just going to shatter in their face again.
And that's the thing. You can't have fear in a tank meta such as this. The charge already out, though, so Glacier doesn't have quite the same mobility. And Lake Point having control of this objective. It's just Dario who needs to grab a stick, and he does it twofold onto both Peekaboom and Mori. Wonderful pickoffs. And Lake Point Ghost, they're not going to stand a chance, but get themselves up to one-fight territory.
That Suzu just missed for Beloved.
So close.
It was so close to saving 2 of their teammates, just is not able to. And that Pulse Bomb just wins them the fight right there. And because of that, look at that. Amp Matrix, Sound Barrier, Shatter all online here for the Phoenix. Ghost, they got to find an early pick, but that's not a good start.
If you want an early pick, well, Franklin Phoenix or Glacier, more specifically, has got you covered. That's 2 ultimates down and a 1 fight. Lake Point Ghost have to get back fast.
They will have to, but Swellen actually goes over to the Hanzo, see if they can try and get an early pick when the rest of their team's trying to push in. The Deadeye from Mori will be the one that could save them this round, but it will be
Peekaboom's got to get there.
Peekaboo got to get there first.
Can he get it? No! Walks straight into the hammer of Glacier, and that'll be Franklin Phoenix taking this first point. But I have to say, Jesse, Lake Point Ghost, we're not out of that at any point.
No, because they're playing the matchup really well. The fact they're keeping the Maga. I will say this, Glacier, I respect your keeping the Rhine. As a former Rhine player myself, I respect it. But the matchup is not ideal for any sense, and I wonder, I'm not going to get too excited about this yet.
Wait.
Because if it is just for the TP, then it is what it is. But actually, a little bit of swap here. As I say, the Mago is working, but obviously something needs to change.
Yes.
This one is at least still somewhat high ground orientated with that little bridge over the point. That'll be where Tyler's trying to hold to try and give Mori and Beloved that high ground advantage. But that will be what they try to do. Both teams sim, and was that double? Yep, just TPs.
Yeah. And I like this too from Lake Point Ghost. We need to be watching Tyler and Swellen, how they can coordinate the bits of damage that they can. It'll be Tyler up to the high ground first, gets incredibly low, leaps on out, burns the Suzo in the process. So Lake Point realized it's very difficult to jump into a Reinhardt Peekaboom getting lit on fire out of surprise. So Franklin Phoenix got to exactly where they needed to do, and it's all easy when everyone's a nail for Glacier.
Just no fear whatsoever. No. It's like, my team's got me. I'm good. Just goes right on in. Already 60% to the Earth Shatter. The only worry that I have right now for Lake Point Ghost, they have no way to stop the aggression, really, from Glacier coming in. I honestly would love to see them maybe go to Mei. We've seen Mei just with the buff as of late. The Icicle alternate fire damage got buffed by 10. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I understand wanting to keep Mori to try and keep Dario in check, and Swellen's done a great job of that as well.
Mori and Swellen are doing a great job at their actual mechanical execution of the heroes. It's just a matter of getting where they want to go. Like, look at this Franklin Phoenix collapse. They all just move as a single unit with Poke Mini-Me speeding Glacier and the squad along.
You know, Misty gets lost somewhere in that. Swellen takes them out.
Wait, Swellen.
Oh, Swellen is still others lost. They are. They get the high ground, but at what cost there? But it's like Poke Mini-Me is this little Uber for Glacier. Just Ubered him from time to time. It's like, all right, let's go here. Let's go. Amping. No fear whatsoever for not last year, but 2 years ago's shape. He actually has never won. I'm realizing that now. He got 3rd place last year, which is crazy to think as one of the best supports here in the entire league.
Hey, you know what? Hey, it works out unless you don't have a shield to block the Earth Shatter. Glacier coming alive in the kill feed with a nice triple kill. I mean, he just finds so much efficiency off of an ultimate that's rather low regarded.
Yeah. As it will be, okay, so some swaps here that we do see the Mei come out from Swellen. They get staggered out there, but I think the concept of what they're trying to do is great.
Yes.
They also have the bat for more healing up front and in that lamp as well, but Tyler with the Sigma. The fact that that shield only goes out so far, for shatters like that, it is so easy to predict and play off of that, but it will help them try and fight off that high ground that everybody's up there right now.
Yeah. The goal of Lake Point's Ghost is to temper this aggression that Franklin Phoenix have, but the problem is, look at all those little glowy check marks that Franklin hold in their ult bank. It will be the sound barrier that actually does manage to land. But the post bomb again, bumped into a corner. Dario blows Ghost to bits. Wonderful combo play from the Lucio and Tracer, Franklin Phoenix, and an explosive finish and win to map number 1.
Oh, I need to see that again. Please tell me that is the play of the game.
Wow.
That was the boop of the century coming in.
Insane.
And it was not. We can hear it right now. It doesn't cast anymore. And it was right. But the fact that the boop up, yes, somebody gets stuck with that. And instantly, because they're on the Baptiste now, don't have the Suzu, and I'm pretty sure they used Lamp early when Tyler was getting pushed by Glacier. So they didn't have it at their disposal, but the boop right up into the corner, right where the supports are holding up.
Yeah.
And that's great. Map done right there.
The map's done, and it's gone. And you have to give a lot of credit. Frank and Phoenix, they know how to play a Reinhardt rush. I mean, I don't think I saw a moment where these players were not together, with the exception of Dario, but that's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
You're like a little mosquito buzzing in the opponent's ear. But everybody else was playing as one big group. And I particularly want to shout out Poke Mini Me. We talked about them a little bit previously, but this composition would not work with the existence of a Lucio and a tank who can help guide the squad forwards. There's just so many executional things that are going on at a micro level. We only see the big picture, but all the small little parts that are going into place, allowing Franklin Phoenix to succeed is amazing.
And you wonder why they're good at the Reinhardt comps? You look at their head coach. It's Louis, who, if you've been around collegiate for a long time, was a Ryan player for UT Dallas, was one of the main reasons they went on giant runs in ABC. So it makes sense why, Louis is there, they're running the Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Because, hey, you got one of the best collegiate Reinhardt players we've had in the last decade coaching you. You're going to know how to push in. I think Lake Point, they started to make the right adjustments.
They did.
The May is the right adjustment. I would love to see them do that, but keep the Moga. That would be the one swap that I would personally make. But depending on what map we go to for the second map, if we go to, something that's, super divey like Watch Point, then their entire game plan is going to change anyway.
Yeah, well, it is Lake Point's pick, so they will get to choose where the map is. I don't think that they're going to pick something like a more divey.
It's S-Core, so I'm like...
Or it's hybrid.
It is hybrid. You're right,
yes.
true. So I hope not Kings Row. Because
you know what?
everybody practices it.
But Kings Row, brawl matchup?
Yes.
That's like
okay,
a thing,
as a neutral, I love it. For the sake of Lake Point trying to force a map 3, considering what just happened, I don't know if I'm as big of a fan.
I'm actually going to counter your point here.
Okay.
Because when Lake Point did the best, they were mirroring the brawl. They were mirroring the aggression. The second that Lake Point said, okay, we're going to swap, we're going to try to counteract what they're doing. We're no longer butting heads. We're playing this more tempo style. We're playing slower, allowing the opponents to make mistakes. And to us, that just didn't happen. I want to see them run full at each other, fists ablazing, bodies are laying all over the place. Like this, that's the kind of Overwatch that Lake Point has found success in so far.
They just love to push in. With that May, if they can somehow wall off Glacier and just punish immediately before Suzu can come out, before the speed boost can get him out, that is the type of aggression Lake Point need. But we'll have to wait and see what map they decide to do, as I believe they're still trying to figure it out over there at the Fortress. But why not take this time as well? Mental reset.
Yes.
Like you said, this is the first finals for Lake Point. Yes, they've been here, for other games in the past. Some of these players have been here before, but in this kind of setting, it is very different. You have all the noise behind you that you're trying to deal with. Even down in the main venue, we saw that earlier today. But as we go into Kings Row, it is, what a shocker. It is Kings Row.
Hey, unfamiliar setting, familiar map.
Well, kinda.
Kinda? It's Kings Row, man.
Sorta.
You can't go wrong with that.
It's Scrims Row.
It is. That's very true.
Scrims Row
That's
for
very
a
true.
reason. But as we look at this here, so this is the beginning of the map. End of the map is going to be right over here. So we're going to start over here at this capture point. So the defense, especially with the capture point being right there, they are going to want to try and hold down Hotel. So Hotel is this little building right here. They want to hold that, and if they have hit scans or like an honor or something, they're going to hide up here. A lot of the time, especially once the attack pushes in, they're going to reset to this back corner because there's that mini pack in the Hotel, and there's a health pack back here if they need it as well. So expect the defense to either, they're going to play, if it's the more Reinhardt that we've seen, they're going to play right here at the choke. They don't want them to have the opportunity to try and go up here or to try and go in Hotel. But if we see a dive, if they want to try and challenge everybody on the high ground, they're either going to rotate all the way around here and then jump over, or we're going to see them maybe even rotate underneath and go all the way up. And that will force the head scans to go over here. And that will at least allow them to get to the point without all the pressure from all these different angles that you can shoot at here on this map on the high ground.
One of the hardest parts of King's Row is initially getting to that payload section because there's so many different spots on the high grounds that you have to know pathing in these rotations. Symmetra is a very helpful tool for a lot of those things, but otherwise you're using this Lucio speed, maybe a Maywall trying to isolate someone who's out of position, but that's really going to be the true teller. Can Lake Point get themselves to a map 3? It's nowhere near out of the cards yet, but if you can't get through this first point, we're going to have to reconsider that.
Yeah, especially because it is, it is so hard sometimes to cap this point. Streets phase usually goes, well, when you get over here, it can get a little sticky. Because especially at this end, there's so many different points where they want to hold, but especially once we get into Streets phase, you're just pushing it on through. You got little high grounds here and there to play off of. But it is really, all right, where do you see the Maywalls? You're going to see Maywalls here at Arch. You're going to see here by the library and at the end of the point at this phase. So I would love to see the May coming out from either of these teams because it is such a narrow map. You can see it here, especially once you get into the payload aspect of this map. It is so tight to where any Maywall is going to block everything from wall to wall. And you got to either have a very quick swift step in Suzu from your Kiriko, which it happens, but also you're risking your Kiriko's life at that point to make sure they get out. Or you got to hope and pray you can break that wall fast enough to get your tank out of the way.
And that's kind of the thing, too. I always joke that when I drive through D.C., I always get very confused and lost because the streets are all over the place and they're very narrow. That's what King's Row is. I mean, England's, it's been around a lot longer than that anyway. So it's much worse. You can put up a single wall and there's no traffic in either direction. Nobody is going to be able to get through, which is a tool that I want to see Lake Point especially exploit more. If I see Glacier alongside a friendly Maywall, I'm scared for the Ghost's safety moving on.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared regardless because it's Ryan's home pretty much.
It is.
The competitive scene, but the Maga especially. The fact that, this is maybe a small tangent. The fact that Maga did not get nerfed, crazy to me. And the fact that he's going to get buffed soon, it sounds like. That's a whole other tangent we can go off of. But
you could have like a 10-minute YouTube video.
Franklin on the attack. And we can see it. The one thing I'm not even going to talk about yet because I think it could happen is that funny hero from Dario. We'll see if that's actually legit. But they did take a little bit of it. They're not going to go the Maga. They're going to play a little more range with the Sigma, but they do have Swellen on the May. The prayers have been answered for the Lake Point Ghost. That will really put Glacier in difficult spots. And it will have to be Quad and Pokey and Misty who have to break those walls quick because they are running the Baptiste variant of this. And they are going to stick it. Okay.
It's always that one shot you want to take out of the spawns. Dario got a face full of shield, so he's going to drop on down and swap back over to the Tracer, which you saw how good he is at that specific hero. Tyler does take a very close angle, and he's paying the price for it. That hammer, you really can't do much, even with Sigma's massive boulder. Swellen has the wall of defeat. He's looking for a spot to put it. Does match the wall off Glacier, and that's what we're talking about. Immediate shield forces so many resources out of Franklin Phoenix, even if they're not quite ready yet. What does concern me, Jesse? Glacier's 80% of an Earth Shatter.
Oh, Lord. 93. Here we go. They won't even need it.
No, he doesn't even need it. You just go ahead, you wait for your cooldowns to come up. There's a lot of teams that would just see, all right, we get one kill, we zoom on forwards. No, Franklin Phoenix, they bide their time, have their cooldowns, and take the best fight possible.
They just, wait and wait. All right, wall was used. We don't have to worry about that for a few seconds. Even though it got a little close.
It got a little hairy.
Left by, 80 HP? Maybe 100? But they're able to get out. Time bank is replenished. That is 5.5 minutes for the Franklin Phoenix to work with as they start making their way through Streets phase. Right there is where those Maywalls are really going to help here for Swellen. That's why they're being so aggressive with this. They do not want to give up Archway for free.
No. It'll be the Maywall going up, but no one is ready for Glacier Saturn. The boulder suns him down just for a little bit, but too little, too late. Franklin's Phoenix have struck, and Lake Point have no choice but to be sent back to the spawn.
At this point, you'd have to just go. You have to go back to spawn because you cannot stall out too long. Yes, you get Glacier, but at what cost? Your Lucio gets staggered out, so does your Sigma, and this cart will continue to push on forward. That is the one thing that kind of sucks sometimes as the Sigma going against the Rhine. As soon as you put that shield on, you see them walk past it, you know exactly what is about to happen. And they may make this a 2-fight Streets phase.
It might,
depending on how quickly Lake Point can get back at this. they do have the window to work with early and that sound barrier if they need the emergency button for here for Lake Point.
They have options. Don't have an answer to the sound barrier exactly, so the Deadeye out first and it zooms on through. Oh, the Crash barely got the Cassidy alive. Unfortunately, Mori met the same fate anyways. It'll be the sound barriers on either side, but Franklin, that's a ton of resources out. The Gravitic Flux is great at doing these massive chunks of damage. Now the Blizzard is being chucked in. Every Q button that these teams had available has essentially been pressed, and Peekaboo has one of the final saves. Lake Point is digging their feet in and standing tall, forcing Phoenix on a retreat.
Phoenix gonna fly away for now, but these Stagers, they're bad on the other end
go
too.
out.
As yeah, Glacier and Pokemini both get taken out. And the big thing I love here, the discipline, they still have amp.
They do.
Which it was used, you see, Window, Pulse, Deadeye, be all used in a losing fight.
Yes.
For Frank, those are the kind of fights that break your ult economy and can really start the comeback here for Lake Point.
What concerns me though, you don't have an answer for the Flux unless the Mammo goes up. Swellen might have just saved Tyler's life. I hope he gets a high five after all of the dust settles here. It'll be the Ant Matrix going out. Mori behind it. None comes up with anything too significant. Franklin Phoenix biding their time, waiting for that speed amp to come through. Very risky to play this close. It's a nice Maywall from Swellen, but you don't exactly have the team damage to follow up and confirm an elimination on Franklin Phoenix's side. So we're about back to square zero with Quad inching closer to an ult.
Yes, we've had 2 miniature fights, but nobody really died.
I like this angle.
Kind of been positioning. There goes the ball. Doesn't catch anybody this time.
And the Glacier now with no fear. There's no Maywall in place. He's charging straight in. Turns Peekaboo into a pancake. Gravitic Flux, a nice attempt. Blizzard on top of it. Lake Point just now get their ultimates up on time, and it's just a little bit too late for anything to actually come out of it. Well, Lake Point had the right idea. It was Franklin who cleaned the dust first.
The Blizzard may be a tad late, but I understand, like, hey, we still want to win this fight, and it does force the sound barrier out from Frank.
It does.
So honestly, you take that as kind of an even keel, don't need to worry about it. Tyler goes over to the horse. The Orisa is out and loose here for the Ghost. This will be a straight out counter to Glacier. They're just trying to bully them in front with the Jasmine, with the Fortify, and make sure they can't take as much space as quickly.
It's been a minute since we've seen Orisa in team play after a heap of nerfs that went towards the hero, but look at this. Glacier's already struggling to push on up. Orisa has so much individual sustain, the stuns, the knockback, but still nothing to stop the earth from breaking underneath Lake Point's feet. That's just an immediate fight win for Franklin every time that ultimate's up.
Yeah, especially now, there is no shield in play.
No.
So the only time you really have to worry about is, hey, is Swellen going to put the Maywall up in time? It saved, it didn't block it last time, but it saved it. They should be able to touch here from Peekaboo, but do they live?
Oh,
That's the no!
No! Yeah, the sound barrier going down. It was an Ajax. It was a wonderful play out of Pokemini-Me, preventing the song from going out and keeping Lake Point on their feet. So Franklin Phoenix are getting a full completion to King's Row with just shy of 3 minutes on the clock.
What are with the boops today?
It's insane.
It's the fact that they boop them up and it's like, oh, you want the window to get value? Here you go. Just right on up for you. As
giving them a gift.
Yeah, just a gift is honestly for Peekaboo. At that point, you just be like, all right.
Yeah.
Fair play. Because at that point, you got to try pop it as soon as you get out there. There's no reason to try and hold it. I can't blame them for trying to pull it out. It's just the fact that Frank, like, we know you have it. Like, we know you're going to try and do something with this. And boop, Deadeye, done. Fight over, and granted, they made up some ground in Street's phase.
They did.
Lake Point, that time man could have been way worse than what it is right now, considering the way they had a good amount of time.
It was like 5.5 minutes. They shaved about 3 off that.
Yeah, they shaved a few off, so at least a good adaptation there for Lake Point. They'll make another one now. The JQ coming out.
I don't know if this is.
I don't know if it sticks either.
Dario?
Actually, yeah, they're on the Ash. I've been waiting for this. I will not lie to you. I've been waiting for him to pull it out.
Okay.
Because he used to pull it out all the time. He pulled it out last year. But Ash, as you know, not like the greatest in meta right now. She's kind of okay. She's a worse cast. You know, like that's kind of where she's at right now. But I want to see this. Okay.
That'll be interesting. Lake Point, what you cooking? What's going on in the kitchen? It'll be Mori, and ideally for this initial shot, has a damage boost and maybe a bit of scouting presence. Sees a couple players, the shield goes up just in time, protecting Quad's head from being ripped off. So Lake Point are keeping on this composition for now. I guess it's not a bait after all.
Speaking of that, There you go.
Do that.
Or
You know,
at least-
one change.
Yeah,
one change.
Mori goes over to the Tracer. Lucio comes out from Peekaboo.
Okay.
And this will now be the full. This will like
There you go.
give me Jones flashbacks here.
It goes back, and then this is a quick rotation. Lake Point moves themselves through Hotel. Like how low Glacier already is. Misty's Immortality Field is barely keeping the tank alive, but it's enough for everyone on the Phoenix to come behind Glacier's shields and knock the opponents down.
The only issue I have right now that I could maybe foresee here for Lake Point, yes, they're going to have a great answer to what these three are wanting to do. Can you find an answer for Dark? Because he's going to be hiding up on that high ground, and the only real way you have presence up there is if you can hit the Jagged Blade from Tyler to drag them down or do exactly what they're doing right now and run all the way across.
And we talked about how important contesting this high ground is and before this map even started. It is going to be a quick drop down though, so nobody is actually going after the Ashe player, which could come back to bite Lake Point later. For now, they're focusing on contesting the point. The Suzu is done and gone with, and Tyler's health bar is struggling as a result, but not as much as Glacier. Gets the Earth Shatter up, but doesn't have time to use it. Lake Point find themselves with the window of opportunity, but this is the problem. Who's watching Quad? Who's watching Dario? Absolutely nobody, and this is a big issue. Lake Point, they were so close, almost there, but the one thing that they forgot about came back to bite them.
That one thing that's looming around, like, yes, obviously Glacier is the big guy with the shield that's in front of you that's been terrorizing the lobby so far. But you got to make sure you look out for the squishies as well, as they at least they get one permanent tick on there. So something out of that push. But you still have 2 minutes here, and considering the time bank for Franklin, you're for their sake, probably the next fight or two they want to cap. Hey!
Ooh, the Suzu, it no longer keeps enemies up off their that last change. So again, that Earth Shatter remaining unanswered and an efficient fight win for Phoenix.
Mori.
Stagger. More, you know. Oof, Dario, what a shot.
The fact that you had the Reinhardt coming up from under, you had Dar Wayne's like, I know you're jumping or you're running into a Reinhardt. Either way, you're running into either me or my friends. The thing here for Lake Point now.
Yep.
Kitsune Rush is there, as well as Swellen's ultimate. So they can really rush that in, and there's the Rampage as well.
And this is the best fight for them to win, unless both supports are standing behind Quad and in his crosshairs. A good win con. Lake Point had the right idea, but weren't prepared for Franklin's astronomical response.
Yeah, what a response to that. It's like, all right, I don't care if you're Kitsune rushing in my face. I'm just going to pop the Deadeye. No fear whatsoever there for the Cassidy.
It's common theme today.
And they know Mori's. They are hunting Mori down. Oh my goodness.
And that's so smart.
They get a trade at least the falls and points open.
That's not bad. And look at that, there's no bomb. You don't have to worry about the Ashe on the high ground. That's the thing that got you earlier. Tyler does go a little bit too close to the sun, or in this case, the Glacier. Lake Point finally have their sound barrier online. It does only hit the support, so Swellen and Mori don't have the same amount of sustain as the rest of their teammates, and Glacier is all right to go ahead and knock some people down to size, leaving one more chance for Lake Point to cap.
One final opportunity for Lake Point to avoid dropping to the lower brackets. Obviously a tricky spot to be in, but still not the be-all end-all. We've seen the last two champions have been from lower brackets.
They have.
So that is something we got to point out, but this could be tricky as Mori's already down.
And you're looking at a bomb and Earth Shatter. Franklin, Phoenix, they have everything in the world. Dario is the problem. He's the one factor. Lake Point cannot figure out how to counter. It's an Earth Shatter, but rather one of victory. Glacier lays down, touching the spawn doors. Lake Point looking just about as good as done. Is a touch in the cards. Yes, Tyler's able to get there close to their ultimate. So you're gonna have enough time to build it. That ultimate from Quad, not to mention the good old robot Butler on the objective, and Dario simply don't miss people. Lake Point Ghost, they tried their best, they gave it the all, but Franklin Phoenix are the top team, the #1 seed for a reason. Moving to the winners finals, 2-0.
#1 seed in that upper final. They will await, I believe it is North Orange County Kraken. I believe they'll be meeting up there in that upper final, as it actually will be, here we go, play of the game. That was right when, Kitsune Rush in your face. No care in the world there for Quad. But what a performance here for Franklin, because they got to make sure, for them, it's consistency.
It is.
You got to make sure, as you're the top team, everybody is looking at you. Every single game, they're going to try and force you to make those mistakes. This time around, and not everybody's hyping up Quad as they see the playback. But for Lake Point, like we said, not done yet. And honestly, like we said, last two Overwatch champions have been from the lower bracket. That is where teams, especially in this tournament, they love picking up steam. And Lake Point are still a very scary team to deal with.
They absolutely are. If you look at these top 4, we've said it so many times today, the margins are relatively close. Lake Point did everything right, in my opinion. It just always felt that Franklin Phoenix were one step ahead, and that's how small of a margin a lot of these teams are going to be separated by. Franklin has some team synergy. You and I, we cast collegiate all the time. Franklin looks better than some collegiate teams that we see in terms of synergy, and that is absolutely outstanding. The level of competition here at the XP League Finals is not to be understated.
These are the best teams in North America for a reason, as we got to look back at the action here from that series, and just what a performance, like we said, from the Phoenix. Because like you said, the coordination is ridiculous.
It's insane.
Coming out from the Phoenix, and that's where a lot of the prep and all those practices come into play. And I can't wait to see, though, what Lake Point is able to cook up in the lower bracket, because I would not want to play them right now. I will not, like, considering how well they played on Control against Franklin, I think on Control, it got a little away from them. It got a little away.
Yeah.
But over on Control, they looked really solid. On the Maga comp, the Winston comp, I think if the matchup was better, would have worked in their favor as well. So look out for Lake Point, man. We may see them later today, depending on how things shake up.
Yeah, Lake Point isn't a team to count out by any means.
No.
And honestly, we may not be shocked if we see them later on. But we're not done with them just yet. We're going to go ahead and go back over to some replays, break down a little bit more of the action, what we saw, and kind of set up what we have to look forward to moving on in the rest of the series today.
So you're looking at this. This is the kind of plays that we love seeing from teams, like everybody going on in. That Deadeye, massive there for Franklin, utilizing the fix that came in with the Deadeye. He's basically just speed rocket boosting around the map with Deadeye now. And the fact that Dario able to get out of the recall right away, finish the round, and just time after time, Glacier in front, just W. W, W, W. Like we saw it in the Val game, ASD, not a thing. It is just the W key on their keyboard and stuff like that. That is what really is showing up here for Franklin, that kind of team play. And no matter where you look, plays are being made.
Especially once you get higher into these levels of gameplay, team synergy becomes infinitely more important. You could have the best player in the world on your team, but still lose to a squad who knows how to play with one another. And Franklin Phoenix, to me, is that squad today.
We saw that in Collegiate. We like Winthrop. You see, like, it's this super team in Collegiate. They finished 4th in the Collegiate Championships because the team play from other teams ended up being better. And that is sometimes what happens in these. Like, yes, you could have the highest ranked people. You could be feeling yourself, you know, fall, winter, spring, doing well, but it's all what matters here. And I also think for map 2 for Lake Point, I think the jitters maybe started getting to them a little bit. Because like I said, this is their first time at LAN.
It's hard.
It's an adjustment for them. But Phoenix, like 3 out of the 5 starters are former champions of Overwatch, and a lot of them have been here. I think every single player has been here before. So they're used to this. This is not new for them whatsoever, and it's that calm and coolness that I think really won them that series.
And it's what it comes from, is experience
Yeah.
and all of this time you spend working together, but also in unfamiliar environments. And that's what's so great about this tournament, Jesse, is that these kids have the chance to play within a professional LAN with a broadcast, with fans, with cheering, with all of these other distractions, fun, flashy lights. I was like chasing them like a cat earlier on when we were getting set up. Like, it's such a difficult thing to master. And what the NAF allows these players to learn how to do, like, I would have loved to do something like this when I was their age. And I'm so glad that they have the opportunity to follow a passion of theirs. That was a sign they were holding up earlier, the definition of passion, and these players have it with them today.
No matter what, like, not even just the teams we just saw, but all the teams you can see behind us. Games are continuing to go on as the stream games are going. It's just the passion. The passion and the love for these games is super apparent. And even the parents, you know, I was talking to a few of them down there. It's like they don't always understand exactly what's going on. But they're just like, you know, my parents and your parents. They don't always know exactly what's going on when they're watching us or whatever. But they know what's going on. Like, hey, they're doing well. They can tell when they're playing well, when they're not, and when they need a little bit of a pick-me-up. That's the kind of support that this league is just incredible with. But that is, you know, end of it here for the upper semis.
And it's been an incredible experience to have for Overwatch. And this is just a taste of what this specific game has for the rest of the weekend. We still have several more players that are about to take the stage. And for that, we're going to go ahead and send it on over to our hosts for our Apex coming on up.
I believe, Actually, I think we're getting
Apex Legends. We got Apex Legends coming on up.
Inaudible here. going over to commercial first.
A commercial
We gotta
first.
get everybody
There we
ready
go.
there for Apex.
Smart.
Get ready, because Apex has been one of the closest games all year long in the regular
yeah.
season. Get ready, that Apex action is going to be absolute heat. So stay tuned. Apex is right after this.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Gaming, esports, performance. When we started out, it was nothing like today. For us, the mission to create the best gaming gear never ends. Our goal is to eliminate anything standing between you and the game. And you're never faster than your equipment's ability to turn your movements into action. Crafted with input from the best players in the world, our 6th generation of gaming mice are designed for superior control and faster than ever before. M64, M68. Available with true 8K wireless technology. Cherry Extrafy. In it to win it.
Planning for college? At Class 101, we help our students develop college lists, stay on top of deadlines, maximize scholarship opportunities, write those essays, and so much more. With our 10 services, we'll help your student get into the right college at a price your family can afford. It's simple. We work around your schedule, one-on-one, and every student will have a list of items to complete with deadlines before their next meeting. We work with students as soon as 8th grade and offer a comprehensive roadmap to make the path to higher education simple and more enjoyable for families. But remember, it's not just about getting your student into college. It's about helping them find their future.
We're here right outside Full Sail Live. If you're getting a little hungry or a little thirsty, this is the place to go. Who am I here with?
Innovative Concessions Enterprises.
What's your name?
My name is Don.
James. Billy.
And what do you guys have here? One each.
Dippin' Dots ice cream. Come and get some.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, frozen Minute Maid, donuts.
Yeah,
got all the good stuff.
Plus we have pretzels, nachos, chips, and donuts. So anything you need, come on and get it.
So that late night gaming snack that you have, they all have right here. So come on down. It's right outside. There's also coffee and lemonade truck right next to it. So if you're looking for a little pick-me-up, definitely come stop by. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are hanging out here in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. There is some Rocket League gameplay happening behind me. It's getting pretty tense, I'll be honest. We've seen some incredible gameplay from our Overwatch players, Valorant players so far this morning, but we haven't even scratched the surface. We're bringing you more casters, more excitement, more gameplay, and next up is one of my personal favorites, Apex Legends. So I'm going to throw it over to our casters in the live venue. Take it away, Runner and Kuzer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Runner the Rabbit, Runner the Rocks, Noel Bray, or Noah Bray, whatever you'd like to call me. And I'm joined by... Hold on, put this on?
Hey, I'm Kuzer, also known as Colin, and I'm excited to help cast today for the XP League North American Finals for Apex Legends.
You know, this feels so weird. I never thought I'd be joined by an actual robot today. This is actually quite exciting.
Yeah, I'm actually an AI program. They brought me in, they coded me themselves, so really excited to give some machine perspective here.
Exactly. But, you know, we're not just here to talk about who's AI or who's not. We're here to talk about Apex Legends, especially with the match that's going on super soon on World's Edge. World's Edge, especially after all this changes, has a lot of interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of comps you can bring out with the patch that came out on Tuesday, with the blood nerfs and everything going on. I'm really excited to see what our players can bring out and what they're going to present for us today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we saw the R99 finally come back into its perfect form, that laser beam of a gun that I always used to love.
I mean, yeah, with the Havoc nerfs coming in, with the mag size being decreased, hopefully we can stay away from the double AR meta. I really like it when we get some SMGs or some snipers in there. Really excited to see what they do with that.
That is true. They did upgrade the longbows, headshot multiplier to 2.25. So that's exciting to see. We will, most likely we'll still see some Sentinel because that is still the dominant sniper rifle of the meta.
Yeah, and especially with the 4-10 Digi nerf, excited to see how that might affect our players too. Not being able to see through smoke with the Digi anymore. I mean, with Bangalore being so prevalent, will that allow some players to make some plays that they wouldn't have before? How will they cross that space? I'm really excited to see that.
And it's the exact same with Bloodhound. Bloodhound can no longer see smoke in Beast of the Hunt. And also, due to these changes in Upheaval, he can no longer, unless you get that level 3 upgrade, no longer get his duration extended on Nox. That is the most interesting thing about these changes that have happened.
Oh yeah, especially having to choose now whether you want the tactical cooldown duration. So you're really choosing between the info from the actual scans and just the actual ult duration that gives you that extra movement speed and the extra shooting power and fighting power.
Exactly. Well, as we can see here, we have the map of World's Edge. One of the classic maps, in my opinion. And Kuzer, I just have to ask, where do you think the most important drop points are going to be?
Well, I mean, number one, I'm going to have to go with SkyWest Trials. It's a classic. The fact that you can do the trials there and get a full gold set for one of your teammates, always extremely strong, absolutely insane. I'm thinking also Lava Siphon, another really strong POI, tons of loot, allows a lot of those edge teams or those really fighting teams to get really that loot advantage that they take when they want to go take those team fights.
I will agree. The map doesn't have names, so it's hard to remember every single location. But here, I'm going to say Big Mod and Stacks. We brought that up earlier. This area right here is a powerhouse of gunfights. You will constantly see at least 2 to 4 teams bouncing back and forth on this, pinging each other with shots. It's insane. But I also think we need to talk about Epicenter too. Epicenter is a very important area. This area right here is one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the biggest areas of loot and tactical fighting that we see at Apex.
I mean, yeah, a lot of those buildings give you a lot of movement and a lot of height differentials that allow you to really go between them and give some really interesting plays, specifically for M and K players, being able to tap strafe and do things like mantle jumps. It's a playground for those players, and I'm really excited to see if we have any fights take place there.
Oh, 100%. Now, one thing I would love to see in this, we talked about it earlier, Mirage. I'm a meme lord. I love Mirage.
Oh, I would absolutely love to see Mirage too. Pork chops going everywhere, get some bamboozles going. It would be a blast.
100%. And another thing we're going to see is, especially with a lot of these champion changes, we might be seeing a little bit more of, a Watson Horizon coming back, especially with that change to Fuse, with Scar Tissue being able to negate fire damage in essence.
I mean, yeah, allowing your Fuse player to get aggressive off of his ult and getting those scans, it's going to be absolutely massive. And having somebody like Watson who can help negate that Fuse, I think it'd be a great counter and a great job for some of these teams to be able to read that that's going to be going on.
100%. Now, I have to ask, we brought up the changes of Bloodhound. We need to bring up the changes to Bangalore. What is your take on this whole smoke situation, being able to see smoke within 20 meters?
I mean, I think it's a great change overall. I mean, being able to see people at that close range really allows people to take fights close without, just being thrown hands up in the air, just guessing where you're going to be. But it also allows you to still keep the advantage of being able to have, hey, like if you want to smoke your cross and there's a team in a building across from you, you can still make that cross now with Bangalore. It really allows her to give you that maneuverability in that close range while still not giving you or punishing you for taking a fight close range.
And that's true. And it's still useful for Save Haven, I think is the upgrade's name, where you can, I think it's enhanced healing within smoke, if I remember correctly. Might be a little off about that. But the big thing is now that it's at 20 meters, SMG players and shotgun players have that advantage over Bangalore teams if they want to, push in.
I mean, yeah, Nox Vision in your caustic gas as a caustic, that's always been super strong for those close range fightings. And essentially you're getting that now for every player in close range in Bang Smokes. So I'm really excited to see our players take that and really run to the win with it, with picking up those SMGs, those shotguns, hopefully a little less AR.
Exactly. Now, before we start, I have one question. Is everyone ready for this match of Apex Legends? That's what I like to hear.
Oh yeah, we are so pumped and so ready to get this going.
We are all ready to go. I need to ask for some predictions. Who are you going to see majorly? Who do you think we're going to see majorly in this matchup?
I'm going to still stick with Bang Blood. I think that's going to be these teams sticking to their guns. Maybe a little bit of Seer gameplay. I'm a big fan of Seer. I would love to see some of those Seer ults coming out. It's really fun to see some fights with that. But I'm going to have to stick with some Bang Blood.
I'm going to be real. I'm going to say we're going to see a lot of Horizon Watson, as I said earlier, just because of all those changes. And I also think, just to be a little weird here, I think we might see Caustic, even though his gas isn't exactly the best anymore.
I mean, yeah, Caustic's always been really strong, especially on World's Edge. I mean, all those buildings as close range fights, Caustic's always been a great space taking utility legend and holding down in these buildings, and especially like skyhook zones, having those close knit buildings together. Caustic's always been super strong.
100%. So, as we can see, we have some pretty interesting first picks. I notice a conduit here.
I also see Octane Lifeline out of Rough Decks. Octane Lifeline Revenant even. Oh, this is going to be an exciting matchup. I can already tell.
What is that?
I mean, that is a full aggressive comp. I expect to see them just pushing teams left and right.
In a nutshell. It's interesting. And we do see a duo team with the Bearded Dragons here. Running an Octane, and I think I saw it correctly.
A Lifeline.
Lifeline.
Yeah, Octane Lifeline. That's a crazy comp to run as a duo.
You brought it up, Troy Eagles running that Pathfinder. You brought it up earlier in our conversation. There's the Pathfinder you wanted.
Oh yeah, I mean, with his upgrades recently getting changed to where he can have those zip lines that allow you to take less damage, I think he's going to be super strong, especially for some of those mid-game rotates that might not be as feasible as they were before.
100%. And now, another thing, I do want to bring this up as the looting commences. One of the things that I tend to notice with these updates is they like to change the digital sites, and they got rid of the 1x.
Yeah, absolutely. A little while ago, they got rid of the 1x digi threat because they really wanted to make it where that was really a loot difference, right? There is no counter to somebody having a 1x digi unless you have a 1x digi. So really having that removed, and especially now them doing that with the 4-10, it really allows players to have more of a fair fighting advantage based on loot.
Yeah, and I think that's really good. Now, and with the gold loot pool being so different with, if I remember correctly, it is the longbow is in the gold loot pool as well as the Nemesis? Or was Nemesis put in care package?
I think, no, Nemesis is definitely in gold loot pool. No, definitely. They put the Devotion in care package.
Yeah, Devotion. So many energy weapons. So many weapons to remember. All of them viable in their own right.
I mean, that's one thing I do love about Apex is they do do a great job balancing their guns. I mean, a lot of things are viable, especially like even the Mozambique with hammer points is a viable gun, especially for these players. So seeing that difference in how they want to run their loadouts is absolutely insane to see.
Well, it looks like we've already gotten elimination. The Shogun have been knocked out in a quick gunfight. I
believe Shogun, they might have been the duo team. I'm not sure, but they definitely might have. I only think I saw 2 get eliminated, so.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, so it's still kind of looting. We're still in that early preparatory phase of this matchup. You're not gonna see a lot of gunfights, in all honesty. Oh, well, we do have a minor technical issue, but just real fast, let's talk a little bit more about these gun pools a little bit. There was a crash that we want to exemplify that, but let's talk about these guns a little bit more.
I mean, yeah, seeing something like the Wingman on the ground as well out of the care pack now, I love the Wingman. It is such a skill expressive gun. It's so fun to see people use it. But with the removal of the mag, you have to hit your shots now. Otherwise, you don't get the DPS out. And I personally think it's great.
And it's not just that, it's the Skull Piercer rounds being removed as well, because they remove those entirely from the loot pool, which I thought was interesting because now it takes away the 30-30 Wingman combo that you would tend to see.
I mean, yeah, with the nerf to the 30-30 coming in, and especially now they've buffed the G7. The G7 has gotten extremely strong with the fire rate being increased and just like overall the damage going up. I personally love the G7. I've been a fan of the G7 since Gibby meta, and I love to see that coming back over something like the 30-30.
100%. I mean, it's just those like mid to long range rifles that are always a pleasant experience to have. G7, Hemlock, Flatline, if you dare be so brave. There's just all sorts of guns that are that mid to long range that work well. And now, the reason I didn't include the R301 is that just hits like an SMG more than they are.
I mean, yeah, the R301, it's got so little recoil, they've just put it into a pea shooter because just the skill expression on it is so low. But I would love to see the 301 come back. It's a staple of Apex Legends. Everybody loves it. It's such a popular gun. Seeing that make a comeback would be great.
Well, I mean, it's on all the cover art. It's like you look at any cover art for Apex, it's on the art, and it's one of the best guns. In my opinion, it is the best gun. While it is a pea shooter, it will forever be in that placement in my heart.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people have the 301 in their hearts. I mean, I remember picking up the game when it first came out and just picking up the 301 and thinking to myself, whenever I used it, just, I am so good at this. Like, this is my game. But I mean, it's a staple of the game. I mean, you said it yourself. It's in all the cover art. Like, everybody knows the 301 when they see it. So seeing it more competitive would actually be such a great service to us.
100%. We're going to be restarting real soon. There is one more thing I want to talk about, and it is the care package now. And it's that devotion being in the care package with boosted loader being added on. That's going to be a hard fight to get to that because that is extremely devastating.
I mean, yeah, I've seen multiple opportunities where with such a large mag size on it, you can kill 2 full players with the devotion. It is an insane piece of firearm to have in your hands. Like I love the devotion. I think it's a great gun, and just having it in the care package at such a high level is absolutely insane for these players.
Well, we are jumping back in. That was a quick fix. Got it all done. Once again, we are back on World's Edge. Let's just see.
Yeah, really.
If we have those same picks.
Yeah, I'm excited to see potentially where some players might not have realized they were being contested. Maybe we see some team comp changes out of these teams to see, hey, like, oh, we're going to be fighting early now. We need to get some different changes going. Maybe do we run a conduit now? Do we run like a revenant? Seeing some of these changes out of these teams will be really interesting.
I'm already seeing a Fuse and a Crypto and an Ash. That's an interesting pick. Ash, a person that has been out of the meta, not even in the question of the meta, is being played today.
I mean, alongside a Newcastle Crypto as well. I mean, that's just such an interesting comp. I am super excited to see what they choose to play with that comp, like how their play style is and where they land. It's going to be really interesting.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Peacekeeper getting picked up by the Newcastle, especially now with Castle Wall having that, boosted movement. I think that's a game changer, 100%, to play Newcastle.
I mean, Newcastle also, his shield now acts like a one-way pylon, like a one-way Watson pylon, which is really going to be good, especially against these Fuse teams or these Bang teams who want to smoke you or throw their knuckle clusters at you. I mean, it's going to be a great pickup. I'm a big fan of Newcastle, especially with shotguns being so usable on him. He is going to be a really fun legend to watch.
I am going to tend to agree with that. I didn't know it was a one-way Watson pylon. They didn't put that in the patch notes. that is a surprise to me. Is we can see another, the crypto Bangalore Bloodhound. There's that Bangalore Bloodhound you brought up. Let's see where they're kind of going with this. This meta has shifted quite a lot, especially since the release of Alter.
I mean, yeah, seeing a team comp like that with 2 Recon Legends, I mean, I have not seen a lot of teams run 2 Recon Legends, but I mean, it's really interesting to see what you would pick up a Crypto and a Bloodhound. I mean, the Crypto allows you to retrieve banners from a distance and get resets going. So I really like it, especially if you're looking to take fights early. It gives you that usability to where, oh, if we're not doing so well or we lose a couple of players, you can always reset and go back at it again.
And I think one of the Crypto updates that they gave was that, like, at level 3, you could pick an upgrade that allowed you to run faster if your drone gets destroyed. Pair that with, like, I think there's an upgrade for Bangalore that allows you to give, like, double time to your whole team. I don't remember for sure. Too many upgrades to remember.
But yeah, it is a lot. But I mean, that upgrade itself, I mean, that allows the Crypto to get more aggressive than they could before. I mean, I would love to just see a Crypto throw their drone to the wind as a meat shield, just so that way they can go and swing you with like a Havoc or an R9 and just absolutely clip you.
We might see a little bit of a fight here. And yes, we do.
I mean, yeah, seeing the Seer Lifeline Caustic team, I mean, that gives you a lot of info, especially when we have a contest here at Thermal Station coming out so early. It's going to be neat. Flow 9, I believe, going in with the Seer.
It does look like Low 9. But just a lot of shots going out across the way. Like you said, that recon with Seer is going to be extremely important in this long-term gunfight, especially now as they're pushing up really aggressively.
I mean, yeah, they got a knock on a 1, so it's going to be down to a 2v3 here, looks like, and they get the full fin. The other team seems to be leaving to maybe try to play for a reset, maybe a banner retrieval later.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, though, with how heavily they're watching this.
I mean, yeah, they seem to be chasing. I mean, personally, I would want to get these last 2 kills. I mean, that's some free points on the board for you. Seer Scan's coming out with his passive, looking for where they might be hiding or ratting to see if they're just full running. They might be sitting in a choke somewhere. That's really good info to get.
Yeah, we're starting to see that kill feed light up. Once, this is the phase now that everybody's looted up, everybody's got their guns. We're going to see a lot of gunfights happening.
I mean, yeah, a lot of these teams are making their initial rotates to maybe get to zone, maybe go look for some more Evo on some edge. I mean, this is where they might be running into some other teams, maybe contester finally happening if they were stalling for a bit longer. This is where a lot of the early stage gunfights happen.
Yeah, and once again, one of the things I've noticed is we're seeing a couple of flatlines come in. Flatline being a weapon that wasn't that common in the meta as we jump over to the Troy Eagles in a gunfight.
Yeah, Pathfinder Wraith Lifeline. This is a great comp for mobility. It gives you a lot of opportunities to move around. But Pathfinder Zip coming out, going over to Williams here. I mean, the Wraith pick is great. I love Wraith. I think Wraith is a great legend. She allows you to have so much individual movement and individual playstyle. It really shows out a Fragger's ability.
That is something I will agree with. That Wraith just being able to zoom around the map at Mach 10, basically, and get easy intel, especially after the Alter update, allowing you to see in the void enemy health bars.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be rotating here. Looks like they want to get to that northern evac here at the north side of Survey. Probably going to be looking to go get a spot in zone, potentially.
It does look like they are playing for zone. However, I don't think going towards that evac was the best option, because they could have pushed into Epicenter and had the advantage nearing that subway as we got to Troy Evo 2 in a big gunfight.
And it's going to be 1 left up as a solo here, as the lifeline will get fulfilled. He's getting full kill. He's going to drop here, and Troy Evo 2 is eliminated.
Well, there goes the Seer and Franklin Phoenix. There is one of the teams I was warned about. These guys are aggressive. They are hungry for that top spot.
I mean, you have Fuse, Bang, Blood. This is a comp that we've seen time and time again in pro play. This is what the pros have been running a lot. And just such an aggressive comp has been really interesting to see. I mean, the Fuse gives you such a good ability to push, and as well he can get his ring consoles now. So you can also have the potential to play zone. It gives you a more Evo advantage, and just, it's a great comp overall.
I will agree. Hyper aggression is the name of the game, in my honest opinion, in Apex. Coming from Titanfall, you had to play hyper-aggressive or you're not playing at all.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I love these hyper-aggressive comps. I mean, we're seeing Revenant come out. We're seeing Octane come out. All of these are legends and comps that are really, really allowing us to see a lot of people push and a lot of people take these exciting early game team fights.
Yeah, and those team fights are important. You want to be able to, get that information and flank around. And somebody like Fuse, who can lock down sightlines with Knuckle Cluster, allows you to get those easy flanks off because your team could be pushing through where the Knuckle Cluster landed.
Yeah, and it looks like Gnome Ants here. Looks like we have the double scan team. I think they landed Climatizer. We have the Blood Bank Crypto using the drone here to see where this team might be inside of Monument.
They really want this team in Monument. There's the Bang Smoke going down to cross over. Wonder what they're trying to do here. Are they trying to rotate into Monument, or do they want to push out?
I'm thinking they're looking to maybe get a spot in zone here. They don't have a ring console legend, so they don't exactly know where the second ring is pulling, but we'll see that soon. But they saw the team was in that other building, and they said, okay, how do we get around them? And then they smoked their cross. They allowed them to go wrap around the outside and go around to a building that might be deeper into zone.
And that's the only disadvantage of, gunfight happening. A lot of shots going off, and I think that's a shield broken.
Yeah, that's a shield crack onto the Valkyrie. It looks like the Valkyrie did just res 2 of his teammates, so this might just be 2 free kills landing into No Man's Laps right here once they get respawned.
And we can hear the poor teammates coming down to take what they can from their loot pools, and they're just being hunted.
I mean, yeah, the Blood Ult comes out. They get 1 on the 2 respawn players, and that's going to be a free kill for them since those players really don't have any loot coming back. And that's going to be some good Evo, some good points locked in on the board for them, and really going to help them, the rest of the series.
One thing I enjoy about the No Man's, what they're doing right now, is their Evo distribution is quite aggressive. They're purposely letting one take charge of a kill to get that Evo build up.
I mean, yeah, having a player get up to purple before the rest, that can be really, really, really good for you, especially if that character is your front line. Because if a team sees, they shoot you and they say, this team has purple, they might not want to push you as much because they might be scared of that Evo difference, especially if they're still playing zone and they're on blue.
Yeah, and since now with the upgrade system, I keep calling it the new upgrade system, but it is somewhat new still. As the gunfight kicks off.
And Gnome Darts gets a full squad wipe on the handover Horde. Is a pretty easy wipe. Looks like they used Crypto Ult there to stun and damage the enemy team before they Ash boarded onto the roof and really took the high ground on them.
Yeah, and then that's kind of what we were saying is those like hyper aggressive. I think one of them had purple, so they didn't want to push too hard. Hanover had to back off. They had to fall back, and due to that purple Evo advantage, they just rushed in. And it's something you can do when you have somebody that is as tanky as that your frontline fighter. The backlines can come in and just flank.
Absolutely. I mean, the Evo advantages are just so big here. And speaking of an Evo advantage, Franklin Phoenix here rocking triple purple. I mean, the Fuse here is almost on red. He's halfway there. I mean, this could be a great opportunity for them to take some edge fights here.
Well, I mean, he's going to be rocking out, especially with that guitar. Just at purple, whole team nearing red. I think that's a perfect opportunity to just rock.
Oh, yeah. I mean, seeing, especially with running Fuse, that gives you such a good advantage in those team fights. And there's more shots coming out here as Mustangs get a crack, but they get cracked as well as Fudu's going to have to back up and maybe heal.
Though this fight could be quite intense on these rocks. This general area near Monument is just known for these aggressive gunfights near rocks.
I mean, yeah, and especially because they knew that they had that team behind them. It's almost on reds. They're going to be playing up to the choke behind them, but they don't know that. And I believe that's what's happening right now as the third party comes in. As one goes down here, and it's up to the Lifeline Bangalore to get out of there and maybe play their life since they're under a 2-man.
I don't think they'll be able to get away in time, though. Those shots are laying in them quite heavily. Bangalore, the only one to get fully away. Double time, man. It's super useful.
I mean, yeah, that speed boost is absolutely insane when trying to get away or even trying to entry in on your opponents, but it looks like he's going to be up in that tunnel that's going to be leading into zone, so he's going to have to be careful here, or he might take too much zone damage when looking to maybe get his teammate up.
I mean, when you have no other choice, you kind of got to deal with that. You have to just go for the plays that might not be the most strategically advantageous. In the long run, though, it could help them.
I mean, yeah, they managed to craft the banner there for their third, but in the process, the lifeline goes down, the fuse ult comes out, and it looks like they're going to be sending Knuckle Clusters his way. He gets tagged, so they will know he's there.
It's a lot of chaos. One of the greatest things about Apex, it's chaos.
Yeah, I love the fact that in Apex, I mean, anything can happen. One game, a team can go out 20th with 0 kills. The next game, they can pop off and drop 20. It is such a fun time to watch Apex and see some of these team comps come out as Franklin's going to get Ash snared here. We might see another team fight going down.
Except it is quite hard to see with the Bangalore smoke going down.
Yeah, I believe Fuse got stuck there. He's taking down a 1 HP. Arcstar's coming out from both teams. The Newcastle Shield's going to be moving up on them. Drone comes out. EMP will come out as well, and the Ash Portal comes down on their heads. Looks like that's going to be the Bangalore taking down here as also Fuse goes down, but Bloodman's just as good a trade on one as he tries to fight for his life, and it's not enough. Franklin Phoenix is eliminated by the Gnome Darts.
It is not enough. There's another one of those teams. Again, bloodthirsty. They want this as much as they can. And that's how the outplay goes. You send in the Newcastle wall. It does so much damage. The crypto EMP goes out, and it just locks them down. Especially when your fuse gets stuck, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah. I mean, the movement slow of those Arcstars is really oppressive. It doesn't allow you to really get away at all. And the Ash Port, of course, being able to take your high ground instantly out of them, especially because Crypto Ult doesn't affect you while you're going through the Ash Port. So a really good timed Crypto Ult and Ash Port could really serve to destroy some teams here.
Are we seeing the duo try and find a rat spot up in the ceiling? Hey, the rats are in the walls, the rats are in the ceilings, the rats are everywhere. Will I deny it? No, it's a good strat. It will forever be a good strat.
I mean, yeah, locking down those placement points is always something that's really good for these teams. They might have blue Evo shields, but I mean, getting the placement points and for the overall score lines, I mean, that's what you really need to do as a duo. You know you're not going to be in a super advantageous spot with these team fights. So being able to lock down your points through playing some good placement, that's always going to be a big help for these teams.
Honestly, in my opinion, I personally think placement is more important than kills. The longer you can survive, the better chances you have at winning that final gunfight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the Gnome Darts here are going to be trying to maybe play a little more defensive, it looks like, with the Newcastle wall going down. They shot at a Crypto EMP earlier that I saw coming in as they're facing a fellow Crypto team, but the smoke comes out and this team might be aggressing. They might be leaving. I'm not sure.
I don't think it will be enough, because one thing we're seeing, and this is something I've noticed about a lot of Crypto play in any form, is that Crypto play is hyper aggressive for some reason. People like to play Crypto as a front line rather than a back line.
I mean, yeah, in this league, for what I've seen so far, I mean, we've just seen these Cryptos use their EMP as an entry damage when in some of the like, especially APAC North, we see Crypto as a lot more of an info gatherer, a lot more zone play. But I mean, with a knock here from this Crypto team, I mean, this is just hyper aggression we're seeing out of them.
Is that a triple take with a boosted loader? This is what I was telling you earlier. Boosted loader is going to change a lot of these, like the 30-30, the triple take now, since it can take it. It's going to change a lot of these weapons and shift entire fights.
I mean, yeah, something like the triple take having the boosted loader allows you to just have such a large mag size. It really increased it over its past mag size, and having that in your fight, not having to waste time reloading, allows you to just do so much more damage and gives you such more kill potential.
And that damage is extremely important, unless your team is almost entirely at red. As I speak, the rats get found.
Yes, they do, and they are eliminated. Shogun is taken out.
Talk about the exterminators. They knew exactly where to look. They're like, they're in the walls.
I mean, yeah, they were going straight for them. I mean, I think they probably saw the rampart walls that were setting up in the building. They probably assumed that they were there. But, I mean, yeah, that is not much of a fighting chance when you have a two-man team there.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that. Nothing, no problem there. They are, I don't know if they're destroying the rampart walls or planning on ratting in that same spot.
Yeah, I mean, using those old rampart walls could definitely be advantageous for the team. I believe we just saw a rat there playing in the middle of the cave. So it'll be interesting to see how long he can live with some of these teams fighting on the outside area here in the known MPOI.
Nothing wrong with ratting in cave. As long as they don't notice you, I think he has a pretty good advantage of surviving.
A nice Kraber attempt coming out here by this Bangalore as he gets EMP'd, and then he's getting shot in the back, as well as some great flatline shots come out as they find an opening knock on the team. It's Crypto once again. I mean, he's kill leader right now. He is doing insane work.
Did they just walk up slowly and miss a Kraber shot?
They absolutely did. They absolutely did.
You can't do that. That's no bueno for Kraber.
No, yeah, I mean, Kraber is such a strong weapon. It gives you such big entry damage. I mean, it is really an insane weapon, and now it's going to be falling into the hands of the Gnome Darts. So I'm really interested to see what they can do with that.
There's that boosted loader coming into effect. that just can shred, especially with triple take doing all, like that triple shot of damage. That boosted loader is going to help shred constantly.
I mean, especially the fact that you can use the triple take as more of a shotgun close range. It's such a versatile weapon, and not having to reload it, I mean, it just lets you do so much damage per second with it. It just really raises that DPS.
And as the ring gets smaller, sorry, I mistook what that was. Is that evac? That is evac.
That is an evac.
There's so many things going on with smoke, and now with the Bangalore ability coming down, the rolling thunder coming in, so much chaos is happening in these final moments.
I mean, yeah, it looks like they're just been landing on this other team's building. This is going to be a straight 3v3 for them. I do believe that they can manage to win this, as looks like they're going to have the high ground now. They know this team is in the building, so a good crypto EMP could come out here, and this could serve them to the death as a team inside.
So, you know how you brought up that rat? It's the last member of the Mustangs. They're still alive. They are still kicking it. Do we see that 1v3 in those final fights?
I mean, we definitely could. He has a spot that's out of zone currently, but I mean, these teams are currently focused on each other. They're trying to really take this 3v3 potentially. So, I mean, this team on roof is trying to look around. They're trying to see where that last squad is. They might have an idea it's a rat, so they don't really see any other presence coming out. But, I mean, they're probably more focused on the team that they know is beneath them.
As long as they don't look over to that rock, perfectly safe. Even in zone, so just heal through it. You'll be fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's the
yeah. I mean,
you go.
Okay, yeah, but like, I mean, seeing this team on roof, they have the Newcastle wall set up, they have the crypto, so they're going to have the info as our rat is slowly inching forwards here.
No.
Gets a smoke onto the roof, and does he know there's a team inside, though, or does he just play under the building? I think he's just going to play under the building here.
I honestly thought he was going to push up and try to fight. That, especially against a Kraber, which at point blank is so devastating. They might not notice.
I don't think they do. I mean, I think both of these teams, I mean, this team is a crypto, so they could definitely go look for it, but
why look
trying to figure out, I think, I mean, like, why would you look under the building? I mean, you know there's a team underneath you already. Why do you need to go look at them?
I mean, unless you get like an off angle and you happen to see Mustangs Bangalore just kind of doing a little wiggle, doing a little dance. I don't think that's going to happen, and we have the crypto EMP ready.
I mean, yeah, this could be a great push for them, especially if, oh,
the little wiggle.
Oh, I think they found him.
I pointed the little wiggle out.
Yep.
He's got to go.
Smoke and try to get away, but I mean, he's just going to get tracked the full way.
Oh, the poor Bangalore. He's trying their best to survive.
He's just running for his life right now.
He's
really
like,
trying to get some extra placement.
Please, let me at least get second.
Yeah, I mean, this team set up inside the building, Lifeline, Conduit, Octane. This is such a good fighting comp, and with that pad set up, they can maybe get over to one of these side rocks as zones closes in here, and maybe get some rock cover from the other side to hold the team up that's on roof.
I don't think rock cover would be that important, though, especially with the zone closing in. They don't want to risk that extra damage. Yeah, the rotate's great, but guess what? Crypto drone, EMP hits, and it doesn't matter anyway.
I mean, especially because the team on top has Newcastle, they can just make their own cover. They have Newcastle walled up, so they can make their cover wherever they need to. They don't need to play that natural cover, you know? They have Newcastle shield, they have Newcastle wall. It's such a good ability late game for giving them some space to play.
This is just the most amazing thing to watch, as like every rat is like trying their best to not get caught out. But they kind of need to move, or else the zone fight will be impossible.
I mean, yeah, this team is taking the zone spot early with the Newcastle wall. The Conduit comes out on top of them, but they're going to be able to shoot it out pretty easily as the Crypto will go into drone, and I believe he's going to be looking for an EMP now that this house is starting to get out of zone. And I believe that's what he's doing. Yeah, as the Crypto EMP is going to come out. They get hit with their own EMP, but on this rock, they have no cover as they're going to be pushing forwards, and that is 2 down on this team as the Gnome Darts are about to get a squad wipe, and they do.
Oh, and it's just the rat. Oh, wait!
He takes one down.
They got back! Oh, no! Oh. No! My heart.
Gnome Darts will take the win here. Oh.
He had to. I thought he had to, and I thought he could win the final.
I mean, it was close. He had one down. They had the Newcastle res going off, but there is a universe in which he wins that and Mustangs take the dub.
That was... casters can't be biased, but that was like the most exciting part of that. He rats the entire final part of that match, gets a down, nearly downs another, and nearly just takes all 3 and wins. But the Newcastle res, it just...
I mean,
It's hard to describe.
Newcastle is so strong in those team fights. He's so strong, especially because you can reset without really taking any risk because you have that shield. It really allows you to take those team fights a little more aggressively than you probably should and really get away with it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. That was intense at the end. And I feel like that's the reason why they didn't target him. They're like, let's see what he does. See how they play.
Yeah.
And let's kind of just like take out the others and just watch what happens. And then they got sideswiped up until the very end when it's just R99 and R99 laser beam, man. What can I say?
I mean, yeah, R99 is such a strong SMG in the meta. But really focusing on wiping that other 3-man. I mean, that's 3 kill points. That's also points for your placement. That's a lot more points to lock in than maybe just dealing with the solo, potentially getting low and giving that 3-man an opportunity to squad wipe you as well.
Exactly. One of the big things, I brought it up earlier, was that Crypto is being played more like frontline rather than the backline recon that he's meant to be. And I think that is giving a lot of teams that are playing Crypto as that frontline that advantage. You let that Crypto push, you let Crypto build up Evo, and then you throw out EMP, it's over. Especially now with that level 3 that gives him double time when drone is destroyed, just in general. I don't see any fault at running him frontline.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to playing to your playstyle, and with a lot of these Cryptos, I mean, if they want to be the entry fragger and they have the ability to do so, you definitely should. I mean, EMP, they control the pace of the fight with their EMP, so why would you not have them be the entry fragger? Why would you not have them go in and initiate that team fight when they know everything that's happening?
Exactly. That intel is one of the most important factors. That's why we see Bloodhounds. That's why we see Cryptos. Crypto a little bit better than Bloodhound just because of the maneuverability of the recon you can get. So rather than having to, you know, wait a few seconds, press, and then hope you get enough people in range, Crypto's just like, what, I have, what is it, 120 meter range to scan through?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Also, the passive info, knowing how many squads are around you, knowing who's around you, having the safety of being able to go and explore wherever you want to with that drone. It's a great recon ability.
And
it
the
really
recovery.
offers
The banner
positives.
recovery
Yeah.
is one of the greatest things about it because Crypto can just play remote. They just sit at home. They're chilling in their chair, just lean back, playing remote, man.
I mean, some of these Cryptos, they can let their 2 teammates go in and they can fight all they want to. I mean, some of these teams might be able to 2v3 another team if they get the good drop on them, especially with Crypto EMP. But if they don't succeed, you know, just grab their banners, go reset, come back at it another time. I mean, it's such a strong ability.
Exactly. And we do have replays up, so let's take a quick look at some of those. I'm excited. I love reading these moments.
Really excited as well. Yeah.
Oh, there's that early game Beast of the Hunt kill, which I think I brought it up. Beast of the Hunt no longer stacks on knock. So
yeah, and it no longer does. So it has that set duration now, and unless you take that level 3 perk, you don't really get that movement speed anymore. And another great squad wipe by Gnome Darts there with the Ashe Newcastle.
The fight here was intense. I honestly thought Dario was gonna come out and was gonna capitalize, but the high ground always wins. The Exterminators. Let's talk about the Exterminators here.
I mean, yeah, Shogun, they did their best. They really got, I mean, they got it to 5th place, which is some good points still, but it just wasn't enough for them.
And now we see the best part, the final countdown match, as we can see here. Mustangs coming in, trying to just rat out. Nothing wrong with that. Smoke up roof, smoke down bottom, run in, and just sit. You don't have to worry.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great play by him, great play by this Bangalore trying to get into zone. I mean, he managed to get 2nd place out of it too. I mean, it's great for him, and he even managed to kill one here on this team. I mean, you see that Ashe was already low from the team fight, cracks the Newcastle as well, and he did a very good job there trying to win that.
When the Newcastle got cracked, I thought that was the Newcastle going down because the screen ran, and he crouched, so I was like, he got the Newcastle too. You can get one more and it's over. And my own brain tricked me, and I'm so upset.
Yeah, no, I would love to see a 1v3 like that come out on these teams. It would be absolutely so entertaining. But, I mean, it wasn't enough, thankfully, or thankfully for the Gnome Darts as they take the win.
Yeah, the Gnome Darts, that if it wasn't just that, they would have been fine. As we can see here, Gnome Darts has 19 kills.
I mean, that is an insane first game for them. That is, I mean, I think that's actually more kills than the rest of the lobby combined, potentially.
Yeah,
almost.
No, that I think that's slightly less, just because there's a 7, an 8, and a 4 on that board. But still, 19 total, and I think a majority of those, because Crypto was the kill leader. It's a strategy. Run Crypto frontline.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is something that people can definitely pick on up at home. I mean, you control the pace of the fight. You have that double time. I mean, I love it. I love the idea that they're coming out with here, and I love what they're doing.
And the Ashe was the unexpected part for me, because Ashe, as I brought up, has not been in the meta talk whatsoever. Ashe has just kind of been to say the least, But now it's with the altar updates, you can now see enemy health bars through void travel. So Ashe's what is it called? The blade.
I'm not sure the name of it, but I know
she slashes the air and portals through. Portal Blade, I'm just going to call it Portal Blade. She goes through, and now you can see health bars, and anybody who enters can see health bars. It's any person who enters the void can see health bars. That's what makes Wraith so powerful, Altar so powerful, and now Ashe that powerful.
I mean, with Altar getting nerfed to where you get hit by Crypto EMP within the actual void now, it makes sense that they say, if you can't use Altar for that anymore, what can we use? Why not use Ashe? I mean, it's the same concept of Crypto EMP, Portal on top of them, take the team fight while they're still low.
Or Wraith. I mean, I don't think Wraith gets EMP'd out of her portal or out of her Rift anymore. Rift Blade.
I mean,
that's what it is.
But no, I mean, Wraith is also another good opportunity for that. But I mean, the speed that you get with Ashe, though, with no prior setup involved, like with Wraith, how you have to set up the portal beforehand, it really can catch these teams by surprise with this Ashe portal.
True, but the only issue is that with Ashe, it's a straight line rather than being able to curve it like Wraith. You can create flanks with Wraith, but then Ashe, you have a straight line, so it's just a straight shot. People will know the endpoint. Compared to Wraith, where you can literally get behind a team and they won't hear it until you're there. And it's like, oh, that happened.
Yeah.
I've lost multiple games like that.
Oh, I know. I mean, Wraith gives such a good solo play. I mean, somebody like Designful in Pro League on DSG does a master class on Wraith play, being able to flank enemies, get out with his Q when he gets a knock. I mean, just it lets him play his life so well. Wraith is such a good legend.
Well, we have a leaderboard. Let's take a quick look at that. As we can see here, oh Lord, Wellington Mustangs in second place. That's exciting.
That is so exciting for them. I mean, seeing that they were able to rat up to second, I mean, that's awesome to see out of them. I mean, see that solo rat played by that Bangalore got them all those points and are putting them second overall. It's amazing for them.
Well, the only thing is if they want to get to that first place, because 19 kills is hard to follow because you get a point per kill, they're going to have to really push up and change their strategy around. Maybe throw in a Crypto, maybe throw in a Mirage for the bamboozling. Just some fun strats. But I think Ashe Crypto is a way to go now. I think that is a very consistent, after what we saw, very consistent gunfight meta.
I mean, yeah, especially with what we've seen from, Tex Team and Meat Lovers and CC running the Altar Crypto. I mean, switching to an Ashe Crypto could definitely be a very viable comp. I love the idea behind it, but once, like you said, with that many points ahead, you're going to have to get a little more aggressive. You're going to have to start taking some unadvantageous team fights to make up that point difference.
Now, this might be a little weird as we're jumping into game 2. This might be a little weird. Maggie. People forget about Mad Maggie and how aggressive Maggie can be with drill, with ball. We forget about this.
I mean, yeah, I love Maggie. I mean, especially if people start running Newcastle more. I mean, Mad Maggie, that drill, that doesn't allow you to play around cover. I mean, that's what all Newcastle is. He's about making cover. Yeah. So being able to deny them that space, that could be a good counter comp.
And so I'm going to kind of be looking towards Wellington just to see what they do. But other teams, Shogun had a great strategy with Rampart and I think Crypto, but it just didn't capitalize. We see that Crypto again coming in from Shogun. And
yeah, especially with teams like Towson bringing in Pathfinder again and Nomance bringing Ashe Revenant now. That's
it makes
really
sense because we're on Storm Point now. Storm Point, or no, wait. Yeah, Storm Point. There's the beach and the birds. The beach and the birds. That's how I recognize Storm Point. We're on Storm Point now. This one's interesting. And so we see Gnome Blades bringing a Catalyst. I saw a couple Catalysts. So this is going to be really interesting to see door play now because Pharaoh Fluid, or the Pharaoh doors are massive now.
I mean, yeah, with that new upgrade perk that allows you to rebuild doors as well. I mean, even if they come up onto your building and they break your doors, you can just reset it up like nothing happened. And I mean, Catalyst is such a good legend, especially when you're trying to fight in any kind of building. It allows you to take those doors, take control of that space. I mean, she's great at dealing with those small choke points, and it really allows her to become a great fragger.
I will say this update was quite weird. There were some choices that, like taking away Bloodhound's cooldown and making it an upgrade, Same with Callus. As I learned, you apparently were able to just do the Pharaoh doors, and now that's just it's now an upgrade. And I'm like, why?
Well, I mean, I guess it's just to nerf the character overall. We've seen a lot of Catalyst in pro play. They might just be wanting to phase her out of that now. So really changing up the meta and keeping it fresh is something that I think the dev team is really looking forward to doing.
Yeah. I wish we could have seen a Ballistic. Honestly, that sling weapon from Ballistic leveling up as you level, I think is very viable, but overlooked. Oh, we see a Lifeline Bloodhound Bangalore from the Mustangs. That is going to be quite interesting.
I mean, yeah, this is a comp that Aurora runs pretty consistently, and they do quite well in EMEA, getting a lot of kills with this comp. This is a very aggressive comp. I mean, especially with the Lifeline gold plated, making sure you have that gold knockdown to reset teammates easily in team fights, and just having the gold backpack and the gold helmet overall. I mean, it's a great loot difference that you can get from these teams.
Just got to go gold. That's what they say.
Yeah, and seeing them here, they don't have a ring console legend, so they won't know where Ring's pulling exactly, but that doesn't matter when you're just running around killing everybody.
And on Storm Point, I really don't think Ring matters anyway on Storm Point. While I do think it's important, it doesn't change much, if you want me to be completely honest. On Storm, it's such a... You have to worry about Prowlers, you have to worry about Spiders. I don't really see a difference when it comes to not knowing where the ring is.
I mean, yeah, especially with the way these lobbies are playing out, with it being so kill heavy, we're seeing so few teams available late game, like fighting each other, because they're just all dead already. You know, they're already fighting each other. So I think where the ring pulls is a little less important here for these lobbies.
Like on World's Edge, I could see it. You need to know when to rotate into Epicenter or Monument, or just where, heck, even Stacks, if you ever get Stacks on the ring. But you still need to know. In this one, it's not as much because, like you said, kill heavy, hyper aggressive. They want to push, they want to rush down. So why worry about where Ring is going next when you have plenty of time to loot, plenty of things to loot with Prowlers and Spiders, as I brought up, and just in my opinion, Stormpoint has a better loot drop rate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's just so much. The map is so much bigger. There's more places to loot. You have things like Flyers that drop loot. You have the Spiders and the Prowlers that also drop loot. And I mean, not to mention what we see right now, this team running around in the Trident, these cars that you can go run around in. I mean, they're just running around and grabbing these Evo caches, trying to get their shields up. And I mean, that's a great strategy as well. That allows them to really just, I mean, speed up their rotates. They don't really have to worry about rotating as fast because they have the car now. They can go and they can wander around when they need to go look for Evo.
Exactly. And the fact that they're resting on Ring Edge, they're confident. The Pro Eagles here are confident in what they're doing. But it looks like they might have heard something. They're going back now. Interesting.
I think that they heard that team there in Jurassic, and they might say, oh, we're not ready to fight them yet. We're still on blues. We want to make sure we get up the perps before we fight. So it looks like they're coming around through this choke, and they spot a team here, I believe, as they're actually wanting to take the team fight on this team, I believe.
Well, the team fight did pick, or the team they did pick to fight are fighting Spiders currently, so they kind of have to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, this characters here seems to be a little maybe out in the open as they get a knock here, an opening knock, and the Spiders are going to be out around them, so they do have to look out for that as he's getting attacked by the Spiders as we speak.
It's just a lot of fighting here. The Spiders causes a lot of fighting both directions. It's a waste of ammo to deal with. I think another team is fighting. Are we seeing three teams fighting, or is it the same team?
I think this is the same team with their lifeline knocked as they're trying to maybe get away, position themselves on the high ground. Maybe they want to take this 2v3. They do have Revenant, but the Valkyrie ultimate's going to come out like a mini evac, and he might just be full leaving as he sees another team walking up behind them from the choke, and he says, nope, we're out of here. We're gonna go craft our legend up.
That's a nope situation. I would have gotten out of there too. I just don't think I would have wasted a Valk ult on that, especially with your teammate not being around. The one that is alive not being around to leave with you. It's kind of detrimental as they're popping off shots.
Yeah, really just trying to scare off this team, I think, as the Mustangs are rolling up behind on the Spider choke to maybe third party what was left of this team fight, as the other team is pushed up into the choke, and they have an eye here on the knockdown still that hasn't been finished yet as they secure that kill.
They stole it. The thieves that they are.
I mean, they get the loot from that kill as well. I mean, that's some really important loot for them. And I mean, they have the Trident now too that other team left behind, so they can go use that to go rotate around. I mean, they're only on white shields, so taking the time to go use that Trident to rotate around and get some Evo could be very important for them.
Oh yeah, especially with how much damage they just took. They need to go ASAP. You regroup, relax, and just get some armor, get some other loot up, as we see a level up happen for the Bangalore.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, going back to Gnome Darts here, our winners of last game with the Ash Crypto Newcastle comp. They seem to be rolling up into Pylon. They might be looking to take a team fight here.
They might be looking to pick a team fight with the Mustangs.
Oh, yes, they do. As they Ash Snare one on this door, they climb the roof. Do we see the Crypto EMP come out, though? We do. As the EMP comes out, that's going to be 150 damage on this team. Newcastle Shield comes out as they look to press this building.
Oh, door destruction already. I think what happened is they're rotating through zone now, and so they have to push around and see if they can't catch them off guard.
Yeah, as the evac comes out, they might be just using this to take height. They might be using this to rotate, but shots come out as this team is standing on top of Pylon, and it looks like they're going to opt to move into zone here because they do not want to fight in the zone.
Well, that's the safest option. You don't want to risk losing all that hard-earned Evo because shield batteries are really hard to find after a while, especially in the later phases of the game. So you don't want to waste as much.
And the Troy Eagles here, it looks like they might have gotten a res onto their lifeline, but they were pushed when they got that res and they were taken out.
It's like the Mustangs took them out.
Yeah. As Hanover Horde here playing from Pylon, this was the team we just saw fighting. As the Bloodhound gets taken down really low here, almost goes down. They're going to have to hold. They might see this Crypto Drone come out on them, or maybe even the Newcastle push-up.
Well, you either do the Newcastle push-up or you Crypto Drone, but I think that might be a waste of the Crypto Drone, and the team they're fighting realize that as they knock the Bloodhound.
I mean, the reset's going to come out here from the Newcastle potentially, as the other team seems to be pushing up with that Newcastle shield. But do they have time to reset before they get on top of them? I don't think so. The Bloodhound tries to pop a battery, does manage to get it off, but at the cost of his Newcastle and his Bangalore, as the Hanover Horde is going to be eliminated.
That's the kind of way you want to play that. And it's by the Gnome Darts. They were hyper aggressive on that push. They really wanted to lock down and capitalize until the Rolling Thunder kicks in.
Oh yeah, and then with the Crypto going down here, they will try to get a res off here with Newcastle, but it's not enough as the Baylor Rolling Thunder is going to come in and eliminate it, and Newcastle taking out a 1 HP. We have the Mustangs coming in with this now. It's going to be left as a 3v1, and I think the Mustangs might just have it
here. They want revenge. They were like, we were this close. You denied us that. We will take our revenge.
They saw what happened last game, and they know that they need to make up for that point deficit, so eliminating them here early would be really good for them. It would allow them to have the opportunity to get a lot of kills and make up that, that point differential between those two teams.
That's exactly what you like to see. We both brought it up. They need to play more aggressive, and they're doing that. They took that, and they're running with it, especially with that, Bangalore Bloodhound. Forgive me as I forget this. Bangalore Bloodhound and whoever their third was.
Yeah, I mean, that comp right there, that's a really aggressive comp that they're going to be playing here as they look to maybe get a squad wipe on that finish, as we have the Gnome Ants now with the Catalyst Ash Revenant coming out. Such an interesting comp out of them.
I wouldn't say it's hyper aggressive. The only hyper aggressive character on that would technically be Revenant, if you want me to be honest. Because Ash can be aggressive, just only in the right comp, and we're not seeing that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, with the looks of why they're playing right now, they do seem to be playing a little bit more towards zone, as they're currently out, but they're playing together in this building, maybe ratting, as they think somebody might be near.
They might hear the mowers.
I mean, yeah, they're right next door in Command Center. They're still trying to loot. They're still getting their loot up, as both these teams are on blue, though. That is the only worry I have for these teams going in, as some of these other teams are getting up to purple shields, as the Gnome Dart still has a solo left alive here as he slides down into Cascade Falls.
Well, he might get caught out here, though the shield cell coming out, very useful to have as of right now, because you don't want to waste those shield batteries, but does get detected on sonar.
Yep, Scan comes in. He's taken down to 1 HP yet again, as I believe this is the Mustangs still chasing him, as they have across this entire map. But the Ash Portal comes out. That could be a good space maker for them if they don't decide to take it, but he's really wanting to find a crafter here to maybe craft up his teammates' banners and maybe get them back into the game.
Yeah, it's really hard on Storm Point to wrap around and find good areas to craft if you don't want to get detected and caught out in a gunfight when you're solo. And that's what we're seeing here. They're trying their best to manage and find a way around it.
Yeah, it seems that he dropped down as the Bearded Dragons is on top of him, actually. And they might not realize that he's ratting down there as a solo. I think he was hiding in that corner as the Roughnecks and the Gnome Darts are eliminated, so they will see the Gnome Darts fall. But the Bearded Dragons get knocked on one of them.
It looks like the Mustangs are the ones knocked. No? Bearded Dragons?
Yeah, I think so. And that would be a great opportunity for the Mustangs. That's more points that once again, they need to catch up here.
Yeah.
They want to take home the trophy.
They are going to need to catch up. However, it looks like there's a team coming in from the back. And I think it might actually be the Mustangs coming in from the back to take care. Octane's super low. Yes, it is the Mustangs.
I mean, Mustangs are left up as a duo, but that's okay when the team you're trying to fight here is a solo. I mean, they're low on flesh as the lifeline's going to maybe get pushed, but Medkit's going to come out from the Bangalore here. He's almost on red, and he's looking to play with his teammate here as a, I believe, wipe? Or are they just get a full kill?
Now, I don't know if they capitalize on that Octane. That Octane could be trying to get away. There's about 9 squads left from what I can see as the Gnome Blades, they're taking some pot shots. It might be on that Octane.
Once again here on the Pathfinder, I love to see it. They have the Trident so they can get to zone as they are still far away from zone. But, I mean, hopping in the Trident, they're going to be able to get there in no time at all.
100%. And that's what, you know, that's what we're constantly seeing, is the Trident being that useful for rotates. Is that something you could do with Catalyst's Pharaoh?
I mean, I guess you could put it on the Trident. I don't know what that really does for you, but I mean, it's a good
just got a
decoration,
massive
maybe
boost.
a distraction. I mean, yeah.
I might just be going crazy.
Maybe? I'm not too sure, actually, but I mean, they were taken down to pretty low HP there from the team shooting them off the Trident. I mean, Pathfinder here is sitting at around 50 flesh, no shields. So it'll be interesting to see if they roll up on a team taking the Trident here to zone, if they might get punished for that.
I mean, if they get punished, they get punished. That's on them. And I don't think you're supposed to agree when I say I'm crazy. I will point that out.
Hey, everybody's got to be a little crazy.
Exactly.
You know?
But we see Troy equal Bravo right now. Interesting place.
Holding checkpoint up here. Yeah, this is actually a really good spot for them because they might be looking here for some rats coming in as Mustangs are wrapping in as a duo. Lifeline still on low flesh as well. She's probably waiting for her Doc drone so she can get up to full HP, but I mean, the Caustic here coming out of this team, Caustic is very good at holding the space, and I could definitely see them being able to hold out Mustangs.
Holding space is important, but I think this is where the team with the Trident and the Catalyst are coming in to fight off this Rampart and Crypto.
Shogun once again did a
Franklin
decent
Phoenix.
job ratting, but it was not enough for them to do it, sadly.
Yeah, we can see the Lifeline getting a full med kit as they're rotating around towards down Beast from the looks of it.
I do want to point out the Mustangs do have their Bloodhound's banner, so if they can get that mobile respawn beacon down, they can get a full reset here, which looks like what they're going to try to do. But getting them back up to is a 3-man would be really strong, especially since they need to get back into this game, but they shoot someone flesh up ahead.
I mean, they don't want to risk putting down that mobile respawn as... Oh, no, wait, they did get the mobile respawn down. What I was going to say was they don't want to put down that mobile respawn and get shot out. Looks like it doesn't matter. They're taking these fights.
I mean, yeah, it looks like Lifeline just took the gold-plated upgrade, so we're going to see her with some gold knockdown here pretty soon as they crack someone who's still on white shield. Maybe potentially they also just got rezzed, but as Mustangs gets back up to a 3-man, Fade still sadly on a blue shield, but Bangalore goes down here. That's not what they needed.
That is not what they needed, but I think they can recover as we jump over to Troy Eagle Bravo, who are now going to push in to try and take that capitalization.
I mean, yeah, they see this solo running away here Flesh as they want to push this bunker. The Caustic Gas comes out into the bunker. Such a strong utility. He gets the scans with Nox Vision as well, forcing them outside of the backside. I mean, this is exactly what Caustic is good for, taking space of these small, tight corridors, and that's what we see Troy Eagle Bravo doing.
The only problem is now that Caustic's gas damage has been nerfed. It's, you know, it might not be enough because what, it does 4 flat on knock now if you knock him down?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not enough to really secure your kills, but I mean, they at least took this position from it, and they do find an entry knock here onto this Catalyst, who's running straight by them. But, I mean, they're getting pretty good traded off as they knock another one, and it's now up to a 3v1.
It's hard to tell everything that's happening as the chaos is ensuing. The Pathfinder does go down. Troy Eagle Bravo, they have secured that three-piece.
Yes, they have, as Lifeline gets her Evo Shield upgrade here to purple. She will also take gold-plated, meaning that Troy Eagles Bravo will also have a gold knockdown shield here shortly as they're walking up these trenches trying to find their way into zone.
Franklin Phoenix, 2 with red, 1 still on purple. Easy to build up, though. It looks like they're fighting with the Mustangs right now. Could be wrong, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Mustangs trying to find their way into zone here on the other side. Franklin Phoenix holds such a strong high ground here. The only high ground really in this entire area of this end zone. And I mean, this is a great end zone right now. 6 squads up, 14 players. We're seeing a lot of teams still alive.
Oh yeah, a lot of teams. Well, that's Storm Point for you. It's a lot of gunfights, not a lot of capitalization until that final circle where you're going to see like 4 to 8 teams pushing in.
I mean, yeah, it looks like the Tosin Triton is going to be eliminated, but once again, I want to point out Franklin Phoenix with Bloodbang Catalyst. We've seen a lot more Catalyst on Storm Point than we did on World's Edge.
Well, there's a lot more doors. You got to take into consideration. There's a lot more doors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see what they're playing here right now. This building, I mean, playing a building with Catalyst is definitely going to be a strong suit, as looks like the Bangalore might think that there's somebody under them potentially and maybe trying to figure that out.
Maybe, but it would... The problem with that is if there is someone underneath them, couldn't the Catalyst just trap them within that area?
Oh, it would be really funny if he just trapped the doors on them and they ended up taking a lot of zone damage for it. That would be quite humorous.
I give you your release, you give us 3 kills. That's the trade agreement.
Oh yeah, as they're really focused on this team that might be sitting here on these rocks as Bank Smokes come out to maybe try to stall them, maybe try to let them live a little longer, but multiple teams seem to be looking in that direction thinking, give me the kills, I want the kills, those kills are mine.
Yes, and that is the chaos that comes with playing Stormpoint, is everybody wants those kills, they're going to be desperate for those kills. So there's going to be so much fighting that you can't tell who's fighting who up until the very end when it's just down to the final 2.
Yeah, and as the zone's going to be closing here, we see that Franklin Phoenix is once again going to be in at the top of their building. Some good shots coming in here from the Catalyst with the G7 recently buffed, making it a lot better weapon, as we're going to see this team try to rotate through the open here to maybe try to find a better spot in zone.
Taking a lot of shots out, but missing a lot more. You know, that's pretty rough with the G7. Just because, yeah, you said it got buffed, but I feel like its accuracy got worse due to that buff, just in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, the fire rate going up definitely increased the skill ceiling, as some great angles are being taken on this team. They did knock one, and it looks like they cracked the other 2. This team is down bad right now, and they want these kills, but I don't think they're willing to give up their spot in zone to take them.
Look, they got the enemy team's number. They know exactly where they're going. They know the movement. They know the tracking. They just know everything about this team. They're reading them like a book. Check them out of the library, and they're about to deposit them in the book return.
I mean, yeah, it seems that this final zone will be pulling right out to the side of the building, so really Franklin Phoenix doesn't have to do anything but sit and wait, and all those kills will come straight to them.
That, or they have to push out against the rats. That's the only issue. It's like, you might have that advantage, but then there's the rats down below you. There is that team of 3 still below them. We don't know who they are, but that could cause a lot of issues on their top spot.
Absolutely, especially with the zone at their back. If they get shoved off the building, having to drop straight into that team could prove pretty detrimental to them. As the Mustangs are 3-man up sitting here at the side of the map, it looks like Fade is going to get cracked here, but I mean, the Mustangs, this is a good game for them so far. I see that their Bangalore is the kill leader as they get some great shots off on the opposing Bloodhound.
This is what Stormpoint is the epitome of. It is the most insane gunfights, angles being watched that are, you know, not something to expect. And we're seeing that firsthand.
Yeah, Smoke's going to come out, R9 comes out as well, and they do find a full finish on the Franklin Whales as that squad is eliminated. And it looks like, oh, he gets taken out of 1 HP here, as this Bangalore needs to look out, or Mustangs might find themselves going out early as 1 goes down.
This is the chaos. We do see the lifeline go down. Bangalore goes down as well, but can the Bloodhound take this opportunity? Phoenix Kit coming out.
Bo comes out as well. He finds 1, but he's getting shot in the side by a different team. He needs to find somewhere to play here, but there's no cover in the open, as the Mustangs are going to be eliminated in 4th place. As we go to the Gnome Mowers, Stuffed is a solo Gibraltar, as Franklin Phoenix is trying to res. The Gibraltar pushes, and they don't manage to find the kill yet as a third party comes in. Franklin Phoenix is eliminated. It's Troy Eagles Bravo It looks like they're 3-man up against the solo Gibraltar, and they will take it home.
Talk about a surprising outcome there. I wasn't expecting the third party coming in for Troy Eagles.
No, I wasn't either, but I mean, it was a great play by them. They were biding their time, waiting, and they came in at that exact opportune moment when both teams were fighting and both teams were low, so they could not only secure all those kills, but also secure the win.
Exactly. That's what we saw. But just thinking about the rotations they had to do, they had to rotate like 4 or 5 times just to get into that third-party position. Not only would they have to have rotated above, they were getting shot at earlier, so they had to make sure they didn't take any extra fire as they rotated above and then down and then around and then back into the fight.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely important for them to save up those shields, especially for late game. I mean, if you burn all of those heals early, you definitely won't have enough for those later team fights. So it was a great job by them with their rotations and really finding their way into zone to secure the win there.
Yeah, that's most important. Apex, down to the wire, is a game about resource management. Ammo, shields, heals. You gotta manage your resources properly. Now, yeah, you could have characters like Lifeline and Newcastle that have, like the mobile revive, or Lifeline has the care package drop. But then you got to worry about Rolling Thunder that stops the care package, because once it drops, Rolling Thunder kicks in and it just annihilates any open space to get that. Or Catalyst with the Pharaoh spikes. Just all sorts of factors to cover.
I mean, yeah, I'm surprised honestly we haven't seen any Watsons come out with that gen resource that you get. I mean, it would be really strong right now, especially with the fact that it counters all of those Rolling Thunders from those Bangalores. But I think that could definitely be a change we could see going into these later rounds as teams start to see what other teams are playing.
What I'm surprised is we've only seen one conduit, like 1 to 2 conduits, because conduit has that backpack upgrade. Backpack allows more shield batteries to be carried. I don't see why that's not a better pick. 3 shield batteries per inventory slot, that completely changes those final rounds.
I mean, yeah, it's actually crazy with how much not only support that can give you, but also the fact that you can straight up have that extra shield generation from just the conduit tactical, right? That helps you not only in team fights, but like if you get cracked on a rotate, you just get your conduit Q on you and you're instantly already back up to full HP. It's such a good utility. It's such good at team fighting, in and out of game. So I'm really surprised we haven't seen more.
Yeah, and it allows a lot more aggressive play because you're not more willing to risk those shield packs because of the conduit, Q. The conduit Q will allow so much passive shield generation, and I don't see why more people are utilizing that. There's so much utility to be had in a lot of these. Like Alter, I bring up Alter a lot just because New Legend, I'm excited. I haven't seen much of it except in just a little bit of Pro. But the big thing with Alter is that remote interaction with death boxes. That's like free Phoenix kits. That's free. That's possibly free gold weapons. Like,
I mean, yeah, it's such a good resource ability for you, especially because, I mean, it's basically like you have a Lobo ult now just for yourself. I mean, it's so much actual free loot you can get, especially in those end games when all those death boxes are super close together. So, especially if you don't even get the kills on the team, you can at least steal the loot from the enemy.
Exactly. Now, we have a couple replays, so let's go take a look at those.
Absolutely. We have Mustangs here early, stealing this full kill, and really getting some good rotates in from that as Troy Eagles managed to die here. But I mean, this is some great shots here. Some great,
a lot of great shots happening throughout. This is where I think the Newcastle play went wrong, because they pushing back with the mobile revive, throwing down the castle wall, forced them to be stationary. If they would have just left the crypto and ran back, Newcastle could have survived and they could have regrouped for that gunfight.
Absolutely. And Bearded Dragons found some kills here as well. This was really big for them before they ended up going down to zone. But Troy Eagles Bravo are winners with this rotate in from the south side, running that caustic. I mean, this was a big fight for them. This allowed them to really get into zone here as they were trying to be held.
One of the biggest fights for them, because then what they did was they rotated up towards rocks, cleared rocks. This is the gunfight where they're rotating up towards rocks thanks to the caustic. And it just completely locked down every other rotate point for any other team, because now it's like you're trapped between 3 teams, a rock, and a hard place. What are you going to do?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that caustic did a great deal for them. As you saw, they had those caustic traps down. They were having that gas cover for them, and it really just allowed them to make so much space that they were able to get this, I mean, this last squad wipe third party.
The third party squad wipe. Yeah, so you see right there, you can see where they jumped up and were just trying their best to stop the solo Gibraltar push, and it's too much. Solo Gibraltar push distracted. Franklin Phoenix long enough for Troy Eagles Bravo to push up through zone. I just noticed they pushed up through zone. That's peak performance right there.
I mean, it's a great read by them to realize, hey, we can take a little bit of zone damage. We can maybe take our time on this rotate here to give them some more extra damage here, and that way we can go in for the third party and secure those kills.
Exactly. One thing I also noticed, they were purple. They were purple shield. Once again, peak Stormpoint performance. You got to know when to take those zone damages, folks.
Absolutely. And I believe that the Troy Eagles ended up with 9 kills that game. So it's definitely good for them. And I think Mustangs had 10. So that's definitely a good point. That's good points coming in, taking them off of the Gnome Darts, who had such a strong first game.
As we can see here, Mustangs with the 10, as you bring up, Troy Eagles with 9. We do see they're tied. Franklin Phoenix is tied with the Mustangs in kills. However, this is a big point. Mustangs was in second place with, I think, 3 kills last round. Add 3 kills, to the 10 kills. That's 13 points, plus the second place, which I think is around 10 points. That's pretty decent, especially with, the Gnome Darts being knocked down so early in this one.
I mean, yeah, it was a great first game from Gnome Darts, but really a slow second game for them. And looking at these overall scoreboards, I'll be really interested to see them and see how Mustangs is faring. They might not have passed them yet, but they are definitely on their way and a lot closer than they were after
They are getting there, because first place gets 12 points. First place gets a total of 12. Second place, I think, gets 10, and then it just goes down from there. So we'll see when that scoreboard gets updated. But let's just talk about what can be taken from a lot of this, and I think what can be taken a lot is hyper aggressive is the way to win in these matches.
I mean, yeah, it seems what we see is a lot of these teams are really pushing for kills. I mean, they're getting super aggressive. I mean, 3 of our top 4 teams here have 9, 10, and 10 kills. You see that they are being super aggressive, really looking for these opportune moments to push teams and really fight. So I think going forward, seeing some teams maybe play a little bit more aggressive could definitely be seen.
We're seeing too much passivity, and that's especially on Stormpoint. You don't want to play passive. Passive does not get you kills. Passive does not get you rotates. Passive gets you ratting in a corner and hoping zone doesn't kill you. Not a bad strategy. It's just not as exciting in my eyes.
Absolutely.
And especially not on Stormpoint, because then you have to worry about Prowlers. You have to worry about Spiders, because if you rat in the wrong place, somebody shoots. You got like 3 Spiders and Prowlers coming or Prowlers coming towards you. It's not fun.
I mean, also with that more rat or that zone style gameplay, you're also going to get Evo shield diff, as you're not getting that Evo caches. You're not getting any of your Evo from shooting people. I mean, you see these teams coming in with reds and purples at the end game. I mean, they're just going to out Evo you if you're still sitting here on blues. I mean, that's just going to be a detriment to you in the team fight anyways.
Yeah, that Evo diff is one of the biggest things I've also been noticing. Too much Evo diff. Too many teams not taking fights. Too many teams not taking damage. Kills might not matter in the beginning, because you need that Evo. You need the shield, you need the protection, you need the tankiness, especially for characters like Bangalore, who are your typical front lines, or if you want to play crypto frontline, as we're, because we're going to World's Edge again. We've left Stormpoint, we've left the Den of Beasts, we're going in the World's Edge, where champions are made.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we saw the Gnome Darts do such a good job on World's Edge. Let's see if they can replicate that again. And I'm really interested to see what they do on this map.
Yeah, this is interesting. We see a lot of fighting at Monument. We saw a lot of that at Monument. But this time, I think we might honestly... I brought it up earlier, but Epicenter is a big loot spot, which does lead into Monument, so we might see a lot of back and forth. I think the ring tends to favor the Monument generalized area, though. But you do have choke points through here and through here that can just... People need to lock down if they want to prevent any rotates into Epicenter if we get that ring there. You lock
absolutely
down, and it's over.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with how the rings have been pulling on World's Edge recently, seeing a lot more fights up there is definitely a lot more probable. And with those choke points, I mean, we saw it last game where there were some people coming in and rotating. Saw a lot of fights going down to those chokes. I think it'll be really interesting.
Yes. And I do say the ring is a little bit biased towards Monument, because we see a lot of fights happening on Monument. As we're jumping into the gameplay, jumping into character selections. Ooh, I see Horizon.
I know you love your Horizon, and I know that we've said that we like Horizon as well. So I'm excited to see that Hanover Horde is going to be playing that. But Shogun, once again, the classic Crypto Rampart gameplay that they like is that duo. I'm really excited to see what they can pull out with it this game.
We see the tradition. We've seen a couple of that Bangalore Bloodhound Lifeline. And Mustangs, once again, pulling out the classics. Nothing wrong with that. And yes, I do love Horizon. I'm a Horizon man. What can I say?
I mean, yeah, Horizon is such a good aggressive legend. She has that win condition of her ult, and I'm excited to see what we can do with it this game. I think that maybe that Horizon team can definitely get a little bit more aggressive, as they weren't running Horizon before. We can really see what they're going to be up to.
And it's not just that. Horizon has that movement utility with the lift. That lift is going to be so much better for verticality. You know, if they were to pair with a Pathfinder, I think the map would be completely dominated at that point.
I mean, yeah, with Monument and Skyhook having such large and tall buildings, that Horizon tactical to really Horizon lift you up in the air, I mean, that's such a strong ability to take that high ground instantly from a team with just the use of a tactical.
Yeah. And there's just all sorts of, you know, good stuff that can be done with the Legends. And as we see a couple people landing near that lava river. Quite exciting. Love lava.
I think this is 2 teams here landing at Climatizer, as Roughtechs are running Octane Blood Lifeline. So they will have the Bloodhound scan here to get some info off on this team, but will they try to fight them off rip, or will they try to loot first before they do?
It's interesting. Dropping down there is quite interesting, because that if they have to push down into the lava, that's going to deal a lot of damage and cause a lot of possible fight to be lost.
Absolutely, as it looks like the Franklin Whales here are going to be getting an opening knock here at their contested Overlook, as we see a lot more contests coming out on this map this time around.
Yeah, there's that's the thing. I think a lot of the teams are starting to realize aggression is their biggest strong suit. You know, we see it with the L-Star, we see it with the Hemlock.
I mean, yeah, and especially for some of these teams, they might be thinking, okay, we're 2 games in, we might not have that many points on the board, so we need to make sure that we're getting some kills. What's one way to do that than just landing on another team and making sure we kill them? And I mean, this is what Troy Eagles Alpha is doing. They landed on this team, and they might not have gotten all the kills from it, they might not have killed them, but the Lifeline can get away and she can go craft banners and they can just reset like nothing happened.
Yeah, and that's what you want to aim for when you lose those fights. You never want to aim for trying to get back, trying to get your Evo, trying to get any of that. You got to escape, you got to regroup, you got to recover. And more teams are realizing that as well. When they lose those gunfights, they can't give those kills away. They need to back off, they need to refocus.
I mean, yeah, once all 3 of you die, I mean, that's game over. But if you keep one person up, not only can you get better placement points, and you get points from that, but you also have the ability with the support legends to craft your team's banners. And that way you can go res your teammates and get back up as a 3-man, which is number 1.
Yeah, and that's also what makes support like an undeniably important role. You have to pick a support because that crafting of banners. If you don't have that, what's the point?
I mean, yeah, and I think maybe with the team like Shogun, where they have a crypto, they might not need to craft banners because the crypto can just go grab them anyways, right?
Yep. And we do hear some gunfire.
We do. And I'm wondering who exactly is shooting here. Are they just, I wonder if they're just shooting each other or what exactly we're hearing.
I have no idea, but it is interesting. Are they popping the evac balloon so nobody else can use it?
I'm not sure. I think we might be hearing audio from a different team.
No, because the evac balloon popped as they both rose up at the top. Because I was hearing gunfire coming from the rampart.
That's true. I mean, Sheila's coming out on the rampart here. They're shooting at this team off this evac as they're going to be looking to maybe take some angles, but Crypto Drone comes out. They get blood scanned, and Crypto Drone is going to get destroyed, but we'll see what they can do here as they're trying to find this team and figure out where they went to.
Well, Shogun might be realizing their mistake of trying to play passive as a duo. They need to play that aggression because they're down a player. You got to make up for it in how aggressive you are.
I mean, absolutely. I don't know if Shogun has picked up any kills yet this series, but I mean, messing with the Franklin Whales, I mean, they already won a contest off drop. They're feeling good about themselves, and they're just going to keep chasing. As we go to the Gnome Darts, you have eliminated the Roughnecks, and that is some more kills for this team that is, I believe, still in first place.
Yeah, we believe so, but we won't know until we see that final leaderboard for these drops. Just looking at their gun setup, because I always say guns are the most important part of Apex. The Hemlock and the I think it's the R99 is one of the best combos.
I mean, oh yeah, the Hemlock is such a diverse weapon. I mean, you can use it long range, far range, with being able to use it in burst fire, or far range, long range, and close range. With the fact that you can change it between burst fire and single fire, allowing you to use it at both those ranges. I mean, it's such a versatile gun. It's a great gun to use.
I mean, even at burst fire, the recoil is so minimal that it doesn't matter what range you use it. It's just more their movement. You might miss the last 2 shots on that burst. And, and the R99, as we've discussed multiple times, it's a laser beam now. Yeah, because they got rid of that hipfire randomness, so now it's a straight shooter.
And we go to our winners of last game, Troy Eagle Bravo. They are 1 player down right now as they're going to get crypto scanned as they are discovered ratting in this vault. I wonder if they're going to get pushed from it. And Lifeline still has no shields and is only half HP. There's a Phoenix kit there sitting there, but I don't know why she doesn't try to pop it.
And there's the crypto. Maybe it's...
That's also...
They were waiting.
That's also bad for them because the crypto ult will take out the caustic traps that were already placed. As you see, the caustic has to go up and replace those traps now.
Yeah, but I think they were just waiting because even with the crypto drone, that means the drone is wasted. The caustic traps go back down, and with that, you know, why would they push up and possibly waste a Phoenix or other utility that they could use?
I mean, yeah, it's looking like the Gnome Ants here are going to be looking to push us. They don't know where they are, but I mean, you can see the walls right now. That caustic is sitting there on top of a shelf. They might not look there when they come in, and that might lead to a free knock for the duo.
Well, the crypto doesn't notice, but they do know. They can hear it.
I mean, absolutely. I don't know if they've realized this team is a duo yet, but this fight is taking quite a while as they're trying to really smoke it, and they get scans through smoke now within that close range, so they're really looking for an entry damage here or some kind of good crack to get them going.
And that's the big, and that's a thing that they need to really focus on, is focusing more on that damage with the Peacekeeper, which does a massive amount per shot. It fires like 4 to 6 pellets per shot, which is a lot of damage at one time.
I mean, yeah, the Nomads did a great job there. They baited out some kills. They had one overswing, and they locked it down for them as they eliminated the duo. But we go to the Mustangs now, one of our teams that have been doing really well, but they are eliminated by the Hanover Horde, only losing 1 player in the way. As that's that Horizon we talked about, giving them that rotational ability and that movement ability and that lockdown with the ultimate to give them the win.
Verticality is amazing, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
Absolutely, as the Bearded Dragons are going to come here and eliminate the Gnome Ants as they third party that fight that was going on in that vault tunnel.
The vault tunnel is an extremely contested area. It's congested. You always get 1 to 2 teams fighting down there. I've noticed that a lot. Doesn't matter what series, what level of play, there's going to be 1 to 2 teams consistently fighting in vault tunnel.
I mean, yeah, that loot you get from Vault Tunnel is absolutely insane. We see the gold knock there that they're getting off those death boxes. And, I mean, they have, what, 2 squads now there that have died? As it looks like the ring might be pulling to Geyser here as some teams are flying into Big Mod.
Geyser and Big Mod. I think I brought this up earlier. We don't really see Stacks and Big Mod on the ring. This is fun.
Oh, this is such a unique zone as a lot of those teams that might be playing towards Monument and Frag East are going to have to now move in towards Geyser. They're going to have to rotate now as the Troy Eagles are going to be looking to push the top of Big Mod, but they lose another as they're going to be looking to maybe get out as a solo to go craft banners and rat.
Crafting banners and ratting on Geyser is a solid play because Geyser allows for so much rotational advantage.
I mean, yeah, hitting that Geyser as we see him do here allows him to get basically another skydive out, and that's a lot of good rotational damage as we go to the Franklin Phoenix, who are fighting on the underside of Big Mod as they manage to get a knock here.
Honestly, I think the underside of Big Mod is the more advantageous position you can be in because there is almost no cover up top unless you're going inside, and as you can see with the Prowler, it doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
the
gnome mowers going down. I mean, on that underground area, you know where you're going to get swung from, right? You know where your openings are. But at the top, I mean, there's so many doors, there's so many entryways. You have to be watching so many angles. I mean, especially playing up there as like a solo or a duo, it's just hard to look at all those different areas.
Exactly. There's no other way to say it. You have to have good gunny if you're watching those doors. You have to be a good gunner.
Yep, as Franklin Wales are going to be looking to hit the ring console here in Geyser, and they will discover that the ring is pulling to them, so they might be on blues, but they have a great spot in zone here with this building. They have a god spot even.
Easily allows them to build up to purple, you know, and as we can see with these supplies, this is another change I'd like to bring up now. Supply boxes only give you supplies if you desperately need them now. The little tray at the bottom.
I mean, yeah, they have that smart loot now, which enables them to give you the supplies that you need, so that way you're not just opening them and getting nothing that you need. But also, as you can see, they open the care package, and when they open that supply bin, they get some extra Evo from it. And Bangalore here finds an Evo cache on the care package, getting her up to all the way up to red from blue.
And not just that, the devotion. We see it.
Absolutely. The devotion is such a powerful gun with its 54 bullet mag size. I mean, it is absolutely insane that you can kill 2 full players with just 1 mag.
Now, this is where the battle of what is the better gun comes in. The Prowler is a powerhouse of an SMG.
Mm-hmm.
And it can rival the devotion, in my opinion. So we just need to see who gets more.
I would love to see some Prowler versus Devotion fights, because I think the Devotion takes that hands down.
Oh yeah. I think at the long range, truly, but at close range, it's a lot more back and forth. Sadly, the Prowler is on the same team. The Prowler and Devotion are on the same team.
Yeah. As the Bearded Dragons here are going to be looking to maybe fend off this fight, as some good shots coming out from the Lifeline, but it's not enough, as the Lifeline and the Octane are eliminated. It's going to be left to this Conduit as a solo to maybe try to go craft her teammates in res, or maybe get out of here as she hits the jump pad out.
That's the advantage of having an Octane, is those jump pads being placed. You can have so many pre-placed and just be able to go through.
I mean, yeah, those rotations are very strong at any point in the game. As we go to the Gnome Blades, who are holding this tunnel of Geyser. They might think that there's a team here. I'm not sure. But, I mean, this is a great spot for them to be. They're clearing their backside so that way they can just walk in for free, knowing that no one's behind them.
Yeah, and we do see a Sentinel. This surprises me. While I do think the Sentinel's great, the Longbow has proven to be superior just in my eyes. With the 2.25 headshot, you're going to get better advantage with that Longbow, because now it also has 1 less attachment slot, making it easier to upgrade.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But with the Sentinel, I mean, if you have that access of shield cells, you can charge that thing up and it will do massive amounts of damage. I mean, I'm talking 154 to the head.
Yeah, but
it is insane.
It takes up a shield battery, not a cell.
No. The Sentinel takes up a shield cell to
Is
charge.
it a cell? I thought it was a battery.
It is a cell. It is a cell. As it looks like the Gnome Darts are going to find a rat here on Shogun as they are eliminated.
I didn't even notice it. I thought that was a rock. When they looked up and pointed out, they stood there for a solid second, and the last player on Shogun looked down at them, and they just kind of stared at each other.
He's just living there saying to himself, like, you don't see me. You don't know that I'm here.
If I can't
you don't
see
know
you, you can't see me. That's
absolutely
what happened.
As Bearded Dragons are going to craft their teammates' banners, and they're looking to potentially go res here, but little does he know that there is a team playing that back building, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get this res off by that respawn beacon.
The res is going to be very difficult, especially with where the teams are watching. However, the advantage they have is that they don't know 100% where they're at up until the respawn happens.
Yeah. And as we see where the ring is going to be pulling here, we see that it's pulling towards the back building. That's going to be a great spot for that team playing back there. They're going to have a great spot to play from. And, I mean, they've been playing there most of the game. While their Evos might not be the greatest, they do have that God spot and that high ground positioning, so they will be able to get a lot of free kills holding some of these teams out.
And we do see the top team, Gnome Darts, coming in. Don't know why they're wasting ammo on the jump pad. It's not going to give much advantage if they have somebody down on the bottom to watch. But, you know, I digress.
You never know, as they're going to be pushing up here. We see that they already have quite a few kills to their name as they're trying to clear out these hallways. They don't want to get ratted on, as there is a team here now. Some shots come out, but it looks like the Crypto here might get really low, but so does the Ash, but they managed to find one, and now it's a 2v3, and they wipe the Gnome Blades, as the Gnome Darts here will get some free loot, and they will be able to push into zone with their backs cleared.
The Crypto was fighting Ghosts for a minute. I also thought I saw a player jump behind him and onto box.
Yeah.
But then they're just gone. It's like, oh, what happened?
I mean, absolutely. Sometimes in Apex, you know, audio can be a little weird. Visuals can be a little weird. You know, you're hearing or you're seeing things that you might not actually see. So
it's like the ghost of Lockout in Halo.
Absolutely. As we see, the Franklin Whales have taken positioning up in this building with 2 reds now. Seems they've done a lot of damage to get there, as they're holding this God spot. They know that they have the Gnome Darts coming in from the tunnel potentially, as there's also quite a few teams outside in the other buildings that are going to be out of zone. Once again, we mentioned they have that Devo there on their Bangalore.
The Bangalore with the Devo is going to be an absolute devastating fight. With double time, you can just push in quite easily, lock down your enemy into this tunnel, let's say, and just spam at the door until the enemy runs out of bullets.
I mean, yeah, it's a great weapon for them, as also they have a Kraber here on their Caustic as he's trying to point out this guy as he maybe wants to team shoot him so that way they can confirm the kill. As he's trying to look for the kill, maybe he takes the shot here. I'm excited to see some good Kraber shots coming out. As a 112 comes out, hits the shot. Great job by this Caustic.
Yeah. Oh, misses the other one, though. It is hard when you're trying to move back and forth and avoid gunfire. Snipers are hard in general, but with a Kraber, the recoil on that and how long it takes to chamber a new round, you don't want to miss those.
I mean, absolutely. Not only that, but the fact that you only get 12 rounds with it, and there is no getting more ammo. So making sure that you use that, especially when it has such a high kill potential. If they're doing 140 to the body, if they're hit at all, they can definitely down them. But really love to see these teams, as the zone might be pulling more into the open, leaving this building as maybe a little bit worse of a spot to play.
I think where they're at is perfect. There's no reason for them to rotate. This spot's perfectly able to be defended without any issue. Easy sight lines. They know where everyone has to come from. There's no better spot to be.
I mean, absolutely. We have a team here in the tunnel, as you can see, and a team playing the house on the other side, and then we have this team playing the house up top. I think that they have the best spot right now. They know they have the high ground. They have not only Kraber, but they also have Devotion, and all they need to do is just sit and wait, and I think those kills will come straight to them.
We do see what looks to be a Newcastle wall going down, but then getting destroyed pretty quickly.
I mean, yeah, I think they're going to find the crypto on this team, and as they'll be shooting the knockdown shield, they want to secure that kill, but the Newcastle res comes in, as it looks like with Newcastle, they're going to be able to reset here, potentially.
They might have to back off here, because this Rolling Thunder could do a lot of damage, especially to Bangalore. Yeah, it's red Evo, but that's still a lot of shield battery to use to recover that Evo.
Absolutely, and the Gnome Darts are going to have to look out, because it looks like the other team on the other side of the wall pushed up and is maybe looking to potentially fight them here inside the tunnel. That cat wall there, maybe trying to use to buy them some cover as they're being held immediately from the center. This Newcastle's going to have to get his wall down here if they want to have any chance of getting in a zone.
Well, he gets it down and goes down, and now the zone is at their back. There's not a lot they can do. The Ash does manage to escape.
But the Ash portal is going to come out straight into another team, and we're going to have Crypto left as a solo, 2 wrapped. Rolling Thunder coming in, as we might see a 3v3 fight here between these last two teams as Gnome Darts are eliminated.
The Kraber was the finisher.
You love to see it, as we have the Franklin Phoenix here holding these rocks. I think they have a good spot in zone. You're going to see some ultimate cells coming out, as some good shots coming out here by this Bloodhound as he cracks the opposing Bloodhound, but not enough to down him. We see the Beast of the Hunt coming out as he pops up fat.
It's a Franklin versus Franklin. We got the Phoenix versus the Whales. One's fictional, one's real. Which animal do you think is winning?
I'm going to go with the Phoenix here, because even from the ashes, the Phoenix will arise. And even though this Bangalore is going to get Krabered here, from the ashes, he will get his bat off, and I think he will be able to secure this. I know this other team has a Devo and the Kraber, but I have faith in the Phoenix.
I'm gonna have to say in this final fight between the last two squads, it's gonna go to the Whales, because Whales are wise. They remember a lot. They remember exactly where these people are moving back and forth. I think it's gonna be hectic, but the Whales are gonna take it.
I mean, it's looking really close here. This Kraber, if we keep hitting shots with it, I mean, this could be definitely a fight winner, especially if we get some headshots coming out on these players that maybe have some purple shield still. But Caustic's also going to be really strong if they have that Caustic ult up, which they do, so that Nox Gas is going to be able to shove them out from behind their cover whenever he chooses to use it.
And it's good that he's placing it right there, because that shuts down that corner. So it disallows anybody pushing in and forces them to face them front on. They can't really flank.
Phoenix has the catwalk coming out here. This is going to buy them a rotation to get into the zone on them. As the Nox ult's going to come out here on the wall, it's not enough, as it looks like the Phoenix is rotated now behind the Whales. Get some better angles.
But it looks like they noticed that, because they saw the catwall the way it was going, and it's like you can easily assume they're going to the other side trying to get height advantage.
I mean, yeah, they're playing this blue bin. It looks like they now have the blue bin, but they're going to be out of zone very quickly here. The smoke comes out. They're going to have to move up, which they do try to, but There are Nox barrels all over the way here as they get into the team fight, and one goes down here for the Phoenix.
But it's a trade.
A trade onto the Whales. Oh, it's now a 2v2. It's now a 1v2, and the Whales take it.
I think it was the Caustic Gas that did it. They were at no shield, no just tiny bit of health. That Caustic Gas, because what, it ramps from 5 to 10, and that's what did it. That's what. Oh my lord.
That was an insane Caustic play there by the Whales. Really glad to see the Caustics getting some playtime.
Yeah, because all we saw was like, we saw one team over here, it was dropped an instant kill. Both they traded basically, and then over here is like, okay, one is super low, the other one is barely alive, and it was the Caustic Gas was the thing that finished it. I'm thinking about it now, it was the Caustic Gas. I have nothing else to say other than that's smart placement of Caustic Gas.
I mean, absolutely. We saw those barrels there. It's in a nice space, not even on where they were standing, but they had a Caustic barrel even on that blue bin where they ended up rotating to, because they knew that they might do that. And so that was a great vision by them.
I did bring up that preemptive, Caustic. Like I said, they threw it down onto the double blue and allowed or forced the Phoenix to rotate behind them. Then when they rotated back, because they knew Zone was going to be pushing in from there, they just waited it out. And that was what, in the end, finished it. Because as we saw, the Devotion kill and then into the trade. And then from that trade, well, it was an alternator, but from that trade led to another trade, which then lets the Caustic Gas finisher, which I still think it's very rare to get those ability finishers. So I think that was a worthwhile spot right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was great for them to see them absolutely just, I mean, I think they played that great. I think they played out to the best of their ability, and obviously they did because they won. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to do tomorrow in our next set of 3 games.
100%. Tomorrow we're going to see some amazing finals. See who comes out on top. Just the way everything's playing, there's no way of knowing. I mean, we saw the Mustangs. They came back in round 2, absolutely climbed the leaderboard with kills, but then in the end faltered. Then there was, round 3, they got eliminated early, but then in round 1, they were in 2nd place. So it's like, what's the scoreline for them? Then we have the Gnome Darts doing exceptionally well in round 1. Then round 2, they were, 5th, 14th? And then in round 3, they were coming back and then got eliminated quickly again in the top 10, I think.
I mean, yeah, they did have a lot of kills that game, so I am really excited to see what we have going into tomorrow. Also, it's another day. Some teams that maybe were doing a little not hot today can maybe get a mental reset in and come back for it. But let's go to our replays and see what we get from these games.
It's those land jitters,
Absolutely.
The Franklin Whales and ones that came out on top with that early game elimination.
I mean, it's definitely good to get some early damage in and some early loot from those kills. I mean, it even gets your confidence going. But sadly, the Mustangs did go out early. One of our contenders here that we were really expecting big things out of.
I wish the Mastiff did more. It's such a good shotgun, but it doesn't do enough, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, I love shotguns in this game, but they're a little underpowered compared to some of the other guns right now. But looks like we have the Gnome Darts here as they fought for this tunnel control. They ended up getting 3rd, but I mean, they've been doing great today, and as you can see, they had a ton of kills here.
Yeah, a ton of kills. We see the Phoenix, which Franklin versus Franklin fight, I was surprised by, I'm going to be honest. A Franklin v. Franklin, not expecting it.
I mean, it's always super fun to see teams like that when you end up having to face against your own teammates. I mean, we know that there's going to be banter later today about, oh yeah, well, we beat you in that team fight. So, I mean, especially at something like a finals at a LAN. I mean, it's incredible to see.
There's going to be a lot of talk, but this is the moment right here. As we can see, take it away just too soon. But we saw barely lived over there. I think that was, I'm not going to name character names, but we saw one player over there, barely alive. The Caustic Gas activates. His teammate gets knocked down, and then finally at the very end, just that sliver of health was knocked away by the Caustic Gas. You gotta love it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's so close. As we go to the overall scores here from last game, Franklin Phoenix dropping 13 kills, the Whales dropping 7. Gnome Darts had 9.
This is competitive. Look at those numbers. There's what? So Gnome Darts with 9. We have Bearded Dragons with 5 coming up quite nicely there. And then obviously Franklin Whales, the winners of that, was 7. That's going to net them a nice amount of points. But Franklin Phoenix sweeping that the kill numbers. under the rug with that 13. That's going to net them 13 nice, clean points.
I mean, absolutely. With the Whales here only getting 7, Phoenix will actually get more points for this game than the Whales do, even though the Whales won. Which, you know, I mean, playing for a lot of those kills early, I mean, that happens. I mean, the Whales, we saw them at that building for most of that late game. They didn't get much kill potential from it, but I mean, they ended up locking it down with the win, but Phoenix were able to get so many kills from playing on edge. They were able to really make it worthwhile for it.
Well, when you push up on zone edge, there's not a lot you can do. You got to force them down. The Phoenix had no other choice but to push, unless they wanted to take that zone damage, which could have been viable if they rotated through towards building. But blue bins is where that fight was taking place. That zone damage would have been too much because I think at round 5, it's like 20 or something. Zone damage is a bit weird in Apex because it ramps per round, and then I think it grows stagnant at about round 4.
But I mean, it's a lot of damage. They can't really afford to go into zone there, especially when they know that the other team has a caustic, right? So you know that if you take that zone damage, you're going to be super susceptible to that caustic gas.
100%. Well, we're going to toss it over to Fortnite. We got some amazing gameplay coming over there, but we're actually going to... Fortnite's coming in a bit, my mistake, but we're actually going to toss it to a quick commercial. I have been Runner.
I've been Kuzer.
It's good. It's good to see you. And just real fast, Kuzer, give me a quick high five. I don't know if you can see where my hand is. All right. Bam. There it is.
There we go.
We always want to do that. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks.
It takes a talented team to bring top-tier games to the world. If you know you're destined to make games but aren't sure how, we can help. At Full Sail University, we offer associate degrees in games with introductory and career-focused courses to show you what to expect when you enter the job market. Once you've completed your associate-level classes, you can graduate or earn a bachelor's degree with a concentration focused on your specific interests. We also offer standalone bachelor's degrees for certain programs. So which path is right for you? The world of interactive 3D art is expanding beyond games to industries like simulation, extended reality, film, and television. If you're a visual artist who wants to explore these areas, you'll feel right at home studying game art at Full Sail. If you look under the hood of any of your favorite games, you'll find lines and lines of code. None of it would be possible without talented developers and engine builders. If this sounds like you can get your start right here on the Full Sail University campus in our Game Development Bachelor's program. Great games are born from great ideas. If you have ideas for games, how do you turn them into something you can put in front of real players? When you study game design at Full Sail, you'll gain the skills you need to test your ideas and turn the best ones into compelling games. Whatever program you choose, we can't wait to help you take the next step in your gaming journey. Visit us at fullsail.edu/games to learn more.
Ja, jag skickar flash.
We're in the fortress right now with two excited sisters. What's your names, guys?
Genevieve. My name is Zoe.
And I like this shark fin. Show them the shark fin on the back. What does the shark fin mean?
It's for my brother's username.
Oh, what's your brother's username?
Shark.
Shark. And what games does your brothers play?
Fortnite, Overwatch, and Valorant.
So many games. And what about your brother?
My brother is playing Fortnite here. He plays a lot of games.
What's your brother's name?
His name is Vortex.
Vortex. Do you guys play video games?
Yes.
What games?
Fortnite.
And what games do you play?
Also Fortnite.
Oh my gosh, do you have a favorite emote? Or skin?
I like Crystal.
Okay. And what about you?
Probably Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn? Okay. So we're going to put everything in the middle. We're going to say go Fortnite on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go Fortnite!
How's it going? Everybody having a good time? Can we make some noise? Yeah, there we go. I know we've been here for a while, but we got to keep the energy high. We're not even on day 2 yet. I loved your video, Mia, that we just got to watch. How fun is that for you to get to interview?
Honestly, let's just make some noise for everyone who came to support, all the little sisters, little brothers, parents, grandparents. Let's make some noise. Thank you so much for coming to support.
You're the real MVPs, right?
But it's been a great couple of games so far, but we're going to take a little break from the gameplay and invite some very special guests on the stage.
Please welcome XP League President Carissa Finley, CEO and founder of Unleashed Brands, Michael Browning, and Director of Esports and Project Development at Full Sail University, Sari Keitlin.
Let's go!
Come on down. It's like The Price is Right. But after a while at The Price is Right, if you don't come on down, we pick someone new, so... here they come. Woo! It's Sari and Carissa. Hi. Hello, friends.
Long time no see.
And there's
Right
Michael.
here.
He's coming.
Center.
Hi. We have a special little announcement, so I'm going to pass the MC duties over to my lovely boss, Sari.
Thank you, and a big thank you to Unleashed Brands, XP League, all the parents and coaches and league commissioners and athletes and gamers and everybody that's here in the room supporting the event today. It's a pretty phenomenal experience. And just so you know, everything that's going on here today in the live venue and also that's going on in the Fortress as well as the Dan Patrick Studio and all across campus that you see here today, this entire production is really put on by students at our university. Students from various degree programs all around are coming in today to support, to put this event and activation on for you guys here today. So we're really excited. We have about 70 students that have worked together from start to finish to bring this event to life, which is a really spectacular experience for all of us.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we love hosting this event every year at Full Sail because the mission of Unleashed Brands is to help kids learn, play, and grow into their destinies. So there's so many students here at Full Sail University that are not only getting to do what they love, but get real world experience putting on an awesome event for you guys. So can we give it up to all the students that are helping make this happen? Absolutely. So along with giving them the opportunity to host an amazing event, we also like to give away some scholarships.
Woo.
So take it away.
Not just scholarships. $30,000 in scholarships are going out today to some of the students that are working this event. And the best part about it is they have no idea. So they're going to find out right now.
So if the camera goes off because one of them are coming up here, you know why.
Then it was a cam op. All right, so we're going to get this show on the road. My lovely Vanna White here, Jacob Kaplan, is going to get us started.
The best cardboard ever.
So our first scholarship recipient has actually been here a bulk of the week in just preparing this room, getting everything situated. This guy has done it all for us, whether it's helping with observing, especially in crazy titles that we're not necessarily super familiar about, understanding how to get the entire workflow set up for all of these PCs, all 103 PCs and how they're working. An overall awesome person. He's in our Game Design Masters program and is about ready to do some really crazy things starting about next week. But before he does, Patrick, can you come on up and get your $7,500 scholarship? Congrats, Patrick. So proud of you.
That's a good graduation gift.
Yeah, there you go. He's getting ready to graduate, and this is going to help take some of that debt away from him. Let's get Michael and Carissa together, too. You guys want to get in this picture? This is Patrick. Yeah, Patrick.
Congratulations.
Yeah, buddy. All right, now back to work. No, I'm just kidding. All right, our second scholarship recipient. I feel like he has been everywhere doing everything. He is a very active member of our Overwatch team. He's in our Game Business and Esports degree program and has always been exceptional about really connecting through to youth gamers, especially those that are interested in Overwatch and everything of the sort. Big part of the production today. Super excited to bring Mist on stage to receive your $7,500 scholarship. Also known as Jason. I have to remember their real name.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I didn't mean to hit you with the headset, sorry.
It's okay. Hit me with anything. Let's come on over. Mist is in the Game Business and Esports degree program, our bachelor's program here, and a pretty phenomenal part of the production that we do on campus. All right, Mist. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right. I know that a lot of people here feel like they keep the vibe going, and I respect that. But this person really does keep the vibe going. Things will never feel stressful when he's around. As heated as production can get, as heated as games can get, he knows how to bring the mood exactly where it needs to be. He's also a member of our Game Business and Esports. And I'm going to bring Brian Day up to the stage for your scholarship. Hopefully. Brian, 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 Brian. Yeah. You're welcome.
So much. What the heck? I had no idea.
I figured that. Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
Keep it up. All right. Our final scholarship recipient is a prominent voice of the Armada community and a prominent voice of this event today. And I know he has no idea that this is happening because he's going to be very surprised. But he's more than just a strong voice. He's a strong heart. He's really kept our casting world moving and shaking. He takes time out of his day to help others, talk to everybody else, keep the bridges going between education and what we're doing here for esports. So Kyler Grant, we're bringing you to stage to get a scholarship.
Let's go, Kyler.
You're our first double up, man.
Thank you.
It's Red Rope.
All right.
You're going to continue hearing Kyler's voice throughout this entire weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Kyler's a student in the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, and we're excited that we have him here today. Thank you. Proud of you, buddy. So again, big thank you to all of our friends and family with Unleashed Brands and the XP League team for providing these scholarship opportunities for students and keeping that connection going. We're so happy to have you here year over year and really happy and proud of all the students that are working here today. So thank you all so much and have a great rest of your show.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Siri. Thank you, Carissa. Thank you, Michael. I just want to say how unfair it is that as an employee here who is incredibly invested in our students' dreams, I always have to stand here and put my face on. I want to cry. I'm very upset. That in a happy way, But yeah, We've been having a good time. We gave away some scholarships, and we've got even more gameplay coming up soon. We're going to head into Fortnite in a little bit. But before that, some words from our sponsors.
Oh, it's always...
I think we're good.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? We're still doing good. We're hanging out, having a good time. Okay, a little more energy, a little more energy. I know it's hot outside. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I hope everybody's had some time to have a little bite to eat. Please, I hope everybody's staying hydrated in this crazy Florida heat. It's so hot outside. Drink so much water, so much water. But yeah, we've made you wait long enough, so I think we're ready to get back into some gameplay. I see a lot of parents like ready for Fortnite. Like you guys are just like, yes, like let's go. I want to see games. I got a mom dancing. I saw you before shaking it when the music came on. I like it. I like to see it. But let's throw it over to our casting desk. I'm gonna throw it up to, if you're a XP League fan, then you definitely know my buddy Panda, and you don't know this next caster, but you will by the end of the show. It's so depressing. Go ahead, take it away, y'all.
It is time. It's the XP League NA Finals, and what better way to bring it in than some Fortnite? You already know, but you know, I gotta introduce myself real quick. I'm Panda, and this is Soda making her Fortnite debut. Orlando, give it up for Soda. Let's get a round of applause here for the people. There we go, Soda. Welcome on the desk alongside. I'm so excited to get into the games today. We have a lot planned. 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow, and 96 total players competing for that top spot. It all comes down to this. It's the finals. Do you think these players are ready?
I hope they're ready, because you know what? I'm excited and ready to see some really good Fortnite plays.
I'm excited too. We have a lot to look forward to as far as the day goes. It has been an exciting season, and for all of those that are wondering, we are playing tournament format rulings, which means there will be no cars, no nitro fist, no nitro fuel, or adjusted nitro fuel, and a lot more. So for the players, they're excited, they're hyped, and they're just about ready to go. But before we get into it, we got to talk about the adjustments this season, right? You were talking about POIs with me just a moment ago. What's your favorite spot to land this season so far?
Right now, I kind of land anywhere from the Coliseum over to the rig. So that's kind of where I'm trying to get in between. I normally will land somewhere in the middle of those 2 POIs so that I can kind of get around. So Mount Olympus, Brawlers, Battleground, Redline, Rig. I usually try and land either between Olympus and Battlegrounds or between Rig and Battleground to kind of get away from as congested of areas so that I can get some stuff and then get in there.
You know, for me, I'm a Reckless Railways guy. You know what I mean? I've loved Reckless since the first season of this chapter. It's been a spot that I've really enjoyed. It's more or less kind of centered on the map, so it's got nice positioning. I can rotate very easily from it. The only thing you have to watch out for when you are landing Reckless is these teams that are on the backside of the zone there. Anybody that can press towards you and take advantage of you not paying attention could be a problem. So that's something I would definitely watch for if you're landing in a spot like this. But I know a lot of people are landing different places. I know I talked to some teams earlier that are landing Lavish Layer. I know quite a few people are landing in the Sandy Steps area, and I'm hearing that there's going to be 3 teams fighting for the forecast tower located right outside of Sandy Steps. That is going to be a fight we have to pay attention to. So observers, if you're hearing me now, make sure we are watching everything going on over here at Sandy Steps. That's going to be a hot spot here to start off the day. But again, so much action on the map and so much that's transitioned from last season to this season. It's kind of now finally in like a decent spot, right? Because at the beginning of the season, if you don't know, for those at home,
there is some pretty crazy stuff in the game, I can't lie. So it was very, very active, but now we're kind of seeing it balance out to be a traditional competitive mode. What are some things you're looking forward to on the day? Maybe your favorite weapon, or maybe a team perhaps that you're looking at?
So I'm hoping that we see some action over in Redline Rig, because I know that's where a lot of people are going to be dropping. But making sure that we are seeing a lot of people getting their materials sorted. I know in the past when I've played, we've had a designated material carrier to make sure that if we're forgetting to re-up, somebody has something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, it's funny because I was having some conversations with some teams that are landing over in the lavish layer area, right? And they were talking to me about, okay, what do you think of this spot? Do you think there's enough to work with, right? One of the biggest things lacking when it comes to material, specifically in the resource category, is metal. There's not a ton of metal over there, and metal is the most scarce material you can find on the map. So when you are picking a spot, you have to be super mindful of that stuff. And so this team was talking to me about lavish, and they're like very concerned about metal. But I said, look, go back and watch what Clicks did with Epic Whale last season, because that's the perfect example of what to do. These guys knew exactly how to play lavish, how to play around it. They were doing everything you needed to do if you were to want to land there. And so they were pretty set, though. They had drop maps ready for lavish and stuff. The only thing they were concerned about was the metal. So hopefully they were able to prep overnight and get ready for today, because it all comes down to this, folks. We are just moments away from getting into the first game as our teams get ready, though. One thing I'm personally looking forward to, I don't know about you, is I'm looking forward to some of the smack talk. The difference between online and in person is that you can turn to the team next to you and say, guess what? I took you out.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I have an ego when it comes to me getting Elans. So seeing a lot of these players getting to turn to those teams and go, hey, good fight, but I took that Elam out of there, and that was mine to make sure I got.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And look, there's so much going on throughout the weekend. It's not just about the Fortnite action. You got to check out all the esports titles that are being covered. So much talent, not only on here or in the stadium itself, but on the talent desk. We have students from Full Sail. We have some incredible talent from around the U.S. traveling, making their way over here to be a part of these different esports titles. So huge shout out to them. And of course, a huge shout out to production for making all this possible. This is a beautiful show and a beautiful venue, and it wouldn't be possible without the students of Full Sail making all this happen. So a massive shout out to them before we get into game number one. But look, when it all is said and done, we have to pick a team, right? I know you got some teams noted over there.
I do.
You got some teams noted. I want to know your pick to win it all at the end of the weekend.
You know, I'll say I know that Greenville Guardians have been going pretty strong. I think that we've got some excitement in the crowd for that, too. You know, they took 2 wins in a row in 1 week, and that's massive. When you're looking at a scoreboard like a tournament bracket that we have, those points are going to be vital to get, whether it's through Elans, whether it's through placements. Winning 2 games in a row in 1 week puts you so high above so many other teams, because, you know, say you have 15 Elans and then you get those first place spots. That's huge. That's so many points, putting yourself at the top of that bracket.
Yeah, but with the other thing, too, we have to be mindful of, right, and especially with these teams, these are the best of the best that have competed in the league throughout the season.
Oh, absolutely.
So you have to be mindful, like, if you are an aggressive team, you can't take too many risks without feeling confident you're going to win it. And that's been one of the biggest mistakes for a lot of pro players this season, especially like Peterbot and Pollo. I've watched them personally struggle this season because they are a fighting team. They're the team that is super aggressive in the beginning of the game, the middle of the game, the end of the game. However, they've struggled to find their footing because of the items that are in the game now, and it makes for a very different play experience. And so these teams, the same thing applies. They need to make sure, yes, it'd be great to get 15 eliminations, 20 eliminations, 30 eliminations, but they have to be mindful of when to do it. And it's very easy to get 15 eliminations if you play for the end game, right? You get to those final moments, and when all the different players are on the low ground, you take high ground. It's really easy to pick them off one by one when they're least expecting it. So make sure to play it strong, play it safe, and make it to the end game. That's the best advice I can give to these players ahead of this, but I'm going to talk about it. There's one team that I'm going to be paying attention to. It's the boys that came in second place last season. coached by Trey 509, is none other than Ojibo, Doom, and Speedy. This team, let me tell you what, they're an interesting team to watch, and they are very confident that they're going to take out the competition. Now, I'm going to be honest, there's another player that I'm watching very closely. He played last season too. It's Zombie. Zombie is another one that his raw talent is nuts. I sat down and VOD reviewed with him last year, and we were pointing out different things that he can improve on. And apparently this year, he's not only improved, but he's gotten exponentially better. So these are some players I'm personally going to be focused on. Lots of great teams nonetheless, though. So I can't wait to get into it. We're just moments away from kicking this off. But before we do, favorite Fortnite season, go.
I would probably say OG Fortnite, like season 1 was probably my favorite. It was where I got my start as a Fortnite player, so it's kind of held a special place in my heart.
Of course.
But right underneath that is probably this one.
Really?
Yeah, when I'm not playing in tournament brackets, I am running around with Nitro Fists beating people up. And I know that's the rat in me, for sure.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that feels better than, crashing into somebody's tower with some Nitro Fists and surprising them and then getting the upper hand. If you've got that high ground, but you haven't built that tower properly, everything comes crumbling down around you.
Oh, for sure.
Especially with those Nitro Fists. And then you just go straight up the tower and they don't know what to do.
Well, interestingly enough, Fortnite is at its core chaos, right? And that's what this season is embedded with, chaos. And so it'll be interesting to see how it kind of expands from there. Will we continue to see chaos? Because we're halfway through this season. There's still one more season, I believe, to go for the rest of the year before we get into a new chapter. So lots still on the line. But curiously enough, this has been probably the most chaotic season we've had since some of those OG Fortnite days with the mechs, for example, in season 10, which is just nuts. Okay, wait a minute. We got people flexing in the crowd here. Okay, I respect it. But no, so for me, when it comes to favorite Fortnite season, I've got a few. Chapter 2 Season 2 is one of my favorites. That meta not only was really fun to drop in and fight for the Mythic Drum Gun, but watching some of the players on controller take full advantage of what the game had to offer was just insane. Those were the days of Unknown Army. We still had Tfue and Cloaksy there for a little bit, and Tfue more specifically. So it's it was just a different era of Fortnite. It was fun to watch. Even though Fortnite still, it continues to evolve in the broadcast experience for sure. So I can't wait. We're just moments away. We have had a quick reset of the lobby just to make sure everybody is involved, because it's very important to us here that we get every single player into as many lobbies as we can, and we don't want to we don't want anybody missing out on this incredible experience, because they're competing to be the top dogs here of XP League. And again, just so you know, if this is your first time tuning in, this didn't start today. This has been going on for months leading up to the North American Finals. So much is on the line, so much has gone to it. And honestly, a lot of this wouldn't be possible without the incredible partners here alongside Full Sail and, of course, XP League. Let's talk about it. Look at this. Look at this beauty from Cherry Extrify. This mouse is actually insane. Look, it's actually moldable. There's different parts. I don't know if you can see it on the screen because we're a small box, but this thing is nuts. And this little retro design, I'm not even gonna lie, when we leave tomorrow, there's gonna be one missing on this desk. I don't know what happened, Extrify, I'm sorry.
You're not supposed to let them know right now. You're supposed
listen,
to, just...
I'll be honest, when this one is missing on this side, it may or may not have made it in the Panda suitcase. All right, so make sure to go check that stuff out. We actually have them set up in the lobby too, so if you haven't had a conversation with them, go check it out. There's some really cool stuff over there. There's also an unreleased mouse that they have sitting on the desk, and this thing is sick. It's got 8K polling rate. It's this very similar shape to the G Pro Super Light. Super cool mouse. So if you're needing a new mouse, might be time to go check those out
when we leave.
Might be time to go check them out. So, and also alongside that, of course, you need a keyboard. You can't just play on mouse, right?
Oh,
look at this thing. XP League keyboard. Every player in the house today is playing on one of these bad boys. They've been set up at every single PC. And these things are sick. Great switches, great quality, and you can get that here live at the event in the merch store over at the Fortress. So when you walk into the main entrance of the Fortress, it's right there set up for you. And of course, there's some other cool stuff over there too. So definitely check all of that out. Lots here, lots of stuff to do, and lots of fun to have. But, you know, it really comes down to Fortnite. And that's where the real fun is getting ready to begin. But for all of you at home, I'm going to ask you, chat. Let me see the chat light up. What's your favorite weapon in Fortnite history? Anything. And if you're in the crowd, I want to hear it from you guys too. Favorite Fortnite weapon ever. Let me hear it. Okay, I got the pump. What else? We got AR. Which AR? Ooh. Yeah?
I heard a carbine shotgun.
Carbine shotgun. Lots of great choices down in this crowd. I can't wait to see some of those in action here momentarily. We are getting the code set up and ready to go for you guys. So we will be in the game momentarily. But before we can get into that, I will say this. Soda is probably one of the funniest people I've met all weekend. She is an absolute treat to get to cast alongside. And so if you aren't following her, go follow Soda Presson on all socials. She's out there. Make sure to go follow her. If you need to find her, you can look at like my recent follows because like that was an instant follow for me. I had to. And so you'll be seeing her face for sure more in the Fortnite space, maybe some other spaces too. So definitely go check her out. She's got a lot of cool things happening. But I want to interact with the crowd a little bit more and the chat, of course. Favorites on the weekend. We talked about our predictions, right? Who in the crowd thinks they're going to win it? I better see everybody's hands up. That's right. All right. Now wait. All right, listen, it's time for some Fortnite, guys. Where's your station leads? Let's get the station leads hands raised right now. Get your code from the station lead. It's almost time. We want to get you guys into some Fortnite games. Are you ready? Let's go. We're only missing a few players now. We got 82. We need 97. So let's see it. Get your code now. If you don't have your code locked in and ready to go, now's the time to do it. Make sure to find your station lead. Get that code locked in. I want to watch some Fortnite. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for it.
You know, I'm ready for some Fortnite. I'm pretty sure the crowd is ready for some Fortnite too, but we might need to get some more sound up in here from the crowd
you know,
today.
They're not excited enough. Do you guys know? I'll put Roblox on the screen. Let me hear you. Are you ready?
There we
Let's go. All right, this crowd is hyped, ready to go, and we are just moments away from getting into it. Like I said, just a few more players need to trickle into the lobby. We can get that battle bus loaded and off onto our game number 1. And look, with all this going on, with all the extra exciting moments that we've had so far this weekend, what has been one of your favorite moments? Maybe it's another game title. Maybe it's an interaction you've had with somebody in the crowd. What would you say is one of your favorite moments?
You know, I would say that today I've seen a lot of the younger siblings of some of these teams wandering around, super excited. I know earlier Mia got to interview 2 really lovely little ones.
Yeah.
And one of them, I believe, was Sus Shark's little sister.
Yes.
Wearing her little shark fin. And I think that was probably one of my favorite interactions I've had today because I got to see her in the Fortress a little while ago.
Yeah.
And then got to see that interview. And that was a really fun little tidbit that we had. Her and can't remember her name. But both of those little girls are so sweet.
They
and
are.
I've gotten to talk to both of them today, and so I love them.
Yeah, no, honestly, shout out to Mia. The interviews have been cooking, and it's been a lot of fun to watch those here on the broadcast. And she's been running around. She's probably easily got like 15K steps already.
Oh, absolutely.
Like between going to the Fortress, coming back to Live 1, like she has definitely been putting in the work and putting in the steps. So shout out to Mia as well. So much cool stuff happening here. And like, honestly, if you haven't seen the trophies, like walk up to the stage if you're here in person. Those things look sick. I can't wait to see who's going to walk away with one at the end of the Fortnite stuff, because literally Fortnite is first up tomorrow.
That's amazing.
So we get to watch Fortnite now, and then we are back first thing in the morning, getting ready to kick off the day with some more Fortnite. And honestly, no better way to start the day, if I'm being honest.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm so excited to wake up tomorrow morning, get here, and get into some Fortnite straight away. I am so excited. And I get to see your amazing face in the morning. That's amazing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But no, it's going to be a good time. Now, you know what? Listen, I talked about favorite weapons with the crowd, right? Now, I think it's our turn. We got to talk about it. So for me, I'm a huge proponent of like the pump shotgun, early chapter 1 era. The double pump meta was so sick. It was like, it's hard to describe how exciting it was to be able to do that in the game. It did end up being somewhat of an exploit, but it was a really like sick era of Fortnite. What would you say was your favorite weapon and why?
So I'll be really honest with you. The boom bolt is probably my favorite weapon, and it's definitely not just because I can be a formidable opponent toward vehicles now.
Yeah.
But overall, like, I am a far away player. Like, I like my distance. I don't like to be up close and personal. So being able to use the boom bolt, I'll see somebody 100 feet away from me, and I'll go, oh, that's a speck on the map. Let me just get that elimination really quick and get out of here.
Well, that was the nice thing about the snipers in recent seasons, especially this chapter, was like the sniper was in such a like an easy place to use that if you spent just a little bit of time practicing it, you could get there. And exactly what you just said, you can play from a distance. And I think a lot of players are so quick to want to jump in the box and get the fight going. But in reality, those fights are super risky. Like, as soon as you jump into another player's box, it becomes a 50-50 situation. You're not necessarily in control unless you know they're very weak. But a lot of times these players are jumping into boxes when both players are full health. And that's not going to help anybody, right? You're taking a risk and hoping that it pays off in your favor because you're more aggressive. So it really comes down to a few things like that. I'm curious, though. This season has been, it's been very aggressive, but it's been slower in damage, in my opinion. So it's like, it's been harder to really take significant damage off. We don't have a sniper, right? You've had to use like the DMR at a distance, which is a little tougher to use, in my opinion. So this season, it definitely is going to be interesting, especially with, again, this is one of the first tournaments we're seeing with some of the adjusted tournament format settings. So I'm curious how it's actually going to play out. We actually just had that nitro fuel adjusted. So before it would break any wall. Now it's not breaking walls unless it's a fresh built wood wall, and I believe fresh built brick wall, and it may be a metal wall, but it literally has to be like the moment it's built. It's not easy anymore to adjust. Some of these players are going to have to kind of figure out how to weaken the walls before they try to like burst in. But it's still going to be very different in the way that it's played, and it's going to slow a lot of these teams down. Remember, they've been practicing for weeks, so that adjustment alone could cause some confusion and maybe some players to be thrown off once we get into this. But what do you think are some metas or some things that these players are going to have to really adapt to, get ready for before we go into game one?
Well, I definitely, if you're taking fights in the desert specifically, you know, those cactus are everywhere.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you are following whoever you are fighting in that moment, because if they get that cactus, then they reset a good portion of what you've just done, and then they can gain that upper hand. So making sure that you're either not allowing them to get that far or you are getting there first is definitely a must-do. Same with the Flowberry Fizz. Because a little bit of Flowberry Fizz and you've got that jump increase, you've got that speed boost. So it's going to be really important for players to either make sure they have one, or make sure they're keeping an eye out for that, you know, geyser of Flowberry Fizz.
No, for sure. I mean, look, this season has been an interesting one, and the adjustments to the map have been pretty like unique as well. Here, let's full screen the map again, because there's actually some things I do want to point out. So obviously, if we're talking the new areas, like you mentioned before, all of this desert is basically brand new. And so a lot of this is wide open. So it's hard to find like just like preserved cover that exists just naturally, right? And with Redline Rig being the #1 POI so far this season, a lot of players are fighting for this or fighting in this area so then they can take advantage of the players that did take it. So what I'm going to be curious of is the teams that are going to go ahead and target Redline Rig, not just off spawn, but from some of these other locations, right? Because look, depending on where the zone comes from, you're going to have to deal with the players from Brutal or players from Nitrodome or Mount Olympus or Brawlers. Now, obviously, Brawlers is probably going to be the biggest problem for Redline Rig, but there's still definitely some teams from Mount Olympus that can come over, for example, and cut off the line here, keep those teams from rotating in and get their Surge damage, because Surge most likely will be a factor in these games, with it being a full lobby and a stacked lobby of the best. But same thing applies from Nitrodome too, coming over and blocking off these teams that have to rotate forward. So definitely keep in mind, like, if you're landing in that area, be ready to use material to get out of it, and then find a place anywhere up here to remat up and be good to go, because most likely zone's not pulling in your favor.
And it's also going to be really important that they keep an eye behind them, because people can come, like a lot of these players, if they land in Brawlers, for example, can come down here and wrap around sneakily behind and get some of those cleanup eliminations while people are, re-shielding, while they're, upping their health, all of that, getting their bearings. So it's going to be really big for them to make sure that they're, trying to keep an eye out for anybody sneaking around behind them.
No, 100%. And that's the one thing that has made Redline interesting, is if you land at the top in the beginning of your game, you can now look down and kind of get info on the people around you. So that's good. However, by the time that Brawlers is done looting up or doing whatever they need to do, they can sneak over, and that team that lands at the rig will probably be closer to the bottom, so they'll easily catch them out. Now, one thing that Redline Rig has outside of tournament modes is the car, right? But they're not going to have access to that tool in this. So they're going to have to not only play for the loot and everything else that they have around here, but like you mentioned, the natural cactuses. So ideally using limited resources like those half pots or the mini pots ahead of time, and save that stuff for later if they can take advantage of some of that natural stuff. Again, the cactuses are everywhere, and they literally reload. So it's like 10 seconds and you have the cactus again. And it does provide a significant boost in shield and health. So it's definitely something that these players should be mindful of and paying close attention to.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, it is one of those things where you, like you said, you need to make sure that you're using those to your advantage, keeping a hold of a lot of those support items so that you don't, in a detrimental moment, like it's a 3v3 and you are really, really low and you're just hiding in your little corner, you have those shield pots, you have those med kits that you can utilize so you aren't, caught in a, between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's the last place you want to find yourself. And so these players know this. That's why they got to this point. These are the best of the best playing in this, and they have competed across several months to be here and make it to this point for their chance to compete on the main stage. And that time is almost here. As we get ready to start off with game number 1, these players have put in a lot of effort and time and commitment to get to this point. And that wouldn't be possible without XP League making that all happen and putting in the effort to build out this league and create this amazing thing alongside Unleashed Brands. So lots of cool stuff coming from this. And honestly, it just shows that the future of XP League is only up from here. It is going to be incredible to watch the growth of such an incredible organization and the impact that this organization is making.
Yeah, I love seeing all the opportunities that a lot of these kids are getting, because, when I was a kid, I would have loved to have something like XP League so much closer to me so that I could have participated in something like this. They're getting experience with the games, but they're also getting experience with team building and, building those connections with their teammates so that they, if they go into things outside of here, they still have those skills. They still have that mindset, and, it's setting them up for success in the future as well.
No, you're absolutely right. I think these players are building a base for their future right here, whether it's understanding and building a passion for esports and in the competitive aspect of it, but also taking the time to learn about Full Sail and some of the broadcast elements that come into what makes all of esports happen, right? Because when you look around and you see what you see, these stages, the cameras, the quality of this broadcast, this is what you get from tier 1 esports, right? Like when you watch the traditional FNCS or you watch Worlds, for League of Legends. Like, this is the quality that you see from these other major titles. And so getting to learn from the best here at Full Sail is actually a really special and unique opportunity. And you yourself are a Full Sail student. Like, what has your experience been like since you've been a student here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So this is actually my second XP League that I have been a part of. Last year, I was mainly on the production team, so I was helping with setups. I was helping with score tracking. And this year, I get to be a part of the caster team, which is this great opportunity.
Yeah.
But I am in a program that has really allowed me to get these opportunities. I've done really large events, including NACE and a few others. We also have our own events here with Hall of Fame, where we have alumni versus varsity. So it's a really fun experience. There's a lot of esports opportunities that we get access to. So a lot of us are able to kind of build a foundation for ourselves as well.
Yeah, that's honestly pretty sick. And there's not many opportunities like that out there, right? Even when I started in production, specifically esports production, several years ago, there weren't these official tracks that led directly into esports, right? It was like you either had to learn from YouTube or you got your experience elsewhere. But now seeing these official tracks open up here, specifically for esports, is amazing, right? And Full Sail is one of those examples of schools that are taking on that new challenge of building esports programs to help build the future of esports. And it's not just the production side, it's the business aspect of it. Shoutcasting and understanding at the highest level how that works. There's a lot of cool stuff at play here, and that's why we love coming back and bringing XP League back to Full Sail, because it really is such a special experience across the board. I can't wait though, because honestly, every year that I've watched Full Sail and watched what they do, right, since I was a young lad in Vero Beach, Florida, wanting to come to school here, right, I've watched Full Sail continue to grow and expand in their programs and the way they do things. And it's so awesome to see that continue to grow year over year. And then the scholarships, right? The people that are committed and helping make all this possible, rewarding them with scholarships, is such a unique and exciting way to encourage the people here to genuinely give your all. And that's why we saw it. Kyler, perfect example, man.
Absolutely. Kyler works so hard in everything he does. So being able to see him receive that scholarship, Patrick, Mist, everyone who's gotten a scholarship today, I've seen them firsthand work so hard and put their heart and soul into every event that they've worked. And so I can't picture anybody deserving those scholarships not getting them.
Well, the cool thing is, you guys may have seen it for the first time, but Full Sail does this often. You got a scholarship not too long ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. It was actually at a similar event, and I also did not know I was going to be getting that. So they also do a really good job at making sure we don't know that we're getting those, so that the reactions are super genuine.
That's awesome.
And that's always really good to see, because it also shows, anybody who's watching at home, you guys get to see firsthand the difference that makes, both with the students here and, with some of these kids. They get to see that if they want to pursue something like this, there are those opportunities for them.
Yeah, and honestly, again, I've been in the collegiate space for quite some time. I've worked in academic space as well. And you don't see many of the collegiate programs able to step up in the way that Full Sail has. So it's really cool to see that here live, watching this. This is my second XP League NAF. I've done a lot of work, obviously, behind the scenes with XP League and some other events that they've done around the Fortnite space. So to see them always come back here and build this incredible event alongside you guys is just awesome. And I hope we continue to see that year over year, because I can't imagine a better place to host the North American Finals for XP League than Full Sail. And so as we get ready, though, let's focus back in on the Fortnite, right? Because it is all about the players here today. And the players are right now, I see, Zombie, I see you. What's up, man? These guys are locked, loaded, ready to go. We have them just moments away. We are just 3 players down. So potentially one full team has not quite logged into the game yet, and then we're sending it. And the battle bus will be loaded, and we are getting into game 1. So if you still have not logged into the game, number one, what are you doing? It's it's time. Number two, I hear it's a tech thing. So, sorry. Wait, the cheers are in. The battle bus is loaded. It's time. Let's get into game number one, folks, as we get ready to bring you some incredible Fortnite action.
I am so ready to see these kids in action because I saw some of them training and doing their practicing.
Yeah.
There's some crazy players out there.
There really are. To be honest, I was watching a lot of the boys warm up here, especially on this side. This stack right here is insane. And so that's why I expected some of that smack talk we were talking about earlier to come through. But it all comes down to the first 3 games. Now, a big piece of this for the players at home or the players that are listening right now as they get ready to get into game, you want to take today as a learning experience. Try to do your best, of course, but take your games away, your replays away, and recap what you did well, learn from your mistakes, and also pay close attention to the teams that are landing around you and make sure you're reviewing and getting ready for day 2, because day 2 is where it really finishes off. So you got to make sure you're prepared, ready to go, and use this day as a learning experience and tomorrow as the win.
Yeah, like you said, tomorrow is really where we're going to see a lot of that finalization and that real grind come to, well, a grinding halt eventually. Yeah. But that's where we're going to see a lot of this, strong plays and coming out.
Well, we don't have to wait any longer. It's time. As the battle bus unloads, we got tons of great players. Foxy JJ is another one we got to pay close attention to, of course. You got Speed, Ojibo, and Doom, that team that I told you to watch out for earlier. You got players like Superstar in this one. But seeing the way that they're splitting the map here, there's quite a few interesting swap ups. That's one thing that we don't know quite yet, where people are going to land. So I'm excited to watch as game 1 kicks off, because this is going to be the first time we're getting to see some of these players really get into the action.
And we're seeing right there kind of what you were talking about with the adjustment to the nitro fuel is it's going to take 1 to 2 dashes into some of these things to really break them. So that's going to be something that they have to adjust to.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And for Clark, you see them getting that, using it for the health benefit, and then, of course, smashing around and not taking fall damage. Again, just several different benefits from taking the nitro. And now we switch over to Shark. We saw just moments ago Shark's sister interviewing with Mia, as you mentioned before, now here competing in the Fortnite event. And he's got the shark fin on in the game. I got to respect it. A commitment to the brand.
It's really cool seeing some of these kids really make sure that their branding is locked in now, so that they have that locked in for the future.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely smart. I see a lot of pro players not take advantage of that in the same ways. They literally will make their name, like, I remember Miro once made his name Fat Pikachu. And so people didn't know at first who it was, but as a pro player, you post enough screenshots on socials, you'll inevitably figure out who it is. So it's smart of these players to actually name themselves what their name is, especially in the early stages of your career. As you're building a name for yourself, you want to stay committed to who you are. So like Shark, for example, committed, right? If Shark walks away winning today and starts making his way into like bigger events like FNCS, people will know him for the fin. They'll know him for his name, and they'll continue to support him and look out for him based on those things. That's why branding is so important here for the players that are competing in this one. You have to make sure you are locked in. Like, to be honest, like Trey509 is one of the most committed to his brands I've ever seen. I don't think he's ever changed his name once.
Yeah, and that's like I said, that's a really cool thing that they're already working with, especially with Shark, because, we already saw it with his sister walking around with that shark fin. We know who she's going with. We know for a fact. And so, she might be starting a trend there.
Could be. Could you imagine we just get the family cosplaying as their Fortnite Fortnite kids? That would be kind of sick. Oh, wait, switching over. Looks like we got a fight going on here at Pleasant. Interesting. Looks like they're just trying to more or less stay afloat, potentially losing a teammate here, but Oh, no. It looks like they might be surrounded. Got another team off in the distance here, so definitely makes sense to potentially disengage, not force a fight if it doesn't naturally make sense.
Yeah, right now they're down a player as well, so they really have to, if they take a fight, they have to be careful on how they're approaching these fights because, you know, you've got 2 players versus 3. Somebody can flank if you're not careful.
Yeah, especially when you're missing little Timmy. Like, that's a strong player for this team. So now looking in the distance, this is risky. Biggie is more or less taking on a fight here with another team in the distance without his team. Remember, he's down 1, so he's going to have to fight alongside one other player, and that's not easy to do. So, especially when you're taking on a full team like that in a stacked lobby like this. So, we'll keep a close eye on Biggie and Static as they continue to decide what they're going to do.
I do like Biggie's choice of using the thermal for information.
It was a good choice, but now the action is on. We have a big fight here. Biggie missing a few significant shots here. Doesn't mean he's out of this one as he tries to return the favor. However, these players are aggressive, continuing to fight for the height. He needs to get back with his teammate, though. Can he find Static? No, he potentially finds one. It's almost another play on the other team, but no. This is not the spot Biggie wants to find himself in. He needs to be careful in this situation and just try to use as many natural resources as he can. Here we have it. Now getting back with his teammate. This was the play he should have made before, but it's good to see him connecting, and now they disengage. And honestly, this fight had its benefits, right? Taking those fights and getting that surge damage ahead of the end game is still a positive, especially being down a teammate. So they were able to get a few tags in there, hopefully enough to keep them above the threshold here for a little bit, because if you look at the leaderboard, not too many teams have gone down yet. So still a lot of players up in this one. As they get ready, though, they're going to rotate forward. It does look like it's going to pull more to the right side of the map, which is to be expected at this point. It's not a bad thing here, as Mount Olympus seems to be a hot spot. And we were just talking about some of the teams that can take advantage of the rig, right? Definitely going to be some teams there coming out of Mount Olympus looking for them. So good fights potentially going to happen in that area, but also in Restored. That's one of those things that people don't realize with the Nitro burst, by the way. When you jump into a bush, it immediately deletes the bush.
Yeah.
So people don't realize that, but oh no, Ghost.
Ghost taking a lot of damage there. Gonna have to be careful not to be one of those elims we're seeing on the board already.
Yeah, you definitely have to be careful. Full disengage here.
Thankfully had a good chunk of nitro fuel to go through before to get out of that, so.
Yeah. Oh no. Now taking again some more damage. The fight ensues here. Oh, this looks like an aggressive team. And that's gonna be Ghost going down to Magic and One. That's a big win there for them, and the crowd goes crazy as they get those eliminations. But now we lock in as his teammate Ghost still just on foot, running, making sure they get disengaged here, but now taking a moment to heal back up, get back into fighting form, and hopefully survive for at least a little bit longer in this one.
Yeah, and in those fights, like you were saying, we have to be careful when you're using nitro, because if you do run into those bushes for cover, if you're dashing, they'll break. If you're walking, usually it's a hit or miss on if it will break, but if you dash and you jump into those bushes, you've lost the cover you're aiming for.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think a lot of players are still adjusting to the way that things are working out here, especially with the adjustments to like the nitros that we talked about before. But now locking in here.
Ghost seems to be at a safe distance right now to kind of get some recovery in, probably plan around with Penguin how they're going to get back to each other, because they did get separated in that fight.
Yeah.
We got another fight going on here for this forecast tower as well.
Okay, big stuff here as Echo and his team all play side by side. At this point, this is what you need, and this is what we expected to see, right? We were going to see some of these forecast towers be fought for and see who can come out on top. That's going to be Nova there in the distance as they take this fight. And if there's anything to say about this team, they know how to hit their shots there from Nova. So you got to be careful if you're Zahori, Echo, and Awkward, as they can easily return that damage and return that pressure if you're not careful.
Absolutely. And they are, earlier you were talking about high ground versus low ground. Zahori and Echo and Awkwards, they have that high ground on these teams around them. They have the prio on this forecast tower. So it gives them the opportunity to be able to look down, see where everyone is, and kind of get those pot shots off.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially going and destroying that bush that they just watched somebody walk into.
Yep, exactly. And see, that's the thing. Again, a lot of players are going to be using the Nitro like we see here because they're just going to use it to rotate and move around and do what they have to do. But again, players forget that it still does damage to surrounding things. So it could be walls, it could be bushes. So you have to be mindful of that too. As Zahori laying down some cover fire, unfortunately taking some damage as well. Looks like this team is just going to go ahead and continue to disengage as they look from the top. Awkwards. Oh, wait. Someone from behind. Almost landing someone Awkward, but quick to defend as him and Echo now play with the Flowberry.
And they've got a team on the other side of this bridge kind of, you know, taking some random shots, getting out of their line of sight as well. So here, Echo building this little box around them so that they can get that Flowberry Fizz. Like I was saying earlier, this blocks that geyser from being seen. So now, even though they've got their shields back up, everybody might not around them know that they just used that Flowberry Fizz. So now they've got that little bit of boost to their jump, and they've got that little bit of speed up as well.
That makes a lot of sense here as Echo gonna
And
go
it
ahead.
also negates that jump damage, that fall damage. So you're able to jump from these really high heights and get an advantage on teams around you that may not really be aware that you have that.
Yeah, and finding those things and making sure you're taking advantage of them is super, super important at this point in the game. And that's what we see here from Echo and Co. as they're rotating around. This is actually a good position for them to be in. They should have no one to their back, and they're going to be able to rotate on. But it does look like they may have some problems ahead if they are not careful.
Now we got to be careful saying that they don't have those people behind them, because I have seen some sneaky plays come out of the storms. So we got to be careful with those predictions as well.
Absolutely. As Echo locks in, looks to take some shots. Nothing quite connecting here for Echo, but the other team doing a good job of just staying in it and defending. That's going to be Diamond and Co. holding them off as now they forced to rotate to the left. Some players going down though. We see Chronicle going down. Chronicle I had a chance to speak to yesterday. Very ready for today. Unfortunately going down a little early in this one, but doesn't mean they're completely out of it yet. Also Magic, I gotta say this, I'm seeing Magic's name a lot in the elimination feed. So we'll have to pay close attention to what they have going on, as they seem to be a pretty aggressive team.
And you know, we just saw Biggie go down as well. And, you know, Biggie was somebody we were watching earlier who was making really careful plays and making sure they had a lot of those health items on hand so that they could get, I'm assuming, back to their teammate's card, get that reboot gone.
Yeah, definitely something that could be a factor here if they lose a teammate. I mean, and that's the thing. Typically, in those situations, if you're not playing together, that's what's going to happen, right? One of your teammates is going to get taken out, pulled apart from the rest of the team, and it'd be an unfortunate way to go. But the action continues to get closer and closer to one another as 71 players are still left in this battle.
Yeah, and you know, I think I heard a reboot nearby this team here. So they may be looking for, they might look out to see if they can get a pick off of that as well. But we're getting right back into the action with Achilles' team here. Already getting some damage onto them, but let's see if they can get the return damage on.
Achilles was another player I got the chance to speak with yesterday. Very confident. Again, I didn't meet anybody that wasn't confident, in what they were able to do, and that just shows that we are playing against the best of the best here when it comes to XP League. So
I will say I do like the outfit synergy here for sure. We love the split P outfit for sure.
It's kind of it's a sick outfit. This is the first time I'm seeing it really used in competitive play together, and it actually kind of works, especially with the green foliage around. And if you don't know, for the players at home that are watching and are curious at like why people pick certain outfits, typically there's like slight, I don't want to say like super competitive edge, but there's a slight edge when you use certain color or certain outfits. And that's why we see a lot of those superhero outfits or outfits like this that are green, because it's a little bit easier to blend in as you move around.
Yeah, I will say my favorite outfit right now is the Poison Ivy outfit. And it's full green, and the only real bit of color is the hair, which is red, and that outfit has definitely kept me hidden a couple of times.
Exactly, especially when playing into those bushes, but we'll have to see. Elvis here.
I like here, by the way, how they're getting the materials, and then they're using those materials to kind of reinforce the areas that are already here to give them an edge when they're sitting in this building.
Yeah. That is a good point. I do agree. It's like they're utilizing everything they have around them, making sure their mats are where they need to be. And if they use some material, they're replenishing that as they go. And that's not always going to be guaranteed. That's why it's smart of this team to go ahead and find this building and repurpose all the material that's inside of it. As they wait, though, we take a look at some of the other action going on here.
Now, we are down to 65 players already, so it's going to start getting really, really chaotic here soon.
Yeah, the tighter that zone goes. Yeah, the tighter that zone goes, the crazier it's going to get here. As we see some big names still in this one. Elvis, of course. We got Tatum. Tatum is another player I chatted with a little bit. Definitely locked in and ready for today. But when it comes down to it, you got to look at the players that are here. And I saw Zombie. Zombie, again, was one of those players I was mentioning before we started the show, or before we got into game one, I should say. And he is right there, primed, ready to go, in one of the best spots on height across the board.
And we saw on the map a little while ago that Reckless Railways is about to get very chaotic. We have a lot of teams starting to move in that direction.
Yeah, there are a lot. And that's to be expected at this point. The way that the zone is closing in, people are going to have to do it. And here's our first sight of Surge. Fortunately for Flu, Bruno and Bryce, they were ready for Storm Surge today. 703 damage above the threshold. This is a very solid spot to find themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're looking at Lynn, and Lynn's team is 678 above right now. So those are also some really good surge points that we've got going on.
You know what's funny about this outfit in particular? You see Minnow, Thunder, and Lynn rocking the Jack Sparrow outfit. You actually can't get that. So what had happened was when the game updated this past week, for like an hour, you were able to buy the event pass, and then they quickly took it out of the game. So it looks like this team, as a complete team, was able to take advantage of that while it was in there. But for those that are wondering when you actually can get the outfit, it'll come out July 19th with the event pass and when that event actually starts. So definitely keep an eye out. That's going to be a cool one.
Had a little bit of a hiccup there for sure.
Yeah.
But, if you've got that Jack Sparrow outfit, make sure you flaunt it, because you're going to be the only ones for a little while.
Yeah, exactly. It is a bit of a flex, especially in the lobby like this. So it's kind of cool to see. But Kyle now making their way in the zone. Looks like they found the edge, or relatively close to. So they're going to be able to play around this. Now it's just about gathering intel and waiting for the end game.
Now I will say something. Jumping right back into the action.
Yeah, looks like they're looking for additional damage, but I'm going to be honest with you, they don't really need it. But, oh, man, they get a huge knock there onto Minnow. That's going to be massive for Kyle. Opting, though, to go ahead and take advantage. Here we go. Well, this is going to be our first Nitro play as the team breaking into the box. That's going to be Thunder as well. 2 down, but Elvis goes down too. They need to be careful. Kyle and Achilles now on the back foot. Have to be mindful of other teams rotating here in the distance. Wait, Kyle getting a bit stuck on his teammate. But now looking to get Elvis back into it. They've created some separation between them and the other team. and they should be good to go. But as far as the other team goes, they might be doing the same thing.
Now, I will say they did get those knocks, but it looks like there's still ones hanging around. So are we going to see another chance of the time they almost caught Jack Sparrow, or are we going to see Jack Sparrow get caught?
That is the question. As they continue to rotate on, we do have some good teams set up in the zone here. Set up here, you still see Doom, Speed, and Co. in this one. Still got Zombie.
It looks like Lynn got out as well.
Oh, that's huge. So that's going to be a win for that team too, to stay alive and continue to get some points on the board. We also have, oh man, Foxy JJ going down in the feed. That's a rough loss for that team.
Yeah, Noah also going down with Condog. Getting a lot of elims right now. It's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be chaotic for a little while because we are in that time where the zone is getting so small that teams almost don't have an option other than to fight each other.
Yeah, it's so true. And watching these teams just kind of map out how they play the remainder of this is nice. It shows that, again, these teams are playing at the highest level. Storm Surge is not an easy thing to come by. And so when you know you have great teams locked into a single lobby like this one, it's more or less a no-brainer that Surge is going to be a factor. And so a lot of teams have prepped for this, Corrosion being one of them. And they continue on as they get some shots there onto the opposing team. But
well, we can see here Corrosion's team kind of surrounded right now. So they're going to have to make these fights and pick these fights really carefully.
They are. It does look like they're going to need a refresh here soon. That's why you see them go for this one as they take out Clark. That's going to be some material that they definitely wanted ahead of the rest of the game. And it looks like Corrosion's going to lead the pack as far as builds go. More or less the IGL move to do. It's a little bit more difficult in trios than it is the traditional game mode of duos. Picking out who's going to build, who's going to IGL, who's going to be a fragger, who's going to be more of a support role. There's a lot that these teams can kind of map out in trios that you just can't do in duos.
Well, they're going to have to be really careful coming out here because we see Fetch's team is like right outside of their build right now.
Yeah, fight definitely can ensue, but
never mind. Fetch just got elims, so looks like his team is out at the moment, but
rough way to go out, but still other teams fighting in this one as the zones begin to move. 8th zone is here, which means now these teams have to start mapping out how to take high ground. This is where you're going to start looking and saying, okay, do I have the material to take high ground? Is anybody occupying high ground? And then 9th zone, that's when you strike. That's when you want to get up there, make sure you're holding it down, and so on. So, but lots of great teams still in this one. You see Mr. Baz, Adrian, Rice here, but no, as I say, Mr. Baz's name, he goes down, but not without making a bit of a commitment to the team. He's got one elimination on the board, and the rest of the team now just trying to hold on here as the pressure relentlessly coming through. Hopefully we see an out for them, but it doesn't look like it's in sight.
And like you were saying, this is really going to be the time where they see how they can get this high ground, and any teams that are left behind really have to be careful because they are going to be the first ones to be looked at to get those easy elims off when everybody's rotating and everybody knows where everyone else is going.
Yeah, they definitely need to be on top of the ball when it comes to this stuff here. Grayson, though, getting a knock there onto Pancake. Interesting. Probably the last bit of damage there before fall damage came through, or maybe they took a little unnecessary storm damage. But they're going to be completely out of this one, so that's going to be a pickup for Grayson. And that's a huge win there for the team, but Corrosion now just trying to get some intel. They're doing what they can here to stay alive in this one, but wait, they're going into the box. They're taking a fight. Big tags exchanged as Corrosion now, unfortunately, going to play on the back foot. Has the Flowberry Fizz here to heal up the team as the team holds on and the pressure ensues.
Now, see, I like the way that the Corrosion held that because he went behind his team, but made sure his team was still close enough that they would get a little bit of benefit from that as well.
Yeah, definitely being the team player there in that moment. it's huge, especially identifying that the team needs it. So we'll see how that plays out for them. But Grimace now rotating on here with the Nitro. Huge box play, but no, gets taken out. Unfortunate there for them as a little too much aggression leads to them going down. But Torbesu cleaning up what they can here in those moments, and going for another big shot. And unfortunately, I think gonna have to play now as a solo, as both of his teammates are gonna be out of this one.
Yeah. And that was a risk. That was a risk, knowing that there was another team on the other side of that and opening that. But I feel like it was a risk that was willingly taken, and taken very well, because he did get that damage out, but he was able to get out immediately after.
Yeah. And here it is, the superstar trio of Ojibo, Doom, and Speed now fighting ahead. Looking out there, getting connected. You see how they're playing a little bit more passive. They did tell me they were going to try to go for high ground, but clearly it didn't work out in this one. So now they're playing the low ground, doing what they can here to survive and take advantage of players as they rotate around them. Honestly, looking at their material, looking at the loadout, this is exactly what you want to see from a team like this.
Yeah, you know, they are holding on, making sure that they still have a good chunk of that metal that you were talking about as well.
Yeah. Ooh, good catch here. As they're able to take out, looks like the team able to pick up one, maybe two in that scenario. But now the storm is closing in. They need to get out of the storm. And as it goes up the mountain, this is a problem. And only Speed now survives in this fight, but no, he's going to go down, but not without picking up 6 eliminations before they do.
And, you know, like we were talking about earlier, those eliminations are going to be kind of what they build their points off of outside of placements. So getting those and securing those are going to be huge for these teams.
It's definitely going to be big, but now Snow taking some shots in. Big shot taken, but a big miss as well. They just want to connect what they can. Remember, in this moment in the game, all you need to do is pressure them out. Hold the floors, and there it is, and you get the win. And the first win going to go to Mr. Six, Lost Loot, and Snow Shark.
Some absolutely amazing plays coming in there, you know, getting those shots off. And we saw there at the end, he was trying to wrap around to make sure that they secured those elims on that final team that they were against. And, you know, he was back there for support, but his team got it regardless. So we love to see that. We love seeing these teams working together. And that's what we've been seeing. The synergy of these teams is huge. So I'm excited to see how they continue to improve, because honestly, game to game, the improvements that you can make are vast. And like the differences you can make with your team and how you approach certain situations. There's so many ways to make those adjustments and kind of come in with a different mindset.
You're absolutely right. And look, game one is the game to get the nerves out, right? Especially if you're new to the in-person environment, you want to take the time to just understand and get a grasp of what you're going to do and feel the environment, because it is very different, right? When you're playing at your setup at home, you have your mouse, your keyboard, your monitor, you know how it feels. You've sat in your chair for months. Like it is a very different experience than being here in person. So use that game to adjust, understand, get the nerves out, right? And then continue moving forward. That's what these teams need to do, and that's what a lot of teams are gonna do here as we get ready for game number 2 on the day. But I will say this, some of the veterans, some of the ones that have been here before, definitely stood out there in the final moments of game number 1. So we'll see more of that as we get into it, but we got to get you some leaderboards, some understanding of what's happening, so much before we get into game number 2. But let me ask you this. What was one thing that stood out? Like one favorite play from game number 1 that you saw that you I got to talk about it?
You know, I would say that end victory royale where we saw all those teams kind of clustering together, them getting that high ground and getting to a position where they felt that they could safely wrap around into Storm to secure that final team elimination. That was something that, as a player myself, I don't know if I would have had the confidence to do, but that's why they're here. They are some of the top players, and they know that. And like you were saying, this game is to get out nerves and, your setups, your chairs at home, you're used to a certain environment, but also there's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
So it's another thing like that. But, I want to take a look at these replays, because some of these replays, they were really strong.
Yeah.
So,
well, let's take a look at some of the replays here from game number 1. Starting off with, of course, Deadpool Ghost, the moment they went down there. Achilles picking up this huge knock there alongside the team on the minnow. That was a big fight in this one. That's probably one of my favorite moments, thinking back there for that. And, of course, Corrosion. This man definitely one to watch here as we continue on these games.
Yeah, you know, Corrosion's team did a really good job of securing their areas and making sure that they had a tunnel to rotate out into. Not really leaving any open space for them to get, you know, pot shot through.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, like when you're looking at this, what they did so well is they were able to hold off the competition, right? Like a lot of these clips are moments of players being pressured, multiple angles, and them staying through it, overcoming the adversity, and keep it pushing. So great there from them, but oh no, this was such an unfortunate moment. And this is one of those things that you have to be aware of your surroundings. Like you have to watch for those hills, because when those moments happen, you have to be ahead of the curve. You can't be focused on eliminations in the final moment, and then of course
this moment
the
right
final
here where
moment.
Snow Shark is coming around, but his, you know, Mr. Six really made sure, hey, Snow Shark, I appreciate you making this this flank, but I don't need it.
Yeah. And honestly, again, at that moment, all they had to do was flood out the bottom, make sure that they couldn't breathe, they couldn't make their way in from Storm, and that Storm damage was just going to do the rest. And that ultimately is why they were able to win that game. And that's what's going to happen when you're in situations like that. You want to make sure you have the high ground, you control the low ground, make sure that you're either relentlessly pressuring from above or pushing them into Storm in a way they just can't come back.
Yeah, and you know, that's another thing that I kind of want to mention is that when you're in those final zones, right, making sure you're not at the bottom of those towers is important for 2 reasons. One, it's to make sure that you don't end up, you know, essentially fodder for the people above you. But it's also important because of rotations. If you're stuck at the bottom of someone else's tower, it's going to take you time to break and build, or even just go around.
Yeah.
So if zone comes up on you, and sometimes, listen, I know zone goes roughly the same speed, but sometimes it sneaks up on you and it feels like it's going a lot faster.
No,
so.
that's fair. And honestly, when talking about zones, right, we should pay close attention to the way these zones are going to play out. So that one, definitely going to be hill, snowy area. Where do you think the next zone is going to be?
You know, I'm feeling kind of like desert area.
Okay.
I'm feeling Nitro Dome ending next.
I like
game.
it. I like it. So why do you like the? I noticed you kind of lean towards the desert area a little bit. Why do you like the desert area so much?
So Nitro Dome is actually one of my favorite spots in general. It is one of my favorite spots in general because I love to get that high ground. And getting on top of the Nitro Dome, one, I can see everyone coming up to me, but I can also see anyone jumping into the Nitro Dome itself. And with vehicles especially, if you get on top, you don't have to worry about getting hit by those vehicles inside. So
no, it's definitely the case. And honestly, looking at the way that this is playing out, I really enjoyed what I saw there in game 1, and it's what I expected, right? Top tier gameplay from incredible players who have fought to be here for this moment. But we got the map. Let's go ahead and dive back in. I want you to go ahead and focus on that desert area you're talking about. Where do you circle exactly where you think the zone's going to end here once this goes full screen?
So I am like I said, I'm hoping we see a Nitro Dome. But, you know, in the event we don't, maybe somewhere in between Nitro Dome and Rig. Because sometimes they do fall in those little, like, between areas.
Yeah.
But, you know, Final Zone, I think if we're there, it's going to be making for an interesting end play because there's so much open space.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of places that you can comfortably sit. Like, if you're out of materials, you're kind of out of luck.
Yeah. No, for sure. And looking at this, it looks like these players are getting ready to get back into it a little bit. But as we progress and as we prepare, I'm curious what the leaderboard is going to shape up to look like. Honestly, ahead of this, the leaderboard is definitely going to be a big play. Now, one thing I will say, with the players that we've seen so far, and what I expect to continue to see, is players are going to adapt to Surge. And that could have been a big problem for a lot of these teams. We saw teams going down in the elimination feed, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see why, but I can assume that a lot of them were struggling with Storm Surge, especially with some of the teams we tuned in with. They had such high surge damage that I can't imagine the other ones were able to come back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be something I wonder if we see some of those players that went out early kind of adapting to, so they aren't going out as early and they're kind of prioritizing that surge damage.
Yeah. Well, listen, I love me some Fortnite, so as we continue to get ready for it, I want to take a look at the crowd here. I don't think if you're at home, you don't understand what we get to see and what we experience. There's so much incredible stuff happening out here in the crowd. I want to hear you guys. Are you guys ready to get into game number 2? We're just moments away, getting codes loaded up. I see you guys. Wait, they got some like sword fighting happening down there. Like, yeah, I see you guys.
I see them.
We got one of the coolest Fortnite shirts I've ever seen. I see your button up. I see that Chapter 2 original art. I respect it.
I might need to go find me one of those here
I know,
soon.
right? Little Hawaiian Fortnite shirt. I respect it.
And, you know, it's not just the crowd, right? You know, there are so many parents, there are so many coaches here, making sure that these kids feel comfortable in this space, making sure that they're, you know, essentially performing at their best.
No, absolutely.
And that's so important to see. And I love seeing all the support that these kids are getting, not only from their parents, but also from strangers, like people that they don't know, people here in Full Sail, XP League, like anybody that they haven't met before. We're all rooting for these kids.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I love seeing it.
You know, look, I will say this. I want to get the map back up on the screen. Can we get the map full screen up here? I want to draw some more. I like to draw. I can't lie. I love me some telestration.
We love arts
if
and
you
crafts.
can't tell. So let's go ahead and make that bad boy full screen there. So again, I want you to draw where you think the zone's going to end here. And then I'm going to give you my zone after this. So I'll let you go first.
All right. So I'd like to see an end here would be ideal. Because we see here at this edge, if there's a drop-off, if you fall off of that drop-off into Storm, you're kind of stuck if you don't have enough material or you're not quick enough, or if you're so low, essentially that, you know, if you run out of health before you can build your way back up, you're kind of stuck, and you know, those elims come pretty easy in that Storm, especially Final Storm, because it does do so much damage so fast.
Yeah, this is honestly, I like that choice for zone. I'm going to say, and I've seen this happen quite a bit here in the recent days, I'm going to say the zone's going to end somewhere over here. That's going to be my next prediction for zones. This side of the map has been kind of unique as far as like the way that it pools, because there is different elevation points. You have the water here, which is still the only way to get dashes now instead of that medallion like we saw from Grimgate last season. So there's definitely like a lot going on here. But looking at this top half of the map, I know your favorite is like the rig area, but if you had to pick something, POI and this side of the map, right? What are you picking and why?
Rebels Roost is my favorite POI on this side of the map because there's so many different areas to get prioritized weapons and prioritized loadouts. For example, in the main POI point in Rebels Roost, there's a room that you can just load yourself up on some great guns, some great materials, all of that. And you have the brick, you have the wood. Metal is a little scarcer, but you can still find some in some areas over here. But, you know, you can stock up on your brick and your wood. And I'll be honest, when I'm playing, a lot of my material usage ends up being brick because I can just throw it up and not worry about, you know, not being able to find any later.
Yeah, honestly, I would pick the same. Rebel Roost is one of those underrated spots on the map that people continually forget about, but it's definitely one of those things that, like, for me, I'm going to go to, right? Especially when you look at the different, like, rotation that you have. You can go towards Grim Gate, get some of that water that we talked about before, and you get 3 dashes anytime you touch the water. And that water literally exists, like, almost all of that there. So lots of potential there for that, and lots of potential for us as we prepare for game number 2. But don't go anywhere. We got a quick break before we get into game number 2. See you soon.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Gaming, esports, performance. When we started out, it was nothing like today. For us, the mission to create the best gaming gear never ends. Our goal is to eliminate anything standing between you and the game. And you're never faster than your equipment's ability to turn your movements into action. Crafted with input from the best players in the world, our 6th generation of gaming mice are designed for superior control and faster than ever before. M64, M68. Available with true 8K wireless technology. Cherry Extrafy. In it to win it.
Planning for college? At Class 101, we help our students develop college lists. Stay on top of deadlines, maximize scholarship opportunities, write those essays, and so much more. With our 10 services, we'll help your student get into the right college at a price your family can afford. It's simple. We work around your schedule, one-on-one, and every student will have a list of items to complete with deadlines before their next meeting. We work with students as soon as 8th grade and offer a comprehensive roadmap to make the path to higher education simple and more enjoyable for families. But remember, it's not just about getting your student into college. It's about helping them find their future.
Welcome back, guys, and we're going to take a look at the map here. We've already got teams landed, so already we're jumping onto Motion Geno, and it's important here that we go in and we get these materials, we get these support items, the shield, make sure you're prepared just in case someone does drop with you. You don't want to have the lower hand in these fights, so get the basis of your loadout done, get some shield up, make sure your team has some shield up too. You don't want to leave your team hanging either, so making sure that you're not going too far away so that if something does happen, you're there as backup, as support. We see here with Bruno, he's got half pot, he's got quarter pot, he's got banana just for that upper hand in health if you do need that little bit of boost. And then he has the little start to his loadout. He has the SMG, he has the shotgun. Making sure that he has those close range weapons. We might need to see him grab a long range weapon here just in case someone does, as they progress, show up a little further out. But like we were talking about earlier, it's really important that we're gathering materials as we go, making sure we have the means to be able to build up and build around and give ourselves some space to rotate and navigate the map as it is.
Looking around, getting the loot they need, get this game started. We already have a team down, though. And that's going to be one full team out here a little early in this one, but it looks like you may have predicted where this zone is going to go as it starts to pull into the desert again.
I am really excited to potentially see a Nitro Dome.
Could be. Could very well be a Nitro Dome finish here as we get into it, though. Flu, big shot there, 107. Huge to start that engagement. But, again, still playing it patient. I like that. That's the right way to address this. But, wait, there's players in the sky, too. There's a whole nother team. This could be a problem for these guys.
And that is a team with full shields as well coming in. So, you know, it might prove a little bit difficult for Blitz or for Bryce, Bruno, and Flu here because they might have to turn around and fight this team like they are right now. But then that gives the other team the opportunity to come flank behind them. And third party.
That is a good point. There's a lot that can happen here as these teams fight it out. Bryce, though, making the right call to just disengage, stay in this one. Not too much going to happen here for them, and that's probably the right play. They want to stay as alive as they can. As now we switch on over, we look at the map. Tons of stuff going on there with Echo. So let's tune in. Let's see what he's got going on here as Echo, Zori, and Awkward's now up in the air, flying around, looking for their potential next target, because if you remember last game, they were pretty aggressive early on.
That is such a cool glider. I'm sorry, I just had to make a point on that. That is one of the coolest gliders I think is in the game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I definitely think that is one of the cooler ones. That's the, if I remember correctly, I believe that's the Gambit, or it's the, I believe it's one of the Marvel collab gliders. It's definitely one of the cooler ones, though, for sure, especially the way that it pops out in the sky. And those are the ones that the competitors look for because they provide that advantage of like being less visible when you're flying around, making it a harder target to hit in the sky. So definitely a smart play on their part.
You see here, Awkward's has one charge of that dash left, and I'm wondering if they're purposely saving that for an engage.
Yeah. No, 100%. And that's what these players will do, right? Is they'll either save it for a situation, or if they don't feel like something's happening soon enough, they'll use it like that. They were probably, again, like we saw them moments ago, when they went into the sky, they were looking around. They were hoping to find another team that they could take a fight with. But since that really didn't happen, it looks like, wait a minute.
Somebody might be in trouble here.
Yeah, I think there's a player close to them, and they have zero clue. Might just be an NPC as we look closer, but we'll keep an eye out from what they have going on. This is a good spot for them. I like the way they're rotating because there's a lot of stuff that they can take full advantage of here in this one. And interesting choice. You see, attachments have made a pretty big difference in the way they play the game recently. But Zori was actually opting to drop a purple variant of the DMR because the green one had the better attachments for what they were trying to do.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you have to make those decisions because, for example, when I have, you know, iron sights versus thermal, iron sights on purple, thermal on green, I'm probably going to lean more toward having that thermal for that information.
Yeah, that's true. It really depends on the type of player, too, because there are a lot of players that they love the thermal. It gives them intel as to how the players are moving within boxes and things of that nature. But then other ones will take those traditional sights, those 2x, 4x. That gives them a little closer view than the thermal does at times. But now Khan going to go ahead and get up in the air. Taking a look around here, though. He needs to be mindful of those players that he just saw. That's exactly what it looks like he's doing there as he rotates more to the left. Just trying to break away from being in their sights.
Yeah, and you know, it might turn out we might actually get something closer to like Grimgate for this circle looking at the map right now.
I know. Listen, I'm not going to say I called that. You know, sometimes that's just how it goes, especially as we get into this one. Kyle now taking some significant shots. Nothing going to really connect here. They need to be more... a little more passive here. They don't have any significant damage on the other team, so there's no reason to be too aggressive in this one, but they'll have to play it smart.
And you know, here as well, right now, they only Kyle only has close range weapons, so Kyle is going to want to get up close and personal, and we don't know what the other team's loadout is looking like right now.
It's very true. And that could be a problem there for them.
And, you know, while the storm damage isn't as significant at this exact moment, you know, any amount of damage you're taking from storm is a benefit you're giving to anybody you're in a fight with. So you have to be careful and mindful of how much damage you're taking at a given moment in time.
No, 100% you do. You need to be mindful of that. You need to be paying close attention. And I think that's what these teams are doing a very good job of, is they're aware of what they need to do here to survive. Despite them being in storm and it not being ideal, they're using the storm to their advantage. They got 2 med kits in the pocket, right? Kyle's ready to go if he needs to heal up. And there are also, keep in mind, campfires along the path here as they rotate in that they could lean towards. There's other heals that they could potentially find. And we also don't know what Achilles and Elvis have in their inventory, so they also could have additional heals too. So a lot there for the team, and it looks like since they were pushed more or less into the storm, they're just going to take advantage of it while they can, get as much material as they can, and focus on making their way into zone.
Yeah, and you know, with Kyle holding on to 3 nitros right now, it also gives them a little bit of, I would say, security, because they do have a boost to get out. They won't run out of stamina if they need to last-ditch effort run to the edge of this storm.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot on the line here, but focusing on what Kyle's doing, you see them rotating here to this edge. Looks like they should be good to go here because there's no teams camping this side. That means they're relatively safe. And because of how deep they were in the storm, it's highly unlikely that anyone else is behind them. So they should be good as far as worrying about their back. But of course, like you mentioned before, you always have to check. You never know, because a team can just creep right behind. Maybe they had a few additional med kits over this team or so on. So you really have to be always aware and have your head on a swivel so you know what's going on.
Got to be super mindful of those teams that just materialize out of the storm sometimes.
No, for sure. And they do. Trust me, they do. So now that we can switch over to Zoro and his team, looks like Gano, Gnome.
And they've got this high ground, but it sounds like there might be some people underneath them.
Does look like they have some teams relatively close by. They're going to have to keep a close tab on that, as everything they have going on could be a bit distracting for them. But honestly, they're playing this very, very well. They're positioned pretty much like center or more reliably where the zone should go. And they're only taking fights that they think are going to keep them in that space and are safe. You see how aggressive they're getting now? It's because they got that significant damage. They took the shield off of 2 of those players. So now they just want to finish the job, but looks like another team going to go ahead and rotate in and stop what was going to be a pretty easy fight for Zoro and Co.
Yeah, and you know, that's another thing that you really got to watch out for, is if you're fighting in areas like this that are fairly open, you're going to get those third parties.
Yeah. No, you definitely are. And unfortunate here for the way that Zoro is playing this one out. Like, he does get the elimination there, but he could have had more if that team didn't rotate forward. And so I know them probably in their soul. They're like, listen, I wanted those additional eliminations. Some of them slipped away. I'll take what I can, though.
Yeah, and that's also where a lot of the ego plays come in, into the circle, is because sometimes you have to make a decision on, can I do this, and can I do this safely?
Yeah.
Because you might be able to get those elims off, but then what happens if somebody is right on the other side of those after you've cleared that team, and you are at 25 health and no shields, and you have to reload? It's just so many unfortunate situations that you can potentially be in if you're not on a swivel. No,
you're absolutely right. And so these teams are keeping that info high. They're understanding what they got to do, and they're playing the right way. Rice here going to lean more towards what you were saying before with the dashes, right? He's got 3 dashes loaded up, ready to go. So he's going to use that to navigate this space, right? Get the material that he needs. You see him looking for brick. And since he's close to the water, it's easy for him to re-up on those dashes. So him using one there isn't detrimental, because he can easily get back to the water, map up another one here once it's safe, and then continue on with the fight. And I love what they're doing. They're not overtly pushing just any team that makes some noise around them. And that is what you need to do at this stage in the game, especially with as many players that are up. Because, yes, there's players that are coming down. We've lost about 30 eliminations to the feed, but realistically, 68 up is still a lot at this point in the game.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen a lot of these kids doing something I really like to see that I don't often see in competitive games right now when I've been in my build games, is they're using the edit mode to get information on the areas around them.
Yeah, that is straight from, like, if I'm being honest, the Epic Whale Peterbot playbook, right? Those high-level pros are the ones that have leaned into that info gathering method for a long time. But some people don't take advantage of it. Some people actually do the opposite. You see what they're doing over there. Instead of like full boxing up and using a cone above them, there's these new bases. They're like, people have leaned more into it this season than ever. But there are these bases. They look like the old Portaforts do, where they come out and it's like the cones and ramps come out at the top. And what they're doing is they're holding edits on all of those builds, and they can see straight through to all the info around. Yes, it takes a ton of material, but it's one of those, like, kind of interesting strats that long-term or short-term, I should say, has shown a lot of value for the teams that can master it. Long-term, though, it might not work because, you are using a ton of material.
Yeah, and I think that's another one of those things where, like, you have to think, is this going to be, you know, something that I can comfortably do in the long run if I do this now?
Yeah.
Is this going to detrimentally affect how I'm able to play the game later?
No, you're absolutely right. It really is one of those, like, situations of, okay, cool, this is working really well now, but is this always going to be something that I can afford to do? And it's not always going to be the case. But I really like Lotus's position here. You see, he more or less had the edge of that zone. He didn't really have to commit too much. Now using the skulls to reconnect with his teammate and CIA Cinzi. So Lotus and Cinzi now kind of just chilling, trying not to use too much material. They don't really have too much to work with. And this is a tough spot to find yourself in. You've lost a teammate. You're now having to play on the edge of zone, make sure your back is covered, and just hope that you can get a refresh on an unsuspecting team.
Yeah, and, you know, this is, like you were saying, they are down to teammates, so now they have to be really mindful of the way they approach other teams. They don't know if, you know, they might get lucky. They might hit those, like, single solo players and get that advantage gone.
And that's exactly what they needed. The solo player caught out in the storm. And while Cinzi did go down, they pick up Condog, and that's going to be a huge elimination there for them. So they do need to get into the zone, however, because they do not have a lot of health to work with.
Yeah.
But we switch over now. It's Luke, it's Zombie, and it's Numb, one of the favorites on the day here. As they play this one out, they're getting ready. You see they have their base pretty much well built. They're going to keep an eye out on what they do. What I see automatically that we haven't seen a ton of today is the team cohesion from this one, right? You see how two of them play in a box. Initially there, when the box was being built up, they mentioned a team in the distance, and you saw them all collectively shoot a few shots. And then Luke immediately realized that this team was down below them. And you could tell, probably called for it and said, hey, back up, be careful. And now we see the ramps extended against the team they initially targeted, and now their focus is on the team close by.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love seeing that team cohesion because it means that regardless, they're going to have each other's backs.
Yeah.
And that is something that is super important in situations like this as the circle closes and it starts to get more clustered, is you don't have to worry about getting snuck up on behind with no information because you know that one of your teammates has your back and one of your teammates is there and will let you know.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? In a team mode like this, having two additional teammates is always massive, right? Duos is like the traditional game mode we've been seeing the last few years in the major tracks, but it's always great to see trios make a comeback here on the main stage because trios is such a fun mode, especially when you want to get more people involved. And so we'll see how that plays out. But the zone is starting to close more and more in. 61 players remain. And
that means one thing is for sure. That means Storm Surge is most likely going to be an issue here for some of these players. I see Magic up in this one. Great sign there from them as he ended up going down, being a little too aggressive in game one. We got Zombie still in this one. Let's see who else is here. We got Motion Gino. You got Superstar and Foxy JJ.
Now we do see Snow Shark's team over here, and they've got a pretty solid position, but they also need to be aware that there are a lot of teams coming in around them right now.
Yeah, and remember, they're the game one champs, so if they can make this a back-to-back, they're solidifying their spot on the leaderboard.
Oh, absolutely.
Nothing connecting. This Dark Shadow looks around here. Ooh, I thought for sure the way that looked, he had a shot there, but unfortunate as the hand cannon can only do so much.
And this is another situation where you really have to be aware of your surroundings, because you're giving those teams information.
Yeah.
You're showing them, hey, I'm over here with a long-range weapon.
Yeah.
And there are three teams were right around them. So, you know, any of those teams, if two of them decided, hey, I'm going to turn and look at you, you only have so much you can do.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And so being mindful of the positioning you have and the positioning some of these other teams have is big, but oh no. That was about to say
really rough position right now.
That was super risky going on top of that box, but does make it in. I'm not sure where Jackie Wacky is. We'll see if he can reconnect with his teammate in Dark Shadow. But now, again, the push goes on. He goes back to the water, getting more of these spots. But, oh, man, these teams are now going to struggle. Lots of teams moving in on the left side there. It looks like Mr. Baz, Adrian also in a pretty tough spot. But now Flash and Mystic are going to make their way in here. They do find themselves just inside the zone. And, wait, are they making... Oh, okay, I was about to say that was a potential hype play, but to be honest, would have been a little too early.
Yeah, and something I did want to notate, when Shadow was going back over to Jakey Wakey, X-Booba was in a position that might not have benefited him very much. He was solo, and they had just reconvened, so...
Yeah.
But a lot of teams clustered up together already, and with that water right there, they may have a lot of people getting those dashes out.
No, you're definitely right, and so we'll see how this plays out. Big knock there onto Gnome as Flash potentially getting that one. They've already got 5 eliminations on the board. That's huge points here, folks, as they continue to try to close this one out. Storm Surge is active, Storm Surge is in effect, and these teams are starting to feel the brunt of that Storm Surge. But Flash, oh no, they don't have to worry about it because they're 1,100 damage above the threshold.
And we're starting to come back to those, you know, to that period where everything is just pure chaos.
Yeah. Lots of stuff going on here. The chaos ensues as Razor and co. find themselves at the furthest point against the zone. But Achilles, Kyle, and Elvis alive and well in this one as they look to take another fight here. Wait, oh man, what a big elimination here. That's going to be Jackie Wacky going down here to Kyle, and that's going to be a big pickup for them. That's going to be their 5th too, so definitely some activity coming out of these high-level teams.
Yeah, Jackie Wacky getting caught out right there, and, you know, it's just timing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, they did very good at timing that. They understood the player was down there, so had control of a lot of the builds around and just said, you know what, let's spray in. Hopefully we get the elimination, and if we don't, we'll just back up. We have our own builds, but it worked out in their favor, so they're going to stay pretty active here. Looking for the next shot, though. There's a lot of issues around them. This is going to be a tough rotation for them, but fortunately, they still have those dashes for the most part. Looks like one teammate is lacking the dashes. But at the very least, they'll have the Nitro to rotate with. And there they go. As they're trying to get in the box, it looks like Achilles now pressuring that one. Ooh, take some damage, though. Definitely a risky spot there, holding that open for a little too long. But now they rotate around, finding some material. What a blessing in disguise as they're just freely rotating and get a nice little refresh.
And, you know, this again, building out those tunnels to safely navigate. But they are going to have to be careful because they are on that low ground. And anybody with high ground right now is going to be prioritizing low ground players to get those easy elims.
Yeah, they're going to be looking at whatever they can take advantage of, but Static goes down in the elimination feed. That's going to be Ojibo as well. The action is heating up here, folks, as Surge is forcing these teams to fight. Keeping it high, though. Snow Shark still in this one. Our Game 1 winners finding another elimination. This could be a good day for them and a good night for the lobby if they continue on such an incredible reign. But now, Keely's going to heal up on the back foot. Rotation is imminent. Hopefully, they find some things. They need a refresh at least before they continue to play this one out. 10th zone is here, though. And this is where you want to start fighting for the high ground. And it looks like Zombie is in a position to be one of those teams to fight for, but no, opting to go down because another team already has height. Well, that was risky. Zombie does get out of that one. Now, though, going to play alongside his teammate and hope that they can just make a play happen.
Yeah, and having that Flowberry Fizz was really lucky because now, you know, nobody there in that area has to worry about fall damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're playing it out. They got the heals up. They healed up as a team. And now they're playing the opposite side of zone here. And the zone's going to continue to close in. This is going to be a problem here for some of these teams. Fortunately for Zombie & Co., they do have the Flowberry Fizz to use to rotate. That's going to get them where they need to go. It's going to heal them up where they need to be. And, ooh, they could take advantage of this player here. It looks like they get a significant amount of damage. I'm not sure if they ended up getting the knock there, but still, they did actually. But as I say that, Numb ends up going down too. Zombie picks up easy. And the game continues on despite losing a team or a teammate. Luke and Zombie are on a tear, and they're looking primed to potentially take it. If not the top spot, a top spot.
But Zombie's gonna have to be careful here because he's at 48 HP and getting some HP back. But, you know, if he can't get his shields back to at least half capacity, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's definitely something they need to be mindful of is Flash now.
Achilles might be in a tough spot here.
This is a good position here for Flash, Mystic, and Razor. We saw them with an early, a really good position in the early game, in the mid game. They continue on though. 8 eliminations for the team. That is phenomenal. And if they can finish with the win here, which they're looking primed to do, that's going to put them in a nice spot there at the top of the leaderboard.
But again, that storm mindfulness is so important. It's detrimental to these plays because Flash, you know, Razor and Mystic, if they can get these eliminations off before that storm can get them, that's huge. But if that storm catches them off guard and they aren't able to move fast enough, that can spell trouble for them.
No, you're absolutely right. And now Flash is going to go down and force the fight here. He takes out one, but Flash gets taken out here. That's going to be rough here. Mystic, though, left on the high ground. Razor now also still in the fight. It was a good play here from Flash. Unfortunately, did go down, but that leaves Mystic and Razor to hold on as a duo, looking for that spot there. It is a teammate. It is Zombie who went for the heal off, but no, it doesn't work out as Flash & Co. walk away as the Game 2 champs.
Yeah, a lot of intense gameplay in that game. You know, we had the really close call with Achilles, Elvis, and Kyle getting out of that last minute break, I think second to last to zone 10. And that was really close. But getting that jump into the water after nitro boosting themselves, that's huge.
No, it is massive. And congratulations, Mystic. I see you, man. Great job, boys. Flash. Hey, Flash, turn around. What's up? Hope you're doing well. But honestly, a lot of great stuff here from game number 2 with only one game remaining, though. Kind of makes me wonder.
Yeah, and you know, what are your thoughts on game 3? What are we looking at, you think?
I'm gonna say this. Look, Zombie there and his team, they took second place. Game 3, it's first place. I can see the way they're playing. They're playing strong. They did really, really well there in the final moments. Zombie tried to go for the heal off. Unfortunately, didn't have enough to fully heal off, and it looked like he had taken a little bit of damage before he went into the storm. But still, if they had just a little more resources, a little more time, it could have been a different game. So that's going to be it there. Hey, I see you, Flash. Let's go. Hey, let's see the team real quick. Let's celebrate our Game 2 winners. Yeah, let's go. Let them know, Flash. Let them know.
And, I think you make a good point. Zombie and his team.
Yeah.
Where they were right on the cusp. And I think now they're going to be hungry for that first place
They
spot.
want more.
They do. That Victory Royale, listen, it boosts my ego.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how these kids feel.
Again, I'm telling you, I talked to several players, right? And all of them were very confident in what they could do. But Zombie assured me that he's going to be placing on top, that he's going to be doing something different this year, that he's got what it takes. And honestly, that game showed us that team is solid. And I can't wait to celebrate that team as we continue on. Definitely a top 5 team, I imagine, at this point. We'll see if we can get a leaderboard together for you guys to give you some updates. But again, 1 game remains on the day, but we got 3 more loaded games for you all tomorrow too. So just because the action might be slowing down a bit today doesn't mean it's not all over, because we got some great stuff going on. And then after this, I believe, wait, do we have Rocket League after this?
I think you're right.
Ooh.
I think we've got some amazing car soccer coming up.
Hey, listen, that's like Epic Games backed by Epic Games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, listen, Fortnite into Rocket League, there's no better duo in games.
I agree. Now, I do want to just recap a little bit, because game 2 was incredibly intense. We've got I'm sure some amazing replays off of that game.
Yeah.
Just the Achilles team play alone, getting out of that,
yeah.
I'm amazed. So let's take it over to our replays, because I really want to see kind of just recap how that game went.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go into it. This was a good one. Again, I like the team cohesion here from Gino. They had a pretty good game. I do believe they went down a little earlier than anticipated, and here it is. Razor, Mystic, and Flash. Phenomenal game. This was the point we first tuned in with them, and you could see that they were playing well as a team, and they were going to do well. So, and Achilles, again, like you mentioned, great play there to clean that one up.
Yeah, and with Flash's team there with the 1100 surge damage, they had already come in and they said, we are here to show that we are top players.
Top dogs.
They really proved that point.
Yeah.
They took it home. They said, this is our game.
Yeah.
And we're going to emphasize that.
Well, what's funny is, like, despite them taking that win, right? I saw Zombies finish there. We just got to rewatch that. And to be honest, one thing that's very special about that team is when the team is up, they are just a different breed, right? When Luke and Numb are also in the fold, like, we've been hyping up Zombie, but Luke and Numb are a key component to what brings that team together and makes them successful. And so I'm curious, if they can stay up together into that final zone, I think it's wraps for the rest of the lobby, especially if they can take high ground. That's one of the things that I wasn't sure how it was going to play out. Game 1, we didn't really, we saw a team get higher, but it wasn't really like high ground. This game, though, we definitely saw height. It played a massive factor. Despite Flash going down to take that fight, it was still a lot that they were able to achieve and accomplish. So
yeah,
we'll keep it going.
We talked a lot about team cohesion, especially within Zombie, Luke, and Numb.
Yeah.
But, they did. Every time we saw them, they were working in a way that, Zombie knew he trusted Luke and Numb to not let him down. And I am confident that both Luke and Numb felt the same way.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
Just looking at how they play together, there's so much trust between the 3 of them.
Yeah. I think, again, their team chemistry, cohesion, it's there, right? They just need the moment. They need the right opportunity to showcase what they can do. And I believe there's a lot of great teams here, a lot of great opportunities, and listen, a lot on the line. These teams have been competing for months for this opportunity, and so to see them now on the main stage, getting the opportunity to showcase their abilities, there's nothing cooler.
Agreed. And, that's not the only thing on the line. They've got that really cool trophy that we talked about earlier, and those trophies, man, I want to walk out of here with one.
I know.
Those look amazing.
It's like, hit me up. We'll, Soda and I will have a bidding war for your trophy. All right.
You know, we get one of those for casting, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I heard. So
Yeah, you know, I.
But anyway, we'll dive back into the game momentarily. Make sure if you're in the lobby, you're getting ready with your team. Make sure you're getting your code, getting loaded up as we get this battle bus ready to go and off on its way. I will say, I want to tune in to start off the game in that Sandy Steps area. I heard that there's some early game fights happening, and so I want to see if that's the case. We haven't had a chance to tune in with them off spawn, so Sandy Steps, I would love to see what that looks like off the rip, if we can see what those teams are doing, because again, the claim was that there was a lot of fights happening early game, but I haven't seen too much of that in the feed, so we'll see. Maybe things changed, you never know, but we'll have to take a look for sure.
Now, we can't start off game 3, right, without starting off how we started off game 2.
Mm-hmm.
What are your predictions for circles?
Ooh, circle, okay.
Final zone, where are we going?
So we got like the Grim Gates area, right? So we got one of those. We got another one. Where was it? The first one was like into the snow. So I got to go now yours, closer to the rig and Nitrodome. I think we're bound to have a sand zone. But wait, I'm getting word. The battle bus is loaded. It's about time we get into game number 3 and finish the day off strong here for all of our Fortnite competitors. Remember, game 3, while it's the last game of the day, it's not the last game of the series. There's 3 more games to be played starting tomorrow morning, so you are not going to want to miss those. But let's get loaded into the battle bus.
I know I'm excited. I know you're excited.
Oh, yeah.
But what about the crowd? How's the crowd feeling about game 3? Are we excited?
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Let's go.
Now, without further ado, I did hear as well that the battle bus is loaded, so let's see how it's going.
All right, let's get into it. Game number 3. I see these players right here lined up. See, it's the beautiful thing, being able to tune in, and I can literally turn around and wave to these guys. That's what you can't do online, right? You get to literally just turn around and say, what's going on? Hey, big shout outs to all the players. Let's finish this one strong, guys. You ready? One final game for the day as we kick off and get that battle bus unloaded here for you guys.
Now, I'm seeing right now, it doesn't look like we have a single team at Sandy Steps right now, which is interesting.
So, yeah, it was the teams around it that said they were going to converge on a particular tower.
The forecast tower, if I remember correctly. So I'm excited to see if we see some of that action today.
Me too.
We haven't seen it yet.
We haven't. But another team we haven't got to see too much of is Aga, Blinksy, and Tatum. Tatum, another young talent I was able to meet the other day, and really nice chatting with him. Hopefully he finds a nice game ahead of himself. Good place to land here on the map, just outside of Mount Olympus. There's a lot of material to work with, a lot of loot to rotate around, so definitely a lot that they can play with. But it looks like we've already lost another team again, so those off-spawn engagements are definitely kicking off strong here in this game.
Yeah. Now, I do want to make a note here that Olympus is one of the best places to just farm brick. It's such a high brick area because almost the entire POI is just made of brick.
Yeah.
So if you are looking to make sure that you have like almost maxed out brick material when you are starting to navigate into the innermost zones, this is the place to drop.
Oh, for sure. I think this is definitely a good spot for them to be in. Now, though, hoping that they can make a play. They need to get back with their team. I think that's definitely the next natural step for sure.
Yeah. And hopefully Tatum is able to get back safely because, you know, right now he's got those shield pods, but or the half shields, but he's not used them yet. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, holding on to the minis for a little bit. I think it's time. Tatum, put on the minis.
But, you know, already he's got, you know, a mid-range and a shotgun. So he's pretty comfortable right now if somebody does you know, start taking shots from a little further away. He's in a pretty comfortable space with his loadout.
Yeah.
And he does have, you know, a Nuka-Cola, which is great, by the way. I don't know if you use them very often, but one of my favorite, you know, little top-ups in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things, like, I love it. It's an interesting add to the season, but, like, I'm not always remembering to pick them up, if I'm being honest, because it is very much like the slurp juice of seasons past. So it's kind of cool to see an item like that be reintroduced into the game, but I don't know if I'm giving up a slot personally to them because they're hard to find. I feel like they're not readily available enough to just like instantly say, yeah, I'm throwing that in the inventory.
You know, it's so funny you say that. I feel like I can't not find them right now.
Really?
Yeah. Every time
I need to get in your lobbies then. I don't know.
Listen, I don't know if I, you know, I want that. I would like to still win my lobbies. Thanks. Gotta have a chance. But
hey, I think you can probably take it.
But like this is where I was talking about as well. This edge right behind Rig is a great place to farm metal because of all these crates.
Yeah.
They're such a good source of metal, and if you're the only team over here, you really don't have to worry about anything. Once you've kind of farmed and gotten, you know, the loot from over here, you can keep an eye out from anybody coming from Brawlers or from Rig.
Yeah, I definitely think it makes a difference. Like, positioning is everything, right? If you're not aware of like the best, like your load or your POI and the best places to position yourself depending on the zone, you're definitely going to miss out, especially in a lobby like this. You have to be aware of what's going on. But now we get a fight here. It's Adrian alongside his teammates looking to get involved. You love to see it. The Storm Surge is definitely a big play here as Mr. Baz is going to be rotating forward. I'm curious what the thoughts are here, but nevertheless, Mr. Baz looks like he is a Twitch streamer. Go follow Mr. Baz on Twitch.
Now I do want to notate they have to be careful because now they've just fired a shot. They've given away their location, and if that team had decided to, they could have kept that high ground and used it to their advantage. But it looks like they're trying to disengage at the moment. I'm curious to see. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Wow.
The knock right off of the zip line.
Yeah, that's going to be huge there for them as Mr. Baz continues to get in the fight. He takes some shots, he gets some connected, but again, unfortunately, not enough to like feel super confident and continue to push that. And another team now pestering them from behind. That could be a problem if they're not careful. But they're still committed. They want this fight. They know they can take this team. And wow, Mr. Baz, my man, just don't miss.
Yeah, and, you know, is he gonna get out of that? Because Mr. Baz, he was looking, but he didn't find him. So, let's see. Looks like the escapee has escaped.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely right here as he slips on out of there and keeps the game moving. He's got a good amount of material right now, so realistically, he's in a very good spot.
But he's coming up on that solo. That's just kind of holding out there.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows.
I don't know that he does either.
Could run into some issues, but now we switch over. Oh man, that solo looks like he's just going to be able to live to fight another day, and here it is. It is moving in towards like the sandy area, but it doesn't look like it's going to go towards the rig. So we aren't going to get to see that finish today, sadly.
Now, hold on. It might. We still have a chance. Nitro Dome is right there.
I don't know. That would be a big old swing. But you never know. You're right.
This build outside of, like, right outside of Lavish and Railroad is pretty interesting. It looks like they already have a knock over here as well. So, you know, a couple of knocks over here, actually. So, you know, now an Elim. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. For sure. We'll see how it plays out for them. We do have last Shogun here, gonna fight for what he can here in the final moments. Unfortunately, all of them not necessarily in the most ideal position as far as health goes, so they have to be mindful of that, and the disengage makes a lot of sense here. That's one addition that we're seeing right now that's been a huge this chapter, is being able to move and heal. And I think it's something that was so impactful to the game, but is so underrated when you look at it. Because I feel like not enough people give it the appreciation that it deserves.
Yeah. I agree, because, you know, back before, if you had to heal, you were kind of out of luck.
Yeah, you had to stand still.
Your position, if you were visibly seen going there, you could just get locked down.
Yeah.
Now you can still move, you can still maneuver, you can avoid getting eliminated yourself.
Yeah.
And it really helps.
No, for sure. And we'll see Dark Shadow, Jackie Wacky, and Pancake Ninja, the crew right here. Well, it sounds like a crowd favorite.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I guess so. I see you guys. Let's go. We'll root alongside you guys for Pancake Ninja, Jackie Wacky, and Dark Shadow.
I think I might have even seen a sign down there as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. What does it say?
Let them cook.
Let them cook. All right. All right, we'll let them cook. Leave them up on the screen for a little bit. I want to spend some time with this team as they got the crowd going. With Jackie Wacky.
You know, I know we saw last game they cooked quite a bit before they inevitably got taken out, but I'm excited to see them cook now.
Yeah, you know what? Jackie Wacky is a player that you could tell watches the pro scene. Number one, he's an Elite fan. Let's be honest, Elite, one of the best orgs in the space. Shout out to Elite and that crew over there. Honestly, some of the best Fortnite personalities you can imagine. And then, of course, when you got Dark Shadow and Pancake Ninja alongside you, you know this is going to be a top-tier crew. I want to see them. You know what? Let's do this. Jackie Wacky, Pancake Ninja, and Dark Shadow. If you win this game, I will... if you guys win this game, I'll give you a $20 V-Buck card each. Me. So let's see it. I want to see the win, guys. See?
Motivation.
Exactly.
You know, I get it.
If I heard I'm getting V-Bucks, you know, I'm not losing that game.
No, me neither.
But,
and, you know, and I'm really excited because I feel like now they're going to be cooking with gas.
Yeah. Nitro.
I don't know if I would eat anything cooked off of nitro, I'll be real.
True. They are cooking. But nevertheless, good spot here for them. Not too far away from the edge of zone. So while they may have people rotating behind them, it shouldn't be too much. And they have a nice little high ground spot that they can kind of control the narrative from this point on. They know if a player, a team appears behind them, they can easily get the shots off. And ultimately, they're going to need to get these shots off because Surge is going to be a factor yet again in this one. So getting that damage, there it is going to be huge. They need to make sure that they're active on that too. They can't just let anybody rotate around them freely.
Agreed. And they've got a good position right here, high ground, right on the edge of where Storm is going to end for this zone. So they might be able to pick up stragglers as well. And if they can time it right, if there's any stragglers that come up behind them in Storm, if they can time it right, they get those elims easy.
No, they absolutely do. And just taking a look at the chat, I've been watching, right, the chatter in the Discord and seeing what the players are thinking, seeing what some of the players are talking about. And I've had a few of them message me and tell me, hey, listen, watch this game. Watch game 3. So I'm watching, guys. I want it to be a big game. So far, so good. This is one of those towers, by the way, that I was talking about before.
Yeah.
That now you can essentially look through any of these build pieces as freely as you want. Obviously, if you go down into it, you can't look through the walls, but all these cones and everything that you see edited around, you can fully see just straight through, and it gives you a nice line of sight.
Now, that's another thing I want to talk about, Island. Island is so massive because if you can get control there, not only do you have high ground, but you have the treasure. You have that loot. It's massive.
My original prediction to take game 3 down. I don't know how he took himself out.
Man.
but it happened. Hopefully Luke and Numb can clutch up for that trio there. We'll tune in, of course, as we go on. But Bryce now holding it down. Mr. Bryce Blitz.
And you know, they got really far too last game. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they took it this game.
That's fair too. There's so many talented teams. It's hard to predict truly who's going to walk away the champs because there's just so many bright, young, talented players in these lobbies. Anything goes, especially for the teams that have that additional cohesion. They've spent time together. They know what they're looking for, and they spend that, again, that time understanding what they need to do. That's a good example of using your natural environment to boost what you're doing. They grab that nitro area from over there. That's going to give them the little boost effect as a team. They were all close by, so they can all take advantage of it, and they keep it pushing. But Achilles now, alongside Elvis and Kyle, another really solid team in this one. Achilles with the confidence going into the day, has lived up to it so far. While they haven't walked away with a win quite yet, they've
gotten close.
Exactly. They've gotten very close. So it all comes down to how they play these next few moments, and we'll have to keep an eye on it. But Reckless Railways, my personal favorite POI on the map, and this is one of the reasons why. You see the zones now twice have pulled closer to Reckless. And so for me, as a player that likes to land Reckless, that's massive. The more zone control you have, the more likely you are to walk away winning the game.
Oh, absolutely. And like, this is what I was talking about, right? So now that they're on island, they have control. They've gotten these really, you know, high tier weapons, and they have that high ground. They can look anywhere, see anybody moving, and go, hey, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, they really can. There's so much control that you can take away from this, but now the focus is in the sky as Echo goes for some significant shots. Ooh, does connect one, but not going to be able to take them out of the sky. But realistically, I don't think that was ever the expectation for this team, as they just need the surge tags, and they're doing what they can to take advantage of that.
Ooh, but we might get a knock here. Getting a lot of shots out of Zahori. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of damage for sure. And oh wait, Awkwards needs to be careful. Does get a knock there onto Tweaks. That is massive here.
I think that's, yep, that's an elim right there on Awkwards too.
Huge. And they didn't have to give up their position. They were able to keep the high ground here. And because they have the launch pads from the spot, they can essentially take what they need, launch out, and keep the game going.
Yeah. And like, now we're looking at 4 elims for Echo's team right now. That's huge.
Massive.
Because we're only on, you know, Storm 5. There's still so much potential to get even more elims and get those higher placements. Not to mention the surge damage.
Yeah, there's a lot still left in this game, and we'll tune in with Diamond and Shark here. Okay, I hear the crowd excited about this one. Good to see this team still up and alive and fighting for this. Does look to connect some shots. One thing that they have right now that is a bit of an advantage is that SMG. And that SMG in close range can do a significant amount of damage. But in my opinion, you only take that fight with that SMG if you hit some of those DMR shots first. So
yeah,
we'll see how they continue to play it out. With them not being in zone too, you got to be cautious of taking shots like that, because you're just naturally going to draw attention to yourself. And if you're not careful, you can draw the wrong attention.
Yeah. Because drawing the attention of the team that you're engaging is fine, but it's the team that you're not engaging that you don't see that you want to avoid attention from.
Good little windows here from Shark, but need to be careful. All it takes is 1 or 2 shots to peek through, and you have a different situation you got to deal with. Now, though, switching over to Extinct.
Now, we were talking about SMGs, and I really love SMGs because you don't... Hipfire isn't bad with SMGs. In fact, it's one of the most beneficial ways I've seen to use them. You can get those ADS shots in, you can get those ADS eliminations, but a lot of times, if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place and somebody is sitting there up close and personal with you, that hipfire can do so much damage so quickly.
Oh, 100%. Genuinely, I think SMG is my strongest aim. If you ever watch me play a game, like my SMG aim is on point, and for good reason. It is so valuable to have in those close range fights, and especially when you need that follow-up after hitting the shotgun shot. So that's why I like seeing some of these players kind of lean into that. But I have seen more recently the shotgun AR meta, and then just 2 utility, 2 heals, 3 heals, however they want to map it out. Similar to what we see here with Kyle.
So another thing with the Nitro that I think is really cool is the run on water effect as well. Is you don't have to worry about the jump dive in a lot of cases.
No, it's definitely a bit different, and we'll see how it plays out for some of these teams. That's one thing we haven't really seen today. While we've seen Nitro plays being made, you haven't really seen them run across the water like you mentioned. But it does make a pretty dramatic difference, especially when you are stuck in some of those water zones and you want to move fast.
Yes. But again, you know, we see Elvis, Kyle, and Achilles really leaning in to their trademark Nitro boost right now. And I love to see that.
I love to see it too. And we love to see the players locked in here in the arena as we get ready to finish this one off strong.
Right now, we see Jackie, kind of hanging out really close to the circle edge right now.
Yeah, we need some chat, or we need some chatter in the crowd to revive the boy. Jaggy Waggy, his Dark Shadow, and Pancake Ninja are looking to fight this one out on their own for now, but with still so much zone left, there may be a reboot van available. That would be the craziest reboot I think we've seen in XP League history if they could make it happen, but here it is. Oh, I thought we were going to get to see the water run play, but it didn't even have to worry about it. Jumped straight over the water, now keeping it pushing on the right side, staying closer to the dead side. This is what I like to see here from them. This is a really, really smart play, especially being down a teammate. You're avoiding putting yourself in harm's way. But naturally, it looks like there is a little bit of action. Needs to be careful as these players are looking to push in. It is a full team, which could be a massive problem for Shadow. And no, Shadow's going to go down. It's all down to Pancake Ninja as he holds on as a solo.
Now listen, I know it might look a little bleak right now, but you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Can he do it? Top 20 here to finish off. You never know. Could be enough. I've seen solos clutch up in big ways before, and this is the season to do it. So we're all rooting for you, Pancake Ninja.
You know, we've got the 2 Nitros right now, holding on to those just in case, you know, last-ditch effort to get out of these situations, shotgun SMG.
Yeah.
You might be in a really good place right now if anybody gets too close.
Yeah, you definitely could, and we'll see how it fans out as a lot of these teams are more or less pretty much setting up for the end game. That was a little risky with that team there. Zahori obviously didn't know that they were in that cone, but definitely still good momentum and good movement from them. There it is, a little run across the water there. But Echo's going to go down. That's going to be rough here for this team, as now they're left as a duo. But they have a lot of good stuff in the inventory. Legendary shotgun. They got the epic variant of the SMG. I mean, if you needed anything good for close range fights here in the end game, you got it.
Now listen, all right, I really like Awkward's tactic there. We slid in, said, hold on, Echo, I see you. I'm going to cover you, but have a cone as well.
Yeah. Here, take a cone. Do what you got to do. Awkward's now going to rotate as a solo. They do have 6 elims, so it's still a pretty significant game finish there for them. However, you know he wants to continue to survive. As we see Zahori going down there too. Awkward's taking a lot of damage in the fight. And Diamond now playing along Shark and J-Bone, holding it down as a full trio. You love to see it here, as they have not lost a teammate yet, but we're in the finish line. Oh my gosh, it opens up onto Awkward's. A nice elimination and refresh there, but not without punishment from the other team.
That's Awkward's whole team down, because Zahori went down right before that.
Yep. And wait, look at the elimination feed. Flash is still in this one. So our game 2 winners could make the back-to-back win a thing.
Yeah, and you know, when we were on the zoomed out, I did, you know who I saw?
Who?
Just hanging out on the riverside? Pancake Ninja.
Okay, so Pancake Ninja still in this one. Flash still in this one. Diamond J-Bone and Shark still in this one. With so much talent left, I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top.
This is definitely going to be an intense last little bit here. And we're getting into this ninth storm, and it's going to be so detrimental to see how these players avoid the storm damage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They need to play this one out. So much on the line here to finish this one strong. Players now rotating in. Thunder and Minnow, they had a really good game, remember, last game, but unfortunately ended up getting caught off guard by our winning team. Now they're still in this one, hoping that they can make this their own.
Now, you know, they were looking up, but they have to make sure they're also they have somebody looking down. Just to make sure they don't get, you know, there's nothing as devastating sometimes as getting knocked from somebody below you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is a tough spot for Lin to be in. Forced down to the low ground. Not quite with his teammate, and he's getting pushed. Ooh, but a good refresh found. But I don't know. That was a little too late. Yep, and Lin's going to go down. Minnow now forced to play alongside his teammate Thunder here for the final moments. Just going to play the back edge zone. Does find an elimination there. That's going to be Bash going down. Wait, finds a knock onto Zaxify too. So Minnow picking up the pace here in the final moments. Big plays coming out still. Thunder unfortunately going to go down there. Now it's going to be up to Minnow to clutch this one up. Can he hold on? He's got the momentum. He's got the eliminations. He just needs to make sure he's playing as effectively as possible here in the final moments. Can he find another elimination? Can he find a refresh? He's got no material. It really all comes down to luck of the draw here. Ooh.
That was a close one.
That was.
Gonna have to be really careful here because there's so many people around him.
Yeah, and he's unfortunately going to go down. And it looks like Razor and Flash have also go down too. So that's going to be our team from last game potentially out. But we got Snow Shark. His team's still in this one with La Salute holding it down, going for the heal off. Will it be enough though? There's a lot of teams still left in this one, so that could be a tough way to try to go out. Big shot there from it. Wait, Tatum still in this one, playing as a solo, another guy. We want to see succeed.
It actually looks like we only have 3 solos left.
Wait, so J-Bone on the high ground. We got Tatum on the low ground. Wait, and who's the third?
Who's our last one?
It's La Salute still going
so
for the heal off, but I don't think it's going to be enough. As there it is. J-Bone, Diamond, and Shark taking home game number 3.
That was a really intense last game. 3 solos. That's incredible.
Yeah, you love to see it.
It's so rare to see those last 3 standing, and it's only solos.
Yeah.
Especially in a trios setup.
Yeah, it's interesting that it did come down to a little solo push there for the final moments, but you got to shout out the team. Zombie Avenger, of course, there in the final moments there. Literally, I think he came down, he went down in 4th potentially, so another top 5 finish for them. That consistency is going to keep them up towards the top of the leaderboard for sure, but that's it for Fortnite. We got 3 games down, 3 games more tomorrow to finish off the day. And honestly, I couldn't have asked for a more exciting Fortnite, to be honest.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited to see how they play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Coming out of this, take this as that learning experience. Take this as that opportunity to work on your team synergy, to work on your tactics. Because like you said, these changes did just happen with Nitro Boost.
Yeah.
So it's something that they didn't really have time to adapt to effectively. So, take what you learned today, apply it to tomorrow. Who knows who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, you never know. Listen, it comes down to how you practice and how you prep for the next day. And I think that's what these teams are going to have to do, right? They're going to go back, hit the VOD, watch the mistakes they made, watch what they can do better, take that information, go into day number 2 stronger, because they are going to be back first thing tomorrow morning to finish it off. So lots still good to go, but let's get into some replays. I'm excited to see how this game recaps well, because I mean, look, we'll see what clips they were able to bring together for us, but honestly, so much action took place. I can't even guess what we're about to see.
I can't either. Bufa getting in, like, we saw that. We saw him, drop those, get that kill, and kind of move on.
And this was huge, too, from Awkwards. Having the high ground, able to pressure that player down below, end up getting the full elimination on the tweaks. And then there it is. Jackie Wacky, Pancake Ninja, and Dark Shadow. A tough way for some fan favorites to go down.
And,
but
Pancake held out. He held his own for a while.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
Being a solo is scary.
Oh, for sure. This was a tough one, too, with Lynn getting that refresh on some material. Unfortunately, not able to hit the med kit quick enough, and ultimately went down there.
A second too late.
Literally like a second, yeah. So, unfortunate there, but Minnow, a strong finish there alongside his teammate. And, of course, J-Bone, Shark, and Diamond.
And we see here, Sleuth, half a second. If he had half a second, it would have been a fight to the finish, but J-Bone took it home.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like, you have to be careful when you start the heal off process in the storm, because you can only take so much before ultimately you end up going down.
Especially in those final storms where the damage is so detrimental and it's so high. And, it's something we were talking about earlier. It's that mindfulness. You have to, it really does come down to a science. You have to know the math.
Yeah.
You have to know the exact timers that you have in those later storms.
Oh, for sure. And I think figuring that out will be key to how these players come out on top tomorrow. Again, figuring out the missing pieces from today. That's their goal. Go in, hit the VODs, and keep it going. We are getting our next esports title set up here. Where's the Fortnite crew in the house? Appreciate you guys for an incredible day number 1. What's going on? But we have more action coming to you day number 2. I know I'm excited for it.
I know I'm excited.
Yes, but we actually have Valorant up next, I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't know about you, but I love watching Colorblind and Explosive on these Valorant plays.
I love watching them exist, so it only gets better when you put them on a camera.
I agree.
So, of course, I can't wait to get into some Valorant action. I know we're just moments away from switching it up here and throw into them. Any final thoughts before we close out the day?
Like I said, the only thing I really, really hope we get to see tomorrow is maybe that final game of Grand Finals.
Yeah.
We get another solo bolo game. That would be intense. But maybe instead of, top 3, we see like top 5 solos.
That could be cool. I'm down for some solo action to finish off a game. Well, listen, it has been a blast. I honestly, some final thoughts for me, like, again, these teams have done phenomenally to get to this point. They've shown exactly who they are, and now it's just about learning what they need to do to finish off strong. And could be a very exciting day number 2. That's what I'm predicting here for the fans. But before we sign off on the Fortnite side, make sure to go check out everything XP League and Full Sail have going on. Of course, go check out the merch area in XP League. Obviously, check out Cherry and Extrafy. This mouse in particular, insane pickup. If you haven't checked this out, it is nuts. Literally removable pieces, the works. Like, again, one's going to be missing at the end of this, as long as Explosive and them, they'll take it first. But that's going to be it from us on the Fortnite side. Thank you guys so much. Stay tuned. We got Valorant and more coming your way shortly. See you all later.
At Muse Products, we supply massage chairs, arcade equipment, cranes, anything to do with vending and arcade equipment for our customers. It's a great revenue share program that we provide for them.
Amuse helps locations add additional comfort for their guests and add additional revenue to their bottom line.
We can turn any space into profit.
Customer service is huge, and we think we're the best out there.
Everything is revenue share. We handle all the invoicing and the billing, and then at the end of the day, they just get a check from us. We've seen a lot of revenue growth for our company, and we see a ton of revenue growth for other companies as well. So it's a great win-win for everybody.
The Gamers is an amazing community designed by women for women. It's your go-to place to find women to game with in real time and connect with other like-minded gamers in a super safe and inclusive way. You can create a personalized profile, from your preferred console and favorite games to your hobbies and interests. Every user agrees to our set guidelines. No harassment, no violence, and no trolling, so you know that every interaction will be all fun and not toxic. Download our free app today.
All right, we're here in the control room, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves.
I'm Brienne, and I'm the robotic camera operator.
Yes, I talked to you yesterday.
I'm Taylor, and I'm the graphics operator.
So what's your guys' main job today?
So graphics operator, you are taking a lot of content that has already been pre-built, and you're just kind of putting it into a program called Expressions, and then you can throw that onto the screen. So whenever you see like a name pop up, or if you see a logo that's going across the screen, that is what I'm kind of dealing with and what I'm controlling.
That's super cool. And you?
I'm in control of our PTZ cameras, so our caster's camera and the one camera that's on the Fortress stage, and I'm just gonna get the best shots I can possible.
So what has been your favorite game to watch or be a part of today?
I'll have to say it's probably Overwatch or Valorant. I play a lot of first-person shooters myself, and it's kind of just cool seeing how different games take it. I'm not a big Fortnite fan, but I have had a pretty good time watching this and learning the layout of the game as well.
Yeah. I was gonna say the same, either like, I think probably Valorant, because I really want to play Valorant, but I don't got a PC.
Well, now it's on console if you have a console. Yeah, they just released it. So there you go. Thanks to them, this show all runs, and it's just super amazing. You guys have been doing a great job. Thank you so much. And we're going to come back with more people in this control room. So we'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. What's going on, live venue? Y'all having fun over there playing Rocket League? You're making a lot of noise. Good games? Good games. Good games. Oh, we're having a good time. We're hanging out. We still got some more gameplay this evening, and then we'll wrap up getting to day 2. But first, what are we going to see next here, Mia?
Next, we are going to be seeing some Valorant with some casters. We got Mesby, we got Explosive. So let's make some noise and raise the roof for some Valorant gameplay. Get it? Like raise, like the agent. Yeah, anyway.
She's hilarious.
Take it away.
Oh, God.
I appreciate it.
Well, hello! We're so happy to be back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for some Valorant. I know it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been, oh my,
74 years.
No, if you look at the time, it has been almost 9 hours since we were last here on the desk. As you may notice, I have a new friend.
What do you mean? Oh, right. So I am not Quinn. I am not colorblind. As cool as that would be, I am Mesby. It is a good time to be here, and I will be back a little bit later for some Rocket League action.
Yeah.
But for the moment, have subbed in for my good buddy Colorblind. He's taking his spot here for some Valorant. You ready?
Yeah, I'm excited. We've got the upper finals here, actually. So the winner from this matchup will go on to the grand finals tomorrow and secure what can only be described as one of the biggest home field advantages that we can offer. And just taking a look at the bracket and the matchup we've got today, Ackworth Ghost, we saw them earlier, they're pretty dominant. They are going up against the red-hot Franklin Phoenix.
Yeah, you were mentioning it earlier. This Franklin Phoenix team has just been absolutely blowing through the competition. Just like a freight train all the way through and through. I got to know early prediction here, scoreline. Don't say who we're going to have win. I just want to know, what is the scoreline coming out of this game?
13-8.
Ooh, that is interesting. I was going to go for the much, much spicier 13-11. I think we're going to get teased with that possible overtime, but one of these teams is going to be able to clinch it out. But I'm going to reserve my personal prediction here up until the very end because, I got to be correct.
It makes it more interesting, of course, but I mean, both of these teams have just seen absolute heroic runs, and let's not let the sunset get to them of tonight, because we're going to sunset. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the first time on stream that we have seen this map. And we're going back to something a little more basic. Last year, we saw a lot of the 3 map sites with Lotus. And Lotus, and Lotus, and Lotus, and Haven.
Yeah, Haven once or twice.
Yep.
And then just a lot of Lotus. And we've already seen Lotus today as well. So I think this is a bit of a refreshing change of pace.
Yeah, and the big thing that you got to always take a look out for is B main. B main is always one of the most contested parts of the map, because if you give that up for free as the defense, there's this cool thing called a Sage wall, or a Viper wall, or a Neon wall, or like any wall in the game that just cuts off everything to B site and makes retaking it absolutely awful.
Can I interest you in perhaps some sort of a nightmarish Cypher setup, the cameras over here, the one way all the way out into B main? I mean,
you can also give me the Sova pick that says no.
Yes, the denial. You maybe toss in a raise grenade, go for the shock dart. Some of these more proactive picks to try and deny that notorious single Cypher wire, which, I mean, at this level, they're not really going to let that get through,
I
right?
mean, you never know. Even pros fall for that trip every so often. But really, the big story about Sunset has been throughout this tournament is actually the A site. A site is where everyone rotates off to if B isn't working out, and that's where a lot of these final gunfights are going to come from, because defenders, when they're retaking site, have so many different options to go about just attacking into this site. I mean, you can pick anywhere. So like, you take it out of a hat, you pull it out. Let's see, do we want to go back site? Do we want to go alley? Do we want to go main? Do we want to go, wait, go back to B. Wait, why is that?
Oh, why is that even an option? No, this is the point. We run through mid, up into spawn, and make it happen. There is a veritable bag of tricks. Honestly, you mentioned pulling it out of a bag. Let's slap that onto a wheel, spin it, and say, let's go. Charette roulette for the win, baby.
Let us spin the wheel as we're about ready to get into gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the live venue, let's make some noise! Love to hear it. Love to hear it. We're still hyped up this early into the evening. We still got some more games to follow later.
Full day of action tomorrow to boot.
I was about to get to that, yeah. Full day of action with grand finals on the line. It is going to be absolutely crazy what's going to be going on here as Agent Select is going on. As all
right then.
Okay. I'm trying to just decipher what's going on here. Get it, Cypher.
Well, you mentioned the Cypher. We talked about it almost immediately, that this is kind of one of those marquee picks. I really wouldn't be all that surprised to see the Mirror coming through as well. Of course, the double KO is also in the cards to try and provide some of that utility, some of that space denial. And there it is, this hover on the Cypher. It's got to be.
It's required. It's literally required. Something interesting that I'm noticing coming out from Franklin is they're actually not opting to go with the Gecko. One of the most popular picks on this map, just using, as Quinn and I have termed it, Fred. We love Fred. But Fred on this map is just able to get so far into sight and plant the bomb. Meanwhile, your entire team just spams B main or spams A or actually gets out into the rest of A site. I'm really curious to see how this team will hold up because they do still have that Neon, though.
True. Yeah, Neon has been a very polarizing pick in the most recent meta. The buffs just making it sort of oppressive. You can't do a whole lot when Neon slides into sight, pops a gun out, pops you in the head, and slides right out.
No, you really can't do much with that, as it will be the side of Franklin starting off on the defense, as Shogyu is trying to get those trips set up. Looks like actually it's going to be more of a mid start for the side of Franklin. They're actually going to set up for mid rather than the typical Cypher setup on the A site. That's actually very, very powerful. And Franklin.
Oh, this is such an aggressive camera. I love it.
Yeah.
And he's got the banana rabbit to boot.
Beautiful. It's a true Cypher main. It is a true Cypher main. 3, 2, 1. Away we go. Winners finals coming up right now. First round underway. Joe Soul pushing up. Will spot out the camera. Backs away almost instantly. Joe Soul with a beautiful shot, walks away, 0 damage taken, gets the nade out. Only 1 suppression will be found with that KO knife.
He slid right out of B main and right into a coffin. The bullet was waiting. He knew he was going for the slide.
Yeah, speaking of waiting, Freeze waiting right here. Dash ready to go. Shot will not land as they're going to try to get out of this situation with their life. 5 members strong. Make that 4 actually, as Shoyu's going to find it back onto Joe Soul. 4v4 now. 1 minute to go in this round. Freeze will get spotted out by AOKOA. And now the spike going down. Time is now no longer on the side of the Franklin Phoenix.
Fully in control to do pretty much whatever they would like. They are going to get a little bit of bonus information on the back of that KO knife. Still trying to spot out a little bit more. Now is Snakey going to toss in the flash to try and maybe make an entry happen, but they are just too weaseled away in the back of sight. Not a head to be found.
Not a head to be found, not a soul to be spotted as the team comes out and all get fallen. Beautiful shots. That's Burn and AOKOA. Team shots ringing true and will take down the side of the Franklin Phoenix, picking up that first pistol round.
I mean, clearly Ackworth has done some brush up on their Greek mythology. They know how to take down a Hydra, got all 3 heads at once in quick succession, and that is how you make it happen. Now we're going to be going for that bit of a half buy here, the triple Bulldogs and a double Spectre. And this second round, usually a bit of a formality. You look at it more as try to take away a gun or 2 for the side that loses, but let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, usually your goal is 2 picks, get some guns, maybe turn it into something. Joe Soul pushing up yet again, out to be main. The deadliest Roomba in the world coming out will not actually pick up on that trip. That trip is placed so perfectly against the Rays. Here comes the nade out just to make sure that this trip isn't going to be anywhere close. Oh, the beautiful camera work. Thank you, Prod. Will actually take down that trip as the Cypher cages do come up, and Dr. K looking to raise some havoc with a shorty.
Now, you notice that is a little bit of expendable utility used there. The Raise Grenade does optimally have the opportunity to come back, score a couple kills, get it back. The Cypher Tripwires, on the other hand, do not have that luxury. You have now eliminated an enormous defensive tool so early in the round. Generally, you might sometimes see players opt to pick the wire up to save it from that grenade, but in this case, they just came in and got it for free.
Yeah, the Cypher was actually playing towards mid as the blind comes out. Dizzy will find Freeze. Another blind. It looks like another A hit. Pollux walking out. Spectre in hand will not find one. Paradise throws down Fred. Fred will get the bomb down with 30 seconds remaining in the round. No contest. You've only got classics and a shorty. What can you do with that, Franklin? One will fall. Two will fall. Josel backside with the Bulldog will find one. And this is looking kind of over in the round.
Well, they've got the boost up here still, a 3v5 and a retake with not really a whole lot to work with in their pockets. And you don't have guns, you have nothing to lose. You may as well just wrap around the corner and go for a couple of those exiting kills. And it seems like that is what they're gearing up to do, making that early peek here. Josol still up on the high ground, is waiting and lurking, finds the one. Now the refreshed grenade is going to do a bit of a pinch there on the backside as Pollux finds two and shuts it down.
I mean, textbook work out of the first two rounds from Ackworth. We've seen them already once today. I mean, they are trying to prove that they are the force to beat. Only one death through the first two rounds for the side of Ackworth Ghost so far. And, I mean, they're playing super well as a team. Josol playing that duelist, walking up, making space so well. And the rest of the team just converging and making sure that they can take whatever side they want.
Now, this camera out from Pollux does do a bit to get that early information to look for a possible early push into B main, but that just is not really the way that the defense has been setting up. And so you've now put that on a bit of a cooldown. Sure, you've scored a little bit of bonus information, but it's this slow chokehold that they cannot seem to get out of.
Yeah, chokehold indeed, as it looks like a B hit. Nade will come out, get rid of the camera and the tripwire. Smokes come down. Onto site we go. Josol backside will find one. Down to 70 HP. One player out of market. That's going to be Coles. Coles finds one. Coles finds two. What else can you do?
Now a 3v4 here. Shogu is coming around from the back of site. Burn going to teleport to get himself to safety here in the clutches of B main behind a smoke here. Dr. K as well in the center of the site. Going to speed up and try to find some space. But already the bomb is so far ticked, they're going to have to do something and do it soon.
Yeah, the Roomba comes out. The sprays come through. Pollux finds one. Josol now looking to spray through. Finds it. Beautiful pig. Shogun will trade it back. Burn gets one as well. It's down to Coles. It's down to Coles. Spike is
not faking. He's not faking. Holy cow!
From the man that has been carrying them throughout this tournament, Coles, the clutch player, makes an insane shot and clutches up the round.
Look at that. He knew he was going to have to come through the smoke. The bomb already halved. It gives that audio cue. So it was a waiting game. The smoke not yet expired. He played for the push. He waited, and the shot just not quite there. Was able to step off, find the shot, and with just a little bit of time left, get that defuse.
I mean, hats off. Coles, the ice in his veins flowing true. Clutches up right there as the Ghosts now find themselves on a little bit of a back foot after that one. Sure, they've got the guns. Dr. K only with Sheriff in hand. Here comes the Roomba!
Unfortunately, no wire to find there. This time is going to be avoided again. The camera going to get the information to possibly spark that early rotation. But look at this lurk towards the center of the map. Such an aggressive move by Pollux to try and take control over the center.
Yeah, mid is such a heavy contention point because it gets you straight into market and easy access to back A. That, here we go, Josol, rocket fuse coming forward. Pop, pop, pop. Can't he find anything? Will get flashed out, checking Boba out. Boba sounds good. We'll find one just in the nick of time. 4v5 now. Ackworth Ghost gets spiked down, and the man advantage is in their favor.
They do have the single man advantage, as mentioned. Now going to be a bit of a difficult retake here. The bomb in the same place as it was last round. They were able to make it work the first time around, but with the man disadvantage, make it a double. Is it even doable?
One enemy remaining.
Nade kill will find one as well. Now just a little bit of HP left to find the 4K for Joe Soul. Spraying through the smoke, will not find any. Pollux lurking up, will get that kill. Flawless round for the Ackworth Ghost.
Flawless round, flawless execution on that site take, and they are now enjoying the benefits up 2 rounds early.
2 rounds early, and that's nothing to scoff at. So we're going to get a little bit of a timeout.
Now here's the big question. You got 1 minute to reevaluate. You've got 1 minute to try and figure out some kind of a strategy to come back from that. What do you say? What do you do to regroup?
I mean, the simple solution against the Ackworth Ghost is they play super slow, super controlled, really waiting until about a minute to execute on a site unless they get a pick early. So the big thing is making sure your tempo matches theirs. If you guys match the tempo with them and don't get over eager, even ego peak anything, that's where they'll punish you the most, as we get to see a beautiful view of Jet.
Yeah, we have seen this a couple of times from production so far during this run. They like to give us these nice close-up angles. They're like, here, look at, oh, even closer, wow.
Oh, farther, closer, farther, closer.
Eyebrows?
Oh?
Oh, no.
First person point of view. Forehead!
Woo! This is how we use our timeouts, by the way.
Pretty much. I mean, so, yeah, if I'm the side of the Phoenix here, I want to match the pace. I want to take it slow, take it controlled, don't push into them. Let them come to us, and we stay steady on site. And that's how you're going to really beat them at their own game, especially when they're on the attack. Their prerogative is on them to actually get to site, because they are this thing called attackers.
Notice that Shogu has been diversifying his Cypher setups round to round, so not falling into the trap of unpredictability to make himself too easy to catch out. Now this market play could be pretty scary. Hold on!
Freeze, gets spotted out by AOKOA in market. Nade will come out, as well as the nades. Everything's coming out, knife and nades. What is this, like a buy one, get one free deal? Josel pushing up now. They are all in the market. Just one lurker left behind. That would be Pollux. Freeze trying to hold this site strong. Josel pushing up mid. Can he find anything on the rotate? Josel, knife out, will fall. Beautiful shot right there from Snacky.
But gets out!
Burn finds a trade kill onto K. But Pollux will find one. But Cole, whoa, Coles gets
turned
two.
down real quick.
Wow. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Let them come to you. That's all you gotta do.
The immediate swing back there, if you were watching, they responded all the way into spawn. The cavalry that was the remainder of the Franklin Phoenix wrapping around to sort of cut off the blood flow to that attack, and then they just severed it, executed, came around to the unsuspecting victims in their own spawn.
Yep.
And that's that.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. You play the timing perfectly, you wait for them to come to you, and then you just pinch them off wherever you can, find as many picks as you can, and done deal is the round. Now, looks like a very similar setup here from Ackworth. Gonna be pushing out mid. KOKOA finds one, gets traded back by Snacky. Dr. K will also find one onto Joe Soul. As Cole's pushing up, he's been the man, he's been the myth, he's been the legend. What can you do? Pollux close by. I don't think anyone realizes where they're at. Dr. K will fall. Pollux, beautiful shots, will get the hat down and will reveal the enemy team.
That neural theft is going to play a really big role here in making that decision as to where they want to try and mount this offense. They now have the information. It looks like they're going to be charging their way over towards the B bomb site. The question is whether or not the cavalry can get there in time to defend their homeland. 2 have already made their way out. We've got one watching in market now. The Thrash comes out in the hands of Paradise, but is going to be denied.
Wow, absolutely beautiful knife right there. Shuts out the Thrash. Thrash no longer. And the swing comes out 2 from Coles. Coles will find 1. Bomb isn't planted. Tap down, 33 seconds. Fight out onto Boba. It could be anyone's game. There comes the neural theft as well. 1v1. Only about 30 HP left.
Oh, he's gone!
Wow, what a play. Decides, let's not take the 1v1 on fair terms. I'm at 30 HP, you're at 70. Let's instead go to the opposite site. Give me a little bit more time to set up.
Both of these players currently hanging on by a thread, but Shogu had the setup there from the early, so gets the information. Lurked over towards the elbow, but there's enough time now at this point that really you cannot tell where he is. But there it is, saw the legs.
Saw defeat. He saw defeat. Now, pushing towards Alley. What can Shogu do? Triggers up the cage slowly, but time not in the favor. Oh, shots won't land from Shogu. It could be one shot is all the difference here. The TP, gets him out into the corner.
What a brilliant play. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all. And Shogu still dies. But Ackworth jumping out to yet another 2-round lead as we're halfway through this first half. Technically, that means we're 1 quarter through away the game.
We dancing back and forth across these rounds. It's been this perpetual 1 to 2 round deficit in the favor of the Ackworth Ghosts almost all the way through this half. Franklin still fighting to hang on to keep themselves competitive. They don't want to give up too much of a lead moving into the second half, but a potential full equality moving into the second half is still fully on the cards. We could still see that full 6-6.
We can still see a full 6-6, but that does mean that Franklin will have to go on to defense side with more of attack-sided comp. You know, you got the double duelist, but we'll see what happens there as Ackworth, pressure's still on you to get onto these sites and take care of business. Freeze! Gonna get taken out by Pollux. That's gonna be the first pick going over to the side of Ackworth. Ackworth still having full mid control. They can go wherever they want now.
Now, we've seen this setup out of Ackworth a couple of times, taking that full control over the center of the map. And Franklin, they just don't want to commit the resources to try and fight it away. And we're looking now at this rotation. Looks like they're just giving up the space on the site, allowing the push to happen and opting for the retake instead of trying to de-push, which, to be fair, I kind of like. You maintain just the single man down. You don't try to take those 2v5 trades, but they are going to probably give this site up for free.
I would assume so. Giving the side up for free is pretty much the most easy option, but I mean, they may have a timing here with this tripwire. I don't know, though. The cage, it makes it so difficult. The rest of the team's already out on the site, as they are going to see that trip, shoot it out. Now they know where they're at, but time not in the favor of the side of Franklin. Franklin only has about 40 seconds now remaining left in the round. They are down a member. A lot of their team is tagged up. As here we go, the Neon ult gets popped, sprayed through the wall. Will not work. Josol in the corner will find it. Pollux will find one of his own. Koa finds one himself. And it's now down to 1. Last member gonna get hunted down as Ackworth in the fashion they normally do.
It's a firing range.
It's the firing range. Josol will be the one to pick that one up. On to Coles. And flawless round yet again from Ackworth.
I mean, these post-plant executions by Ackworth have just been immaculate. They're being able to push into the site, they're locking it down, they're getting their plant down, but then they're not doing what you'll see a lot of people in those lower elo, mid elo solo queue games do, which is immediately start looking for those trades. Instead, they are playing almost like they are the ones on the CT side on defense. They're just playing the angles, playing to the corners, and not looking for trades. They're forcing the time down, which is exactly what you need to do in those post plants, and it's working.
Yeah, beautifully said right there from Yamesby, as Dr. K will get spotted out by this knife. 5-2, Ghosts lead. 3 suppression from Snacky. Hey, that's pretty good.
Missed a few there, though. This is going to be another big push here. All 5 stacked up in B main as the Roomba going to be unleashed to wreak its havoc on the site. The KO grenade actually not going to fully prevent that. They just ignore it and walk out anyways.
I mean, you want to talk about how to find a high-level Valorant player? The people that know the exact pulse timing of KO's nades and just carelessly, Josol just goes, me jump, and doesn't get hit by it.
Me personally, I dodge those.
Yeah, I dodge those, as Coles has a huge flank, but will not find. Shogu is here as well. Will find one, but Burn and Josol will tick up the rest. 6-2 now. Lead is now up to 4.
Ackworth has now guaranteed themselves at the barest minimums and quality moving into the second half. That critical 6th round, and you can tell based on the pacing, 3 straight rounds now. They have found that pocket, they have found that momentum, and they are going to be looking for that extension. They are not satisfied with 6, they want 10.
They want 10. They want the kitchen table. They want the sink. They want the turkey. They want everything. They're here for everything as Koa talks about it. No one walks away. The KO ultimate will be popped out. Suppression field is on the ground. Joso blast backs in. Will not find any as Dizzy helps out Fred. Plays down that spike. And I mean, they're just executing so fast.
Retake. It's another 5v5 retake.
Again, this map is so fast because you can get that bomb down onto B so quickly without proper control of main that it makes it really hard to come back into.
Oh, no.
As Pollux does find a pick, make it 2, will pop the Neuromat will have been popped, swings out again. Ooh. Will take down 4 as Josel steals the ace away, but a 4K for Pollux.
My, the aggro Cypher moving on up to the top of the leaderboard. 14-4 for Pollux on this Cypher, and that difference is being felt.
Now, I mean, but we also can't stop talking about Josel. Josel, 13-4. Thor, he has died 4 times. Same with Pollux.
I mean, look at these two. They're a bare minimum of 5 kills above the entire rest of the lobby.
Yep, they are absolutely fragging out, as the pros would say right now. Beautifully done. Paradise will pick up this ult orb. That way, when she plays down the spike with Wingman right here. Hi, Fred! Thank you, Fred, for the Fred sighting. And thank you, Prod, for the Fred sighting. As that spike will be planted down by Wingman. Will give Thrash over to the side of Ghost. Hopefully this time it goes a little bit better because last time he gets suppressed.
The showstopper was used there during the entry, so no longer available, but Joe's gonna get stunned out and dropped to the deck there. Paradise to avenge their fallen teammate. Now a couple of taps back, finds another one there, but Shogu there to find the trade. And now it is another 3v3 situation. They cannot afford to give up another round here, Phoenix. They have got to keep it going, and Shogu wants to make it happen. Another one goes down, and there you go! They will not die here!
No, they're not laying down softly. They need to take a couple more rounds here to feel comfortable going into that attack side. I mean, they've still got 2 more rounds to work with. And I mean, I don't want to say it, but
no, don't. Hold your tongue. Don't do it.
There's the possibility of 9-3.
You said it. You said it. You said the forbidden word. It's forbidden. You are speaking the dark tongue. You do not.
I speak the dark tongue. The dark tongue knows me, and thus it shall be said. 9-3 still on the table, but Franklin Phoenix, they want to go for that 7-5.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you move into this next half, you cannot settle for less.
Is that a judge?
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, please don't. Power slide into B main. And look, they're on their way. The single lurker over towards A, but this could be pretty brutal.
Yeah, Pollux sitting in wait on the flank, trying to look out, lurking around for some friends as, wait.
Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge on the corner, Dr. K. Never mind.
Nope, Joso finds 2. Beautiful shots will ring out right there as I'm just shocked that Ackworth Ghost just walked on the site.
Yeah.
AOKOA will find 1 himself. Will get taken down to about 33 HP. And I mean, it's a 5v2 retake.
This is more of an execution than anything else. I mean, what do you do? The 2v5, granted, 1 single member sitting on a little bit of low HP there, but now they've got to push through the smoke as well. The grenade going to continue to deter them, and it appears that they at least have a good idea of where the 2 remaining players are on the site there, but they are going to try to fight. The last one standing is Freeze. Finds 1, but with only 10 HP, 3 HP, 0 HP.
Now, I understand from the point of view of Koa that he would love to pad up his stats, join the top of the leaderboard, but hear me out. We could have had a mosh pit kill there. Yeah, those rarely happen, as we are going to get a timeout from the side of Ackworth with the last round.
Last round. Well, we asked it earlier, and I feel like, we didn't exactly use our last timeout all that well. So you want to reevaluate, bring some new strategies to the table. Nothing involving foreheads?
Use your forehead and what's behind it. I mean, at the current moment, Phoenix have been starting to claw their way, make it into deeper rounds, but man, when you're letting a team just walk straight into sight, it's a lot more difficult for them to actually retake that site because you're not going to get enough information to know where they're really at. As, oh no, we get another forehead cam. It's Gecko!
You know, I will take this over the alternative.
No.
Generally, anything with Gecko, and I would just like to sign off. You know, I don't want to be there. I just want to close the curtains, go back, wrap the bed sheet around my head, and just cry in the corner and wish it never happened.
You know what? That's definitely valid as we are back from the timeout. Probably just talking about how great they're doing so far. 8-3 lead right now. 8-3.
Well, you already said it, so I'm not going to shy away from saying it. 9-3 curse. It's possible. We could see it.
It's always possible. Even to the best teams, it's always possible. As Burn is going to smoke out towards mid, it appeared to be. As Josol is doing his, as per, blast pack, little raise, blast pack action. As
big shot! Able to go 1 for 1, so equalizing, but the HP loss on Pollux there, that could be pretty deadly.
Pretty deadly indeed, but you did take AOKOA out of the fight. So that's like pretty big. But right now, the man of the hour has been Coles. Coles has been the man for the Franklin Phoenix, and without their top frag, it's going to be really hard for them to actually secure a retake as the Thrash does come out towards Market, up towards Boba, doesn't find absolutely anything. The ball plate will go down as we get glitched through the map.
Well, Paradise is definitely going to be looking for that Thrash reset, maybe try to push into the smoke here to get that second charge. But now we've seen this so many times, the immediate retreat back into B main saying, you want the spike? Come and get it.
Run away, the secret way. Let's run away.
Oh, that's deadly. All right, canceled it. Oh, I got a little bit worried there. Now the wingman sent out. Paradise going to get stunned. Out the deep dive by Dr. K, shut down immediately.
Yeah, but Josol coming up strong. Show you. Oh, but it's down. Burn, last player remaining. It's Burn versus Snacky. Who has it? The stick. Oh, it's not stuck. But
they know the timing.
Try. That's a timing thing. You don't have much left in the round. Burn knows it. Realizes after that first swing that he wasn't actually sticking it down, and just re-swings it because he knows there's not enough time.
Oh man, that is just so tricky. Those post plants, we were mentioning it, the entire game thus far has been so one-sided. The earlier parts of the round, not so much. That has been a little bit back and forth, but it seems like just over the course of everything, the Franklin Phoenix have been making too many concessions of space, and that really is what I think ended up costing them the most.
I absolutely agree with that assessment. I think that is costing them the most. One of the biggest things throughout all of Valorant is that first pick. The team that gets the first pick 9 times out of 10 wins the round. You have to, from that point, really throw the round in order to not win it. So getting that first pick has got to be #1 priority for the Franklin Phoenix right now.
Well, we've seen this a couple of times, and now the equation is reversed. Burn holding that blind is going to be able to self-peel a little bit there from those concussive shocks. The tap aways and is going to fall. You mentioned a critical first pick, and Freeze finds it.
Freeze will find it. That's the first pick that they so desperately need, making their way onto the B site. AOKOA will shoot out into the smoke. Will find a tag onto Dr. K, but nothing else. The spike gets planted down.
I don't think it's out of the question to assume. My God, I was going to say that this may be the most critical round of the second half, because this is going to be the tone decider for the rest of the game.
Huge flash comes out. Pollux will get one. Does get traded out by Snacky. Snacky and Shogu, last 2 members remaining, but it's down to the man, the myth, the legend, AOKOA, doing what he does best. Ah, he does it!
My Lord! AOKO, aim more like it!
He did it again! Oh my God, he did it again! AOKOA! I mean, if you want the definition of someone who is just a clip-making machine, it's AOKOA.
Yeah.
It has to be.
You do the one thing that no Valorant player expects. You reach into your pocket, you pull out your index finger, and you slam it on the W key.
W key indeed, and W is what the Ghost are looking to snag away here. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a Stinger Rush.
Oh, here we go.
Josol doesn't care. Josol does not care about your stingers. Will spray down one as Josol makes his way back to site. I love the idea from the Phoenix. They need this round. If they do not win this round, Ackworth needs to only win one more round just to make sure they don't have to win any more just to force overtime. If they win two more, they win the game.
Now, the problem with the Stinger Rush is you really have to go all in on that first initial push. Anything past that, they're pretty much expecting it. They know your utility. They know what you have. Now they're trying to go for the recommit here, but AOK away again, sitting so deep in. Shogu finds one there and able to shut down Burn. Now the trade back for Pollux finds two. Continuing to go for the extension here, but they are going to be able to equalize.
But even so that they can equalize that, it's still not even equal in the end because Pollux got two. So now AOK away, Josol still remain for the side of the Ghost, as well as Paradise, I believe, with Wingman in hand. Wingman goes onto the spike, gets blinded out. They're just gonna protect him, and AOK away. Does AOK away? W key, Ghost in hand, 2 headshots. Good night, Phoenix.
So disrespectful. Ackworth was like, oh, you want to go sit and be main in a post plant? Cute. Let's show us why that doesn't work.
I mean, they tried valiantly there. They know that's a round they have to win. Now it's just going to be formalities at this point. I mean, they are going to continue to force forward, but looking at the guns, you've got 2 Bulldogs, a Stinger, a Spectre, another Stinger, and then you have approximately, what is that? $1,050 left between all other members of your team.
38 kills between Josol and Pollux. It's more than the entirety of the Phoenix squad.
No, they are absolutely insane as Pollux will get blinded up by the Omen, will hear the plant go down, Freeze pushing up with that Stinger. Ever so deadly since they buffed it as Pollux walks back out towards his team, taps it down, will find one from Josol, Freeze finds one, gets traded out by Paradise. 4v3 now as Wingman sits on the spike as Spray will come out. Does find out on the weekend just before the defuse.
It's half.
But will get found. Dr. K.
Wait, he didn't see.
What can you do? It's Burn.
Oh, no!
It's Burn. It's Burn. Burn hits the shot, gets the half point, and match point. Ackworth Ghost trying to show that they are the most dominant team here at North American Finals. And now they're just gonna buy. They're just gonna end it right here, right now, and let us out a little bit early.
The XP League North American Finals, Valorant Grand Finals entry on the line here. And Ackworth, you can tell they taste it. They can see it on the imminent horizon. And this, unfortunately, could be the Phoenix's sunset.
Yeah, so right now, as we were just talking about, Pollux and Josol are combined for 40 kills. That is more than the entirety of the Phoenix still.
It's not changing.
No, it's not. They're playing out of their minds, but...
Oh, hang on.
Snacky wants to change that right here. Finds 2 onto Josol and AOKOA. Paradise cannot find the shots onto Coles. Now they have the man advantage, 5v2. They are looking to go back towards B here.
Now
Fascinating.
Here's the problem. They keep going for it. They're able to find the one in response. Now a 1v4. That's a good start, but they are still down 8 rounds. That is a drop in a bucket. Nay, an ocean of effort that will be required to mount this level of comeback. They cannot make a single mistake.
This mountain that Phoenix have to overcome from this point forward to force overtime, not even win the map, but overtime rivals that of Mount Kilimanjaro.
8 rounds.
8.
That's what they've got here. And the Ghost only need the one. They can go for all the cheese they want, opting for the single rifle in the pocket of Pollux. who has been so dependable throughout this map. A leader, a champion, and might look to end it in the corner. Gets caught out, goes for the shot there, but whiffs. Gonna only get one, and that's a rifle gone.
That's the rifle gone, as Dr. K does pop the Neon Ultimate. The finger guns will be popped, a pew, 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 and they'll be put away because no one else was around to get a reset.
Yeah, that is the single downside of that ult, but now a 4v4 here. Josol going to get put in the dirt there. AOKOA with the response as we move into a 3v3. Bomb still planted as Paradise throws out the hat for the information. It's going to get those tags. Now they have all the information they need as the blind comes through. Still all three trapped in main. Able to find one more as Dr. K, and Shogu gets one of his own. The final man standing is going to be armed with a shorty.
He's armed with a shorty, picks up the Phantom 10 HP. Let's see what magic will happen. Run away.
Flee!
Actually, he's actually gonna stay. Yeah. He wants the money. He doesn't want the save money.
I mean, how much? Okay, how much now? So that's enough to buy a rifle? Does that end up being worth it? Now, like, what would have been the credit difference if Coles had just decided to keep the single gun and buy utility?
It would have been roughly
pennies,
the same.
right?
It would have been roughly the same.
You've got pocket change. Now 5 to 12.
Burn could have done whatever he wanted. It's Burn.
Listen, it's not over yet. They have stuck their foot in the door and they're hanging on for dear life. This Phoenix is trying to rise from the ashes, but they're going to need a lot more fire to get there.
One look down won't open my eyes. Here we go. Time is ticking away. The nade will be popped out. 1 minute and 24 seconds left in the round. Josol gets through, but gets full blinded. That's going to be 2 down right away in the round. Josol and Burn found out as Coles finds AOKOA. One will get traded back, but no, it's just down to Pollux in a 1v4.
Pollux and a Sheriff in hand. Is this him?
Is he him? No.
No. Quick response. No.
He has been throughout this game, but that's only 2. We've gotten through a couple of rounds that they've had to, actually 3 in a row. That's 3 in a row.
Still now half the distance to be covered. They are clawing, they are biting, they are scratching and dragging their way back into this game.
Technically, it's only a third. They've only won 3 rounds this half. They should only win 6
half
more.
the score. 6 is half of 12. Am I doing that math right?
I'm talking about the half.
Am I doing that math right? Hold on.
Well,
listen, caster math is not
Caster
the most
math
reliable.
doesn't exist. It makes it life very easy, as looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a controlled play here from the Ghost. They all know they're on match point. They just want to get this out of the way and move on to grand finals tomorrow so they can go home and rest up tonight.
Look at the ult advantage in favor of Ackworth Ghost. They've got a full pocket here. The wallet is full. They're breaking out Dad's credit card full of ultimates, and they are about to let it rip like Beyblade.
Yeah, the Ackworth Ghost be out here singing like, I got a pocket full of ulties. I gotta know, because I know that's all my own. Ooh, whoa.
Can we get a tactical timeout for the casting desk?
Apparently, but no, we don't got time for that, as the execute is going to be coming out. It looks to be actually a split setup here from the side of Phoenix. Shogyu will find one, but he gets traded out by the Rocket Fuse. Powerless is popped. B-site hit is a go, but they do have a mid player, but AOKOA will find that. 4v3 now.
The door
Things
is
are dire.
closing. The door is closing. 3v4. Only a little bit of HP left to play here. Ackworth is going for the full rush here. Freeze on the back line, finds the one. Hasn't been spotted, but Coles finds 2!
So close from the side of the Franklin Phoenix. Coles almost clutched it out with a shorty. Shorty in hand, almost pulls out the clutch, but no. The Ackworth Ghost, now from the #1 seed, we knew they were going to do it, are now your #1 seed at the Grand Finals.
Welcome to the Grand Finals. They're going to get a chance to take it down on the biggest stage that XP League has to offer. That final shining moment, the thing that all of these students crave. Hoisting that trophy and getting to call themselves champion.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing as we take a look at the teams right now. Shaking hands, saying GGs to each other. We love to see it. Good luck, have fun, pledge. We love that here at XP League. I mean, what a beautiful series. Sure, it was a little more one-sided than both of us expected in our predictions. I thought 13-8. I'll be honest, I said that was going to be the Ghost as well. But very well done from the Phoenix. I know they did also have a sub in playing for one of their mainstay players, but they still have another game to play today. So they will move down to the lower bracket finals and will face off against the winners of the lower brackets, which are happening right now, as a matter of fact. So hopefully we can hear about those a little bit later on and give you guys some updates. But so far, I mean, this has been one heck of an event. North American Finals 2024 is the absolute treat that keeps on giving. And speaking of treats that keep on giving, replay time. Ooh. Let's take a look at some replays here.
I like replays. Going back over the action.
Josel here. I mean, hits that absolutely beautiful shot to start.
Run it back. Run it back. It's beautiful. It's so good.
Run it back.
It's so
Run
good.
it back. Run it back.
Run it back with slow-mo. I want this in 4K. Chef's kiss. It's
Chef's kiss.
delectable.
Beautiful shot. So we keep going on throughout pistol round. I mean, it was all coming up aces for the side of the Ghost. They could not be stopped early. I mean, it looked like they were trying to take this 13-0. I'm just going to be honest. They were trying to take this 13-0 from the start of things.
You could smell how much they wanted it.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, this spray down, beautiful Josel pushing up, burn, beautiful shot. Oh, hopefully, you know what I really hope this replay has? That AOKOA clutch.
Now pause that one more time. Grab that one back. There's a very critical element to this clip specifically, and it's that little bar right there in the bottom. Yep, the Cypher ult upload just as the TP goes through, and it ends up playing a pretty big factor in this endgame because he doesn't know where the bomb is planted.
That's big brain. That's so
just
big brain.
Barely expires.
Yeah, that's big brain. God, that's huge. I didn't even notice that. Really well done there. I mean, great clutch coming out as well. Shots fired, shots ring true. You know it, you love it. Show you cannot find anything there. Shotgun rings true. But again, it's the team play. I've been saying this all day about Ackworth Ghost. It's their team play that makes them so powerful. Oh, we need it back again in slow motion.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so pretty.
The shot of a lifetime. I mean, look at, he gets the peak advantage. You'd think you don't check your corners, you get sent to the coroners, but that was not true this time.
No, the right click just goes a little wide and AOKOA lands the shots, clutches it up for the team, takes the first round of the half. And I mean, that just set them up for excellence moving forward as AOKOA just does it again and does it again and does it again. And he just keeps doing it, man. How does he keep getting away with this?
I cannot believe that 2-4 was the closest scoreline of this entire game. That was it. That was the closest. 2-4, and then it was just complete downhill from that. I mean, if you're go for the Ghost, it's coming out money. You mean that's just a money printer right there? But Phoenix, on the other hand, struggle down the stretch.
But they'll now play in the losers finals for a chance of redemption up against the beautiful Ghosts that have secured their spot into the grand finals.
Not just the spot. Now tell me, what's the stakes here? The winners win what? It's pretty big.
Well, the winners are going to win some beautiful prizes from our sponsors, from Cherry Extrafy. They're beautiful mice that they have been playing on throughout the entire event. They've been, I mean, I'll be honest, dude. I've been using it the past couple days.
Get me one of those.
These things are sick.
They're
If you guys haven't checked these out, please do for Cherry Extrafy. Their M42 mice, banger.
And not
absolutely
just
love them.
The mouse, we have also got this lovely gadget right here. The glorious, beautiful official keyboard of XP League that every single one of these players throughout the weekend has been playing on. You can own one if you would like to. Go get one. I'm considering it myself.
You can get one for your friends,
beautiful future
for your 5-stack. Yeah. You can get one for yourself, one for your mom, one for your dad, and one for your 5-stack. Absolutely beautiful. So thank you all so much for tuning into Valorant today. That is going to be it from myself and Mesby, as well as Colorblind at home in the back, wherever he is at for today.
Rocket League.
Well, we got 2 more things coming up. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're
Overwatch,
back.
Rocket League.
You're back for Rocket League. I forgot about that. That's going to be it from me, Explosive, and from Colorblind for today. We'll be back tomorrow with Valorant. But now we're going to kick it over to a little bit more Overwatch 2 action coming back after these commercial break.
Have a good one, everyone. See you in a little bit for some Rocket League and Overwatch.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Hello, and we're back with some very important people. I'll let you guys do your own introductions.
We're not that important, Mia. Hi, everybody. I'm Carissa. I'm the brand president of XP League.
Hey, Michael Browning, founder and CEO of Unleashed Brands. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for being here. Like, I love this event every year. How does it feel like that it all came to life?
This is pretty exciting.
Yes.
Like, you've been to these before, Mia, but I mean, this one feels pretty special. Like, there's a lot of good energy. The players are feeling good. The parents, families are really excited. And I think it's going really well.
I think so, too. I mean, it's a beautiful event so far.
Yeah, it's my first one. So I've been hearing about this for years and years and always tried to get here. So I was so excited to come. It has far exceeded my expectations. The energy, the production value, the experience has been amazing.
So where do you guys see XP League going in the future?
I mean, you know how big the esports community is, so there is so much opportunity for XP to help positively impact the lives of more kids. So I think there's so much upside. So I want to see more and more XPs come to a city near you so that we can help more and more kids learn, play, and grow. Right, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, it's building out the communities all across the country, but then also getting the college community to understand what we're doing here. More college coaches, more scouts, more scholarships for our XP League players coming out of this event. It's going to be, well, it is already the biggest event in youth esports.
Yeah. I wish like this was something when I was younger. It would have been something like a space where I felt comfortable to join. And like there was no space like this, you know, even a few years ago. And I feel like COVID honestly was a bring up of this whole space kind of. I know COVID was terrible, but for esports and gaming, I think a lot stems from that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so for XP League as a whole, what's like your mission in XP League?
Well, the overarching mission of Unleash Brands is to help kids learn, play, and grow through the fun, engaging, and inspiring experiences that we create, just like this. So when you think about how XP League folds into this, there is no better experience to help kids grow into their skills with esports that will translate into their future lives, their destinies, than what we're doing here. So we're just so proud to be a part of it.
You want to add anything? Oh, no, that's great. That's perfect. Well, amazing. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for doing this interview, and we will see you around.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Still hanging? This is my late night crowd that I've got here. Yeah, make some noise. All right. Love to hear it. We're back here in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. Some great Valorant gameplay. I cannot wait to see what is in store for our grand final matches tomorrow. But we've got more semifinals coming your way tonight. What are we looking forward to, Mia?
I think I'm ready for some Overwatch. What about you guys?
Yeah?
Ready? Come on.
Overwatch. They're going to play.
All right, so let's head over to our casters. We got Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty in the caster booth over there. Let's play some Overwatch.
Overwatch is back, and I sure hope y'all are ready for a ride. We've made it most of the way through our playoff bracket today, but the North American final still has more to deliver. Myself, Tiny Shiny, along with Twin Salty, ready to break down the action. Now, you and I, we've had our game on stream earlier, and we got to walk around, see more what the teams have been going on, and now we find ourselves in a situation where we only have 4 teams remaining.
4 teams left after this one. We'll have our guaranteed podium teams, but to see how they actually shift in that top 3 will be later tonight and into tomorrow, but you got to get there first, and this one, it's, it's a little bit of deja vu for one side, and for the other side, a little bit of vengeance maybe on the line here.
It is, and that's the beauty about Overwatch brackets and tournaments like this in general. As soon as we get later, we get into the nitty-gritty of things, we get more of these narratives that we can develop around the teams and their players and the bracket. What a great way to just show you a visual of the story we have. We're going to be looking our eyes down to the lower bracket where Franklin Dragons facing off against the Lake Point Ghost for 1 spot, guaranteed a podium finish. The other is going home.
Yeah, sadly, the other finishes in 4th place and not able to get a podium finish, but it's a lot on the line here at Tiny as these teams haven't faced each other so far this tournament, but for Lake Point, this is the 2nd of 3 Franklin games that they've had today.
It's the 3rd.
The 3rd, sorry. They played the Valk earlier today and then played against the Phoenix, lost to the Phoenix, went down to lowers, goes against Macomb, able to knock them out, and then sure enough, go against another Franklin team, this time being the Dragons, so they got a little triple dose there of Tennessee.
Franklin is a word that is going to be imprinted into Lake Point's vocabulary, especially after today. Lake Point, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, this is their first finals appearance. This is their first time really playing in this LAN environment, and so far have been one of the biggest impressors that you and I didn't particularly have eyes out for initially, just because we didn't know what to expect. After seeing what Lake Point have cooking behind the scenes, they have the makings of greatness, and now they can throw that out here on the line against a Franklin Dragons team who's been on a track of improvement themselves.
Yeah, they've been on their own track of improvement this entire year. Great, yes, the name Franklin Dragons, the champions last year, but this roster is completely different. The only member left is Anubis, the main support. That is the only one left on this team from last year's roster, so definitely a lot to prove for the rest of a very young roster in terms of at least XP League years. Yeah. But as we go into Lijiang Tower, it's all reliable. What else can we say? It is one of the most scrimmage maps on top of Kings Row, and we can see them all here. And especially, I want to see, do we get to Night Market? Because if we get to Night Market, watch out for the TPs to come in and to fight here if we have those Symmetras in play. If we go over to Gardens, this is where you want to look. Right here, because the boops are gonna happen. Watch out for the Lucios to really try and get involved, depending on how quickly they can speed on in from point and try and push the other team when they're trying to go in. And then on the other side, Control Center. It's basically a mini Kings Row is what it really feels like. You just got small and close point. You got server room over here. That's when we really are going to see maybe the Moggas come out from Lake Point, because we've seen that already today often. Yes. And it's something that I honestly think if a duel comes to it, I do think Franklin do swap off of the Mogga duel and try something different.
That is a good word to bring up today, is not only the Mauga, but also this idea of brawl. Lijiang Tower leans itself into this very close-centered combat, so you want heroes that can excel at a nearer range. We often see Reinhardt today, but Mauga is a significantly more viable option, especially when Lake Point Ghost was on stream previously. That was easily the best that they looked the entire time there, and I wouldn't be shocked if they pull it out on Lijiang Tower. They aren't the higher seed here. This was Franklin Dragons' pick, which makes me think that they have something cooking bunking up maybe a little bit of a Symmetra, a Junkrat, some sort of niche hero that we don't normally see that a particular player can excel at and give their squad an advantage.
This is a map that they did play against NOC in their upper semifinal, which they did lose 2-0. The one map they looked actually pretty decent on was Lijiang. They struggled a little bit on King's Row when they got to that point, but when the Dragons played on Lijiang, it looked really good, and they almost beat NOC, who is awaiting the winner of this game in that lower final for a chance to face the Franklin Phoenix in the grand finals tomorrow. But Control Center, it is very weird because we don't normally see him here. And we don't normally see the Sigma on this map, this specific one. Even this map in general, both teams wanting the Sigma mirror, which we don't see a lot other than like Circuit Royale. SWAT is going to be a lot more poke, even though we did so much setup on the rush. Teams might be a little more, you know, at least resilient to try to hold back just a little bit.
Lake Point Ghost, Franklin Dragons, both looking for a spot on the podium, but only one can have it. It'll be the poke comp on either side. A Torbjorn, rather fascinating pick from Smolin, but I was watching him earlier talking to his dad. Even if he doesn't understand what's going on, I told him, don't you worry, your son is doing an excellent job. And I want to see where this turret in particular is set up, since there's not anyone that Franklin Dragons have to worry about, especially no tracers. The May, on the other hand, is adding a bit of a frosty touch to these things, unlike the weather here in Florida.
Oh yeah, the weather here, not so frosty, especially considering what we had today. With a May, again, not often seen with a Sigma comp, but on this map, it is very often seen. And that is where already Lake Point Ghost is going to swap over Swellen onto the May because they just cannot afford to lose that frontline battle so early on. But that's why Franklin Dragons, they have that May wall. They're just going to play up close and personal here on this initial choke to try and convince somebody from the Ghost to push on through just a little too early.
Ooh, and in this case, it's Tyler. He squeaks his way on through to the point. His team breaks the wall behind him. But who's watching Swellen? Swellen tried to bail Tyler out of danger at the cost of their life. And Franklin Dragons can maintain control of this choke.
This could be a really dangerous spot here for Lake Point Ghost because unless you wrap all the way around to that right side to try and go over the server room, it's going to be really difficult to try and push in. You almost have to put the wall up yourself to try and do it, but you look already. Gravitic Flux online. You look at Tyler, only 55.
On the frog! Oh, the boulder. Only so many things to stop a Flux. It was Tyler who had the tool, but no one was prepared for the icy storm that lay below. That was a wonderful follow-up from Drago. Franklin Dragons, they're going to hang on.
That was the emergency. Oh, Flux got stopped. So got to throw something else in there. But now they have the Ant Matrix here from Dump. They can play again, choke early before just spin them up. But they are going to make that server side rotation.
Smart.
And they may actually try and be aggressive with the Ant Matrix coming in from their Baptiste as well.
And this is great. Lake Point needed another way to get into the objective, and look how low Tyler already is. Peekaboom had to use that sound barrier just in an attempt to keep their tank alive, but it doesn't work out for Anubis. Had a sound barrier for Franklin. This is starting to get a little bit more scary. Lake Point need to start working their way over to the objective as the time bank runs low. The main wall being out, Tyler is less afraid to push up and take space, even as a Gravitic Flux of his own to pull. As the dog, the boulder goes down just in time, and Anubis is there to keep Franklin Dragons on their feet. Lake Point need to win this fight, otherwise this round is good and done. So they're pumping every single ultimate that they have, even if it's a bit expensive, just to keep the round alive.
They need to make sure, at that point, it's like, we need to win this fight no matter what. Doesn't matter what we use. Blizzard maybe not needed, but they keep the Deadeye, so they can at least buy some time with that, but Dragons may not try and give them that. Yes, they had to use a lot during that as well. Drago's already getting eerily close, though, to that Blizzard. But other than that, it's going to be a pretty vanilla fight.
It'll be rather plain and simple, as you put it. Lake Point Ghost, though, particularly Mori needs to stay on his feet. Not a little dicey there. It's a nice ball from Drago. Catching Tyler out, though. He has that healing come through, more specifically the Deadeye. to hopelessly scare Franklin Blizzards. But if you're Drago, you can control the weather. Just tuck a little snowstorm in there, and that is a recipe for success. Lake Point Ghost, they tried to take the initiative, but Franklin Dragons were so good at punishing. And Jesse, just like that, Franklin close out the first round of Control Center.
Just like that, 100-42 in favor of the Dragons. They fly high over in the Control Center. And it just seems like, yeah, Lake Point, they got eventually what they wanted to run. It was just too expensive of an ult fight. That previous fight, they had nothing to really work with. other than the Deadeye, and Drago at that point was like, nah, just chuck the Blizzard in there. You don't get to really get to do that. But now as we head over, Night Market is the call.
Okay, here
and
we
Lake
go.
Point, this is what we expected. It's going to be the Mauga comes out, as well Swellen on the Venture. So whole lot of damage at once. It'll be a lot for the supports of the Franklin Dragons to try and deal with, especially right now. They're on the Kiri instead of the Baptiste, so that could even get more tricky. But I'm a little intrigued here. The Pharah is loose here for W Drago.
And it's going to be difficult to find an answer to what Drago has been putting down. Even though the May was disastrous, do you think the Pharah is going to be the same? Especially Leo Beloved. You mentioned the Kiriko doesn't have the same burst healing, and with those massive rockets and the close damage that it does, Drago can stand super far back, chuck in a couple explosives, and the entire Lake Point falls over.
Yeah, just like that, already point will be capped by the Dragons. And like you said, usually, it's Lake Point who's going to be that aggressive team. But as soon as some of those rockets came in from WJR, Franklin's like, hey, something needs to go here. And that is going to be a little bit of a change up here as well. Yeah, so I don't mind that whatsoever. Dragons, I wonder, there may just be more posturing up here, knowing that, that Mauga, it can burn that shield real quick.
But like, look how close Drago already is to a barrage. If that goes up here, there's no way Lake Point are going to be prepared for it. Swollen's in a heap of trouble. The rest of the team has to come in to support their Venture. It's exactly what happens. They lose their eyes, turn to the skies. Drago, snooping around the backline, has a barrage, undetected, throws in a couple shots, forces everyone away, doesn't have an opportunity to ult, needs the rest of the team to follow up, and Tokyo has got you covered. Nice 1-2 tap from the Cassidy player, and Franklin Dragons are looking to almost close out this fight. They need the barrage to do so, though, and it's Drago with finally on the coffin.
Got a little close.
It did. It did.
Tyler is able to bring back at least a little bit Swollen as well, but it's just not enough at the end. And they just don't have an answer to this Pharah right now. Yes, Mori's trying, but honestly, the rest of the Dragons are making it their mission to make life as difficult as possible for Mori so that W Drago can just live his best life up in the air. And Lake Point, at this point, you gotta use Amp early. I would assume maybe just to try and get in.
They need to move early. Franklin know that if I just keep Drago alive, we're going to win the game. They're putting all of the resources like this protect the president kind of thing, but if you don't keep on Mori, that's an issue. Franklin, they're in even 4v4 right now. Gravitic Flux is committed. Peekaboo, relatively low, but Leo needs to keep her up, but no, it's her that falls instead. The Kitsune Rush from Dom is perfectly timed to the point, couple percentage Lake Point get. It's nice, but no consolation for what Franklin Dragons just did.
Yeah, it's 9%, so you at least you have enough time to really push in here again and not really worry about it too much. But you obviously still want to pull off that fight. The big thing is, look at that ult. 4 ults on the board. Mori's about to have their 5th. You hit Q, you should be able to win the fight, but it's how many?
Lake Point, it's their fight to win. Only a really well-timed sound barrier from Anubis could turn this around, but they're being patient, and Leo Beloved is down. The discipline from Franklin Dragons to not play Lake Point's game, waiting for all the ultimates, the big abilities to be expended, is coming back in their favor. Sound barrier is still in tow. All of that is going to do essentially is seal Lake Point's fate. Lake's incredibly low, though. Sound barrier has to come in now. Anubis speeding the rest of the team on in. Leo Beloved, she's finally returned from the grave, putting extra damage to the backline, but she doesn't have support for the team. Anubis already deep into the backlines. And it'll be final flip over. Franklin Dragons grab the cap, and nobody from Lake Point is near this point. It's gonna have to be Tyler in order for a touch, but with how much pressure that he's under, Mori goes down. It'll be Franklin Dragons taking map number 1.
2-0 in favor of the Dragons, and yes, Lake Point used a lot of ults, but like I said, Franklin's like, all right, we can just back up. We don't need to fight this right away. And that's exactly what they did. And you don't look at play of the game, W Drago, there's a reason why is the fight. This was the very first fight. It just sets everything up. Both supports gone, fight finished. And from that point on, they really got to play the positioning, because the Mauga on Night Market is especially good once you have point control. They never really got it. And that was the gamble that they tried to play, and it just did not work out that time.
It's very difficult to be playing a Mauga in when you're trying to push into the objective. You don't have these offensive abilities. You have your cardiac overdrive, which temporarily grants you health if you do damage, but if you can't do that damage in that small window, then you get absolutely nothing. You have to back off, and you can pop Mauga like a balloon. He's just a big pincushion, essentially. And what Lake Point tried to do was to run in, use that ability, didn't go anywhere because everyone on Franklin was playing so far back. Their discipline impressed me so much on this map. I can name several teams who would see that and just run straight ahead, no second thought, we're in. But they waited for those key cooldowns, and that's how they're able to win the map overall.
And I do feel bad for Lake Point. I think the cage fight was a misclick. You can tell he stood there for a second. He was like, man, like, that was just not supposed to be used. But, you know, all reliables. Kings Row.
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. We don't even need to tell us.
We kind of mentally prepared for this already. Honestly, I don't mind it here because, again, this is what Lake Point also picked.
It is.
The first time they played in Lost Map 1. So it is not a huge shock. A lot of it's going not to be different. But my one thing is, if they continue playing the Sigma route, that does change how they want to play this a little bit. Because, yes, Franklin, whoever the defensive team is, I assume Franklin's going to go defense, but we'll find out. They're going to play, again, on this high ground, and then eventually try and rotate back here to hide away. Especially, if they run the Sigma on the offense, it gets tricky because normally you want to push on in. You want to either push in through Hotel, wide on Statue, and force everybody back here and pump the damage. But with the Sigma, you really don't have that luxury. You're either going to have to run all the way around and play up here, or you just got to make sure you force everybody off that high ground, and you can try and find some sort of advantage in the stall fight that's going to happen over there, because it's going to be a lot of shield, accretion, shield, and a lot of the DPS doing the work, hoping for that one pick just to open everything up.
Speaking of DPS, Jesse, one that comes to mind here is Drago. Whether it's on the Mei or the Pharah, he was running the lobby. Like, there were so many eliminations, fights that were started because of him and they ended because of him. Whether it was throwing a Mei wall up in front of Tyler, making sure that he couldn't push through, some rockets from above, his positioning was impeccable. He was playing plenty far back, doing ample damage, pushing up when he could. This is a great Pharah map. This is a great Mei map. So while Lake Point may be comfortable here, same thing can go for the Franklin Dragons and Drago along with it.
Yeah, especially because we saw it there just for a minute. Those close choke points, they're the perfect Mei width.
They are.
It is legit the perfect width for Mei walls, but it does depend. Do they want to play more aggro on the ground, or they want to try and put Drago in the air more to try and cause a little bit more chaos? Because I think that was a variable that the Phoenix don't normally have, and Lake Point is so used to, hey, the Franklin way of being very aggressive. But that was an added element that I just don't think Lake Point were quite ready for. But now that they know it's there, and they've had a few minutes to talk to their coach to figure out, hey, how do we want to handle this? I got a feeling if the Pharah is pulled out, there's going to be a whole lot more answers ready from the Lake Point end.
And the thing is, Mori can handle the Pharah. It's just the matter of, can the rest of Lake Point push through the Dragons who are putting up this brick wall for Mori to see the Pharah? And it's about making these sightlines for your hit scan players. It's not hard to take her out of the skies, but it's hard to actually connect that sightline to begin with. So you're trying to play this game of connect the dots and simultaneously cat and mouse while moving around in all these funky patterns. And especially in a map like Kings Row, where you have all these little ledges, balconies, whatever it may be to sit on, it's just Pharah's playground.
Yeah. You could also argue more on the defensive side for the hit scans.
Yeah.
You have a lot of places where you could play, but it is definitely still a tricky situation no matter what, because like you said, I do think the Pharah, it can still definitely work here. No matter what, Drago's hero pool is perfect for this. Because they have the Venture in their back pocket as well. They've shown that time and time again if they want to pull them out. You know, there is very much a possibility here for Franklin to get really creative, but it is honestly Lake Point. Whatever you practice the most and you feel most comfortable, maybe make those slight little adjustments to try and, you know, predict that Pharah that could come back out. But go with whatever's most comfortable, because yes, this map got out of their control a little bit against the Franklin Phoenix. I think this time around, they're a lot more calm. I think their decision-making, other than the misclick, which it happens to all of us. It happens to all of us, right? Yeah. Like, if you say you have not misclicked an ult when you've played Overwatch, you're a liar. Like, that's just, you just are a liar. So I want to see them continue that. They're just going to stick to the Mei and Cassidy on the defense here. And the Dragons, yeah, why not? Shove back out the Pharah, try and make it work. And Tokyo, peeking out the Widow so far. Granted, this is pretty normal for a few shots early, but maybe that Valorant aim is really going to come into play here.
We saw Lake Point struggle more on this attack with the certain pathing and contesting the high grounds, but were relatively stable when it came to the defense, even if they got capped on pretty quick I have faith in the Ghost for coming up with an answer to this Pharah, hypothetically suspecting it, but it will be Drago's May instead that makes an appearance. It's a beautiful wall from Swellen, and it forces a lot of key cooldowns early on in this fight, so it's not ample for Franklin Dragons to want to push, especially without your Anubis, who, as made the analogy earlier, is essentially your Uber to the objective.
Yeah, basically it's all right. Uber back, Uber there. It's like it's just your favorite little taxi driver that you get 24/7. But the fact that Anubis is gone, yeah, Dragons, they're just going to more try and play the positioning here, see if they can force out any resources. But now with that May wall off.
So good. If that didn't come in from Swellen, we might be seeing a Tyler laying flat on his back, which if you're a Lake Point fan, that's not what you wanted. So be thanking Swellen for that pick. But Drago is still coming alive. That buff to the icicles is really handy, especially when you're playing longer range. And Franklin Dragons just got the entry pick that they needed, bodying their way through what Lake Point had set up defensively.
Yeah, at that point, yes, I will say the counter May wall was great from Swallow, and that's what they need to continue doing, because that is what you really need to do in this maybe May matchup. Yes, some of it is being aggressive with those May walls, but oh, I didn't even see Tyler. I respect you, my man, so much. It's going to be tricky against the May, but I respect you. Because this is, yes, just yes.
He said, if Franklin Phoenix can do it, I can do it too. Goodbye, Drago. No more terrorizing my team. You are now a splat on the wall. Lake Point Ghost. This is a great time to switch to the Reinhardt. Holding this choke is one of the best defensive spots in the entire map.
And now for Dragons, it's like, I don't think you swap off Sig this fight.
No.
But watch out, they're going to use Gravitic Flux right away. Like, as soon as Tokyo is back into this fight, they're going to pop it because they do not want to stick the Sigma against this Rhine. They're going to give it a go here in this fight, and afterwards probably swap off to maybe like a Ramatra or the Rhine themselves.
Ooh. But the thing is, even if you use this Gravitic Flux, you had that sound barrier. Well, now you don't. This fight started so quickly as a massive investment from Lake Point. Both the sound barrier and Blizzard, two of your best win conditions. Yet all it takes is Franklin Dragons, Dom specifically, with a well-placed amplification matrix, doubling the damage and doubling Lake Point's speed back to spawn.
It was like, I don't know if he even got that much out of it themselves, but it was Drago.
It was.
That did not get froze. Like, all right, I know May already got that little buff with the icicle damage. Why not double it? And just, it fended off the entire attack, but 3 were frozen for the Dragons, including Anubis, who is very close to the sound barrier. Didn't get to use it, but now Lake Point, they got their own amp. Could be with that they try and push in with initially to set up Mori.
Lake Point need to close this gap quickly. Lakes and W Drago with both their ultimates here, this is an automatic fight win. And on paper, Lake Point don't have an answer unless this fight is taken on their own terms. So they rotate him on the back, which would be good if the payload wasn't as close to the objective as it is. So the challenge almost got higher now. Leo Beloved buying her team some space to get back to the point. Yet it's split in half. The wall went up and Swellen couldn't take it down, splitting them down in the middle. And Franklin Dragons, they're going to roll right through, and the ultimate management is superior.
Yeah, the fact that they just use Blitz, one ult. One ult is all it takes sometimes. Endless possibilities.
I didn't even see the time bank.
Yeah, and look at this. 4.5 minutes on the board. They're getting a little creative here in how fast they want to go up, but why not the Sig? I was like, oh, they're going to use the Gravitic Flux. Have yet to use it because it's actually been working. It's crazy. Trying to counter the aggression coming in.
Franklin Dragons, they expect the Gravitic Flux to come out, and you're comboed up with the Deadeye too. They're sitting smack dab in the air. It's like shooting fish in a barrel for HPU Tokyo. Franklin Dragons winning fight after fight. You can tell how well they're planning these engagements before they happen.
The IGL is doing the work right now, I can tell you that much. Lakes is cooking up a storm for the Dragons, but Ghost, this is the fight, obviously you need to win, but they have the Shatter. And we talked about it earlier, Shatter against a Sigma can be very easy to utilize if you can try and bait out that Sigma shield early on.
But it has to hit Anubis. If that sound barrier goes off, that Shatter, the point is as good as well done. Franklin Dragons still have an amplification matrix to work with here as well. Dom pulls to the trigger first. Tyler moves past it, but no! The May won't even think about that factor. It doesn't matter if Anubis on his back because no one is. The wall of ice goes down with the rest of Lake Point along with it. Franklin Dragons, more specifically Drago, is the hero of the day, granting them a full completion with 3 minutes. Jesse, that is a ridiculous time blank for this map.
Hey, yeah, that's ridiculous for King Zero. Almost 3.5 minutes. That was not how it's supposed to go with the Shadow. We hype it up. It's like, oh, you know, the experimental barrier. And then just the perfectly timed May wall. He tries to hop around.
He had to be ready for that.
Oh, he was, yeah. trigger finger right away, like, all right, wall up, saves the team, and wins them the point.
Wow.
And such an incredible time bank as well. And sadly for Lake Point, it is a very familiar position to what they were against the Franklin Phoenix, to where you have a mighty time bank to try and fight against. It is just dependent on, can you actually get it to work this time? Because that was a dominant performance with, especially like you said, we keep talking about it, but if you look at it from a very wide view, if you don't know the game super well, you may not realize oh, they're just putting a wall up, right?
Yes.
But it's the fact that is that second of chaos, oh my god, I'm walled, and that just tears apart the entire game plan for Lake Point Ghost, and that's why they're going dive. They're not going to try this rush.
I like this.
They will go the full-on dive. Genji Tracer Winston. I love it.
Lake Point have showed us many looks today, and this is a brand new one. So, Maury, this is actually the first time we won't be seeing him on a hit scan hero, and Leo Beloved can show us a bit more of her Kiriko, which has always been the Baptiste, and I want to see what direction this ends up taking. Franklin Dragons have been banking on this more slow approach. Now that the pace has been multiplied with how fast Lake Point's heroes are, we're going to see how this goes.
A lot of pressure is on Anubis to make sure they can speed out, especially when these dives come in, because they don't really have anybody to really help heal, especially because Tokyo is on the ass, and they are target number one. The president has to get down because Tokyo is the number one target for Lake Point right now.
We've seen him hit the shots, and the high ground here is so important. Tyler was not expecting that damage to hit him in the face. I can guarantee you that much. And Lake Point, now they're in without a tank, essentially a chicken running with their heads off. Lake Point need to keep themselves alive before their Winston returns.
And it seems like at least so far they've been able to do that. Everybody gets out.
Oh!
Well, I say that, Tokyo! What is happening?
That's genius from Franklin. They identified that 2 players from Franklin are in the spawn, the other 3 on their backlines. They're like, hey guys, we can take a 5v2 fight and move all the way up to the spawns and force even more time off of Lake Point.
That's gutsy.
That's
I
so
will
smart.
say the fact that they were at bus. They were playing around bus what is happening? As Swollen goes off the Tracer, they will go over to the Venture. We've seen this a lot from Swollen.
Yep.
Definitely seems to be her comfort pick so far this weekend. But now Tyler, like we've talked about it, they're just, as soon as he dives in, Franklin are just jumping right back on him.
And they have to try. Both DPS are down. Tyler gets what he came for, yet at the cost of both of his damage pillars, and now your support. So this is a very difficult comp to pull off. We need to mention about dive. The timings need to be perfect, otherwise you're gonna fall apart in the middle like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what can happen, because the Dragons, I think they took some notes earlier from the Phoenix NOC game, like, oh, the dive, how are we going to go at this? Because Coach Louis obviously has a lot of experience trying to deal with it. But I think for Lake Point at this point, like I said, it is just so hard to try and make it work against a composition like this. But if they can use that Kitsune Rush here to grind up some of that healing to get those last 10%, that could really be the opening.
Lake Point needs an ultimate fight, yet it's Franklin with all of the tools at their disposal. It was a wonderful Suzu, courtesy of Leo Beloved, and now she's painting the objective blue. Cooldowns have been multiplied, but HQ Tokyo finds her head before anyone can follow up with it. All the buttons, the Lake Point ultimate fight that they needed is here, but Franklin have all the answers, and they're staggering out their abilities that they're using, but perhaps this is actually going to be their downfall. Normally, the patient game is the one that wins against a composition as fast as dive. You need to be careful. The tank going down here, it's still winnable, Jesse.
I think they're just going to back out, though. Yeah.
You think they try?
I thought they were going to throw in Bob. I won't lie to you.
They are.
Oh,
no, that's genius! Swellen!
Swellen! Oh, no.
That was so smart. Swellen sent himself straight up towards that objective, knowing where the bomb was coming from, and knocked him back just enough so the objective couldn't be contested. Lake Point would not have won that without that play from Swellen.
That's so good. Like, that is exactly what they needed to do right there. That is the kind of play that could really spark the energy with the team. Like, hey, oh, we just made a giant play. All right, let's just go. Because at this point, they're not really worried about the time bank, per se. We have a pause asked for here by, I believe that was Lake Point that tried to ask for it. So hopefully everything's all right over there. But maybe just, you know, it could be as simple as my keyboard unplugged on accident. I celebrated too much of my mouse unplugged. Like, you know what I mean? It can happen, but I think that kind of moment can really ignite a team's for like, hey, all right, we got this, and let's just keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, and especially, hey, maybe that was what it was. Swollen got so excited, he threw his hands up in the air, but oh no, my mouse just was in my hand that whole time, and it's gone now. I mean, that's to say, Swollen deserved to celebrate, but hey, it happens. We'll get ourselves back on a roll momentarily, but we can use this break time to talk a little bit more about the I guess, wide scope of where this match is going, because Lake Point they passed the point, right, where they got stuck at when they were playing against Franklin Phoenix. It was a full hold. They couldn't move through the first objective. Now that this payload is unlocked, Jesse, it's entirely new territory. Franklin Dragons haven't swapped their composition up at all, and I'm curious how the defense can start to slow some of this momentum that has been inevitably building up.
Yeah, it's been just slowly building, and it finally, the ignition point happened. And now for Lake Point, it's going to be like, hey, can we just keep this up? Like, that is going to be the big thing. And some teams are just momentum teams. Like, we've seen that time and time again. It's like, all right, it's either if you lose a few fights, they may just lose a few more because it takes them a while to reset their mentals. But then there's some teams like, hey, if they're just like that, if they win a few fights, they're going. They're kind of just in their flow state.
Yes.
Seems like we are back into the game. Pause has been figured out, and that blade is already going.
Ooh, the blade comes out immediately, and this is without the Kiriko, mind you. Mori was so confident he could win the fight by himself, and he almost did it. You are now down 3 players. This is a very careful approach. Franklin Boggers have some alive, and if it's Drago, Jesse, anything can happen. This is now very contestable for the defense.
It's very, especially now they can just lay back for a second. We do have a swap already. A few swaps that to come in. Swelling goes back over to the Mei. Mori over to the Reaper. We got some good old Ramacher gameplay. We haven't really seen it on stream very much. We've seen like teams like NOC pull it out occasionally, but not so far on the stream. So that can really be difficult for Lake because their grasp does not care about the pummel.
No, not at all. It is a nice amplification matrix, opening the door here. You don't have Swellen, so Tyler knows he's kind of fighting a losing his battle. It was a nice use by Dom, which, by the way, I want to shout this out too, has gotten a scholarship to play esports, Overwatch specifically, at Cumberland University this coming fall.
Which is great. Like, that is the whole reason of this league. It's like to have fun, play with those in your community, but also for those who want and are in the position to, you can play in collegiate, and we've seen that a couple of times. It's almost like a little pipeline we got going on, but Lake Point now, you got a minute. That is a great opening pick there in Tokyo. Oh,
no, but Daniel was hiding around the corner. Nobody checks their 6, and it spell a disaster for Lake Point. Franklin, they almost used Tokyo as bait, sent him out in the front so Lake Point would get comfortable just for all their dreams to be frozen in place.
I can't even blame them for not checking. They see everybody by life. Like, why would a May be there? But at that point, it's like, yes, you're almost baiting your teammate out, but it works.
It does.
Like, a lot of times, especially in that kind of position, it can work brilliantly. But Dragons at least realize, like, hey, we still don't have Dom here right now. We don't have our main source of healing. We can't play super close. You can play a little bit farther back. And already, Tyler, Annihilation online.
Wow. He's been putting in work. Even if we haven't seen the eliminations, building up to this ultimate is big in the start. Gravitic Flux is tanked through. You have the Immortality Field, and Peekaboom just now reaches the sound barrier. So Lake Point can use his burst of aggression and damage. All these purple tendrils extending from Tyler. Oh, and it's spelling disaster for the Franklin Dragons, looking to push their way over the top. The Blizzard, a little bit of an overkill, but you knew this was going to be the last fight. Lake Point just ensuring they get there.
Just ensuring that they at least get to third phase. Now the big mission for them is you got to finish with time if you don't want a draw to be your best possible result here in map 2. And look who is back. Drago on the far already gets one.
This is the problem. We knew that Drago had this sitting the ace up his sleeve. Now that it's out, Lake Point, they got to go back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we just made all these swaps and they started really working. And then a far's out. So it's like, what do at that point? Because it's a lot of the time Mori's been that hit scan, but you can see right now 96% to the Death Blossom. They want to still try and get something out of that ultimate. And I can't blame them for that, but all that time they are waiting for the Death Blossom to try and get value. You are allowing Drago to basically run the offense here for the Dragons.
And you just don't have time to wait for that. Mori swapping over is great. And it means a fiery end to Peekaboom. It was a dynamite chucked in. You'll see Tokyo has been up on a little perch, dropping on the low ground now, sure, but I mean, there's so many factors that Lake Point have to look at. Franklin have threats from every angle.
That is what is so dangerous about this kind of poke comp. Where you have the Ashe up on high ground, you got the Far moving around, and then you got Lakes, Dom, and Anubis boosting around the front. It is so hard to try and counter at this point. With the current time bank, Lake Point would need to win this fight very quickly, win another one very quickly to have any time. At this point, you just got to make sure you finish.
Oh no, but the barrage are behind. And Drago trying to pull the same move again, and it works almost as well. It will cost them their life, yet not having a tank here. That's the most important player that you need alive in order to form a push. Lake Point need a quick reset with no one else going down in order to push this cart.
They get walled, so the gut instinct is to use the Gravitic Flux. It gets you out, it kills the Lucio, and it pauses even more in the back lane, still under threat.
Wow! Lakes knew that this would be Lake Point's last regroup, so he took things into his own hands, or rather, into the hands of gravity. Lake Point Ghost, 12 seconds to get moving, to get a toe on this payload and keep that overtime moving. And even if that does happen, Jesse, it's going to have to be 2 team fights that need to be won to push through. Ultimates are all online, but neither is Peekaboo. Mori follows shortly after. Franklin Dragons, they can taste that sweet, sweet victory. And it's one more final push forward to the song of Anubis and the sound barrier to send Lake Point on down. Tyler punching with all of his might. Yet it's everyone else. The Dragons stand tall, fly above the rest. And Jesse, they've proven it. They've taken that arc of improvement and have taken themselves to at least podium finish in the national finals.
North American Finals, Dragons guaranteed a top 3 finish. Lake Point, sadly, it'll be 4th place for them, but honestly, and consider how they were last year, making it 1. You finished 4th place, and that is still something to be very proud of if you are Lake Point. It seemed like a lot of the time, yes, they cooled down just a little bit near the end on the defense, but Drago, like what else can you say, was the utility man for the Franklin Dragons. Everything worked super well around it, and that is the kind of stuff that you really need if you want to challenge the Phoenix. If you want to challenge NOC, well, they got to get through the Kraken first later tonight.
You can tell that specifically Drago is a trusted player.
Yeah.
Franklin Dragons are willing to put healing. They're willing to put their tank's life on the line in order to ensure that Drago can stay alive, because they know how good he is at opening these fights up with that initial elimination. And that's all it takes for everything to snowball forwards. It's just simple execution on the mechanical side from there. And Franklin Dragons won several fights just off of Drago opening it up alone. They know where the win conditions are. The coaches have been doing their job, telling these teams how to play. But it's the trust with each other that they have built over the course of competing several seasons, and now here on the LAN. While this squad might not be the season champions, they're not out just yet. And a bare minimum podium finish, this is something you need to be very happy about, especially with Franklin Dragons' recent struggles.
And a cool little stat for you here for Anubis. 4 straight podiums now. 4 for 4 on podiums in Overwatch. Going to look to try and advance on that even more later. But we got a little recap for you of the action there as Lake Point and Franklin battled it out for 2. Honestly, that first map, I still think, yes, it's 2-0 on the storyline, the scoreline, but it did not feel like a 2-0 at all.
It didn't. It didn't. And it was really close at multiple points there, especially during that Sigma mirror on Control Center, which I gotta say, that's the first time I think I've seen that.
First time in my life I've seen a Sigma mirror on Control Center.
We've been casting like 3.5 years, and that's a first for us. And it was actually very engaging to watch. Both Tyler and Lakes know how to play the Sigma. It came down to the mace. Sigma is a tank that enables the DPS players in order to output. In this sense, it was isolating players quite literally with an ice wall, which is very helpful for securing eliminations, giving sightlines to your Cassidys and other hit scan, and it just worked out so well.
It was just perfect. Like, you don't normally think of like the Mei with the Sigma. Like when we go through some of these clips, it's like, it set it up perfectly, because like you said, Sigma a lot of the times helps their DPS get into a better spot. But it's almost like, I got you. No, like, I'm going to set you up for a few fights here. How about that? And Lake's like, all right. What? Like, I'm good with it. And the rest of Franklin was able to carry on the torch from there. And that is the type of performance you really need. Because again, they faced NOC, who they lost to earlier today in 2-0 fashion. That's kind of very similar to this, to where map 1 was extremely close. I think it was 2-1 on Li Jiang.
Yep.
And map 2 got out of their control. NOC found their rhythm. So a little bit of a rematch there for the Dragons. We'll have to see. That'll be off stream, but can't wait to see how that one shakes up.
And hey, here's the thing. We can talk about how cool this match is with ourselves. We can paint the picture, but why do that when we can just show you from our lovely replays that we have here to kind of break down? Because as you said, this is a difficult matchup. Franklin Dragons, they made it to the podium, but what we've often seen is this big line between the top 2 teams and everyone else below it.
It is kind of weird that we've seen this kind of develop, and not just Overwatch, but we've seen teams kind of like position themselves in their almost like mental power rankings. Okay, where do we stack against a lot of these teams? And Lake Point's always been just there. Like, hey, we
right
know
there.
what they can do. Honestly, today, I wonder if after the first map, he's like, all right, they just couldn't find the right answer because it was just too different to what they played the rest of the day. For the Dragons, it was, hey, we got Tokyo back after he's been playing Valorant most of the day. Maybe that was the little change that they need, even though, yes, they did the job earlier today. Oblivion was great when she subbed in.
Yes.
And Anubis, yes, did a decent job on DPS, but they are a Lucio player playing DPS. It can get a little tricky sometimes with the mentality. So I want to see how that goes later on. But like, look at this. It was just constant all the time. The Pharah, especially on Li Zhang, in the face of Lake Point, not letting them breathe whatsoever when they tried to push on it.
Drago's just built different, man.
They're built
I
different.
don't know how else to put it. And it's rare that you'll see these things, especially from such young players. The level of awareness that they have to what's going on around them and then positioning themselves within a specific environment. I hear it from my mom all the time. Like, she's like, I don't know how you do this. All the flashing lights and colors and everything that's happening with all these different heroes and abilities. It's crazy. It's hard.
Yeah.
And to be able to perform so well on a hero that requires such intricate attention to detail, that's not something you're going to see from a young player such as this. The XP League has blown me away in terms of the skill level. Drago is just another example of that.
Yeah, it's just another example like, hey, these kids came here to play.
They did.
Like, that is for certain. They came here to play plays like that. Like, all right, you lift them up, knock them down, fight win right there and then. It just seems like whatever, there's so many fights where Lake Point should be winning the fight, and it's just that one little wild card the Dragons would shove on in. And this was, I'm so glad we caught this. The bomb.
This is so, like, look at that.
It just doesn't get caught, and they're able to get Dom, who is trying to touch on high ground, just to stall for that a little bit longer. It just didn't happen that time around. And I do wonder, especially for Lake Point, I'm not sure how many of them are aging out or coming back next year. I hope they come back. To my message to them, come back, because they have only gotten better and better and better every single month that we've seen them.
Yes.
And I cannot wait to see how they continue moving forward.
We coined them as that dark horse team
Yeah.
that we were going to see all day. And while they did finish in the place according to the seed that they were assigned, their performance isn't one that you should be shrugging off. Lake Point need to be proud of how they did today against some of the very top teams in XP League. We know it's difficult to go against the top. You had 2 matches throughout the day that you knew were going to be difficult upsets, and you faced those challenges valiantly and performed against that same pressure. There's so many great things to look at for Lake Point, and I really hope that we can see them again next year.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And obviously, you know, the Lake Point / Ackworth name, we're going to hear a lot more this weekend. I got a feeling, considering tomorrow they're in that Valorant final, but definitely a nice way to end their first appearance in NAF for Overwatch. They get 4th. Honestly, there's been a lot of teams that have been here multiple times and have never got to that stage. So I think that is something you really should take away if you are Lake Point. But if you're Dragons, you're still dancing just a little bit longer. You got a rematch that you'll be getting ready for, but that match, that will be just top tier content.
And what we see with Franklin Dragons is, well, again, they're in this 3rd place. Those 2 teams who have always been the bane of their existence is NOC and, of course, your sister team in Franklin Phoenix. Those are the 2 that still stand remaining. It is Franklin Phoenix who are in that grand finals. We're going to find out tomorrow whether it'll be NOC or, of course, our Franklin Dragons who will be joining them, Jesse.
Yeah, time will tell. As history, it's been a weird trend of, especially in Overwatch, a lot of lower bracket runs. Even like the last few years, we've had a lot of lower bracket runs.
Or have them.
Are the Dragons the next one to do it? It's not crazy to think, because it's happened so many times before.
It has.
But I wonder if that will be the case this year. It's like, hey, that's how they did it last year.
It is.
They had to beat the Phoenix in lower bracket, and then they went on to bracket reset 3-2 against NOC. They won the rematch 3-2. Does it happen again? You know, script writers have a funny way of doing that kind of thing.
I know, and it's been such a treat to be able to follow the journey of Overwatch and all of these players who have this incredible passion for playing a video game. And it's always a pleasure for us to be up here and witnessing the glory that these players have. We can never dream of doing what they do. And it's great that we can help provide that voice for their actions and cheer them along on their journey. And I hope you crowd are all cheering too, because we are not just done for the evening. Rocket League will be the final game to close out our day number 1 of the North American Finals. So stay tuned. We're going to come back with some good old car soccer right after this.
It takes a talented team to bring top-tier games to the world. If you know you're destined to make games but aren't sure how, we can help. At Full Sail University, we offer associate degrees in games with introductory and career-focused courses to show you what to expect when you enter the job market. Once you've completed your associate level classes, you can graduate or earn a bachelor's degree with a concentration focused on your specific interests. We also offer standalone bachelor's degrees for certain programs. So which path is right for you? The world of interactive 3D art is expanding beyond games to industries like simulation, extended reality, film, and television. If you're a visual artist who wants to explore these areas, you'll feel right at home studying game art at Full Sail. If you look under the hood of any of your favorite games, you'll find lines and lines of code. None of it would be possible without talented developers and engine builders. If this sounds like you can get your start right here on the Full Sail University campus in our Game Development Bachelor's program. Great games are born from great ideas. If you have ideas for games, how do you turn them into something you can put in front of real players? When you study game design at Full Sail, you'll gain the skills you need to test your ideas and turn the best ones into compelling games. Whatever program you choose, we can't wait to help you take the next step in your gaming journey. Visit us at fullsail.edu/games to learn more.
Ja, jag skickar
I'm here with probably the coolest person ever, Sarah, the person who's making this whole entire show, all of the cuts, right?
Yes, I am doing all of the cuts for the show that you're seeing on the side screens and the stream.
So, I mean, how's your day been? I know we talked briefly about how this morning it was a little crazy with all of the buffering, putting different things on the screen. Tell us a little about that.
Yeah, we were trying to work around the technical issues we were having, but it was really fun because we got to see lots of camera shots like I'm showing now of the room.
Is this your first time being TD?
No, it's not, but it's my first time doing it for such a big show.
Mm-hmm. And I know it's probably so hard multitasking right now. I don't know how she is doing this, and you said you don't play any games. So is it hard to follow when to cut during specific moments?
Sometimes, but we have a really good production team that is calling the shots with me, and they are very helpful with that.
Well, I'm not going to bother Sarah anymore because...
Do you want to try?
Do I want to try this? I'm scared. What should I even press?
It's buttons. Do you play video games?
I mean, I play video
We're playing
games.
our own production video game up here.
Okay, production simulator.
Yeah, so what I hear in my ear would be ready camera 1.
Okay,
which would be this blue button right here. That's ready.
Okay.
We're going to see it in preview, and then we're going to say take camera 1.
Okay.
And that's this button over here.
Oh my goodness.
It says cut.
Did I do it?
Yep, you did it. You put camera 1 in program.
I'm going to put TD on my resume after this. But thank you so much, Sarah. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you to everyone in this room. They really made this show come to life.
Alrighty, hi everyone. How we doing? Still hanging? Come on, a little noise. Yeah, a little noise. I know it's been a long day. We've seen Valorant. We've seen Apex. We've seen Overwatch. We've seen Fortnite. And I love a shooter as much as the next person.
What
but do you know what
haven't we seen, Jess?
I
What
really want to
haven't we
see?
seen?
We haven't seen rocket-powered cars slamming into a soccer ball on a pitch. But you know what? We're going to right now because we're going to play some Rocket League.
I am so excited. I mean, I saw how much energy they brought just like not on stream and just watching them play.
Insane.
And it was insane. So I'm going to toss it to Redroke and Mesby, and let's play some Rocket League finally.
Let's do it.
Let's play some Rocket League. We have been itching. You and I just did the same. We've been itching. We've been feeling. Me and Mesby here, we're ready. My name's Redroke. Joined with me is the captain of Full Sail Armada's casting team, Mesby. And you are on the Valorant, and we've just been so far today, we've been engulfed in all of the action, and finally we're able to bring to your screen some Rocket League. And it's been coming, and it's been a long time coming. And Mesby, as we look back to the action of the day, it has been jam-packed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we look across the events of the whole day, and this has been an action-packed, high-octane, pun intended, first day of the XP League North American Finals. Now in the final stretch of day number 1, our final game. And I think based on the way things have been going so far, we were getting a little bit of preparatory work here done just a few minutes ago. This could be a pretty exciting match.
In the sense of what could potentially be. Now, when you look at Rocket League, and if you're in this NA XL XP League scene, you know that it's Franklin and Maiko. These teams, 1 and 2, they're expected. However, what is happening right now with Rocky Mountain and their alpha team, they're making a sensational run. They got sent down on their first game to losers bracket, and since then, they have not looked back. They continue to press this beautiful run of form. In their last game, they were able to defeat Cincinnati, which for me was like a sleeper team. And Cincinnati sent them down. They beat them 3-0. So the tide right now is with Rocky Mountain, but the favor is with Franklin, who is their opponent for today.
Now, Rocky Mountain, with the performance that they have been putting on in the losers bracket, which generally you would assume would be more like a battle, this is not a losers bracket for them. This is more of the scenic route. They are just cruising their way through all of their opponents. And I think they're looking for that full extension and taking themselves all the way.
Well, I've been talking about this bracket nonsense. Let's go ahead and take a look at what I can describe as a chaotic roller coaster. It really did start out with just 3 zeros. You can't see the score, but that first round 1 and upper round 2, it was all 3 zeros. And then chaos unfolded when we came over to the live venue. Elimination round 2, semifinals. They were all game 5. I was running around between all these, just watching them. I'm like, oh my gosh, it just continued to develop. And then we saw our last game, elimination round 3, where we saw Rocky Mountain take on Cincinnati. They handled that one comfortably. And I want to give a quick shout out to Cincinnati because they have impressive mentality. They had to make a reverse sweep against Macomb Heroes B. Very impressive. And I think it paints this overall theme of the XP League develops leaders, and it was truly on presentation in Cincinnati in their reverse sweep. And if you're somebody who's considering maybe joining this league, you gain so much leadership from playing in these games.
Well, it's not just leadership, but it's also these incredible sportsmanship values that XP League prioritizes and instilling in their students, their staff, their faculty, their moderators, their agents. Everything about XP League screams family, fun, competition, and sportsmanship. And these students are no exception to that rule. Now, you may or may not be familiar, the XP League broadcasts have got something called the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge that they like to do. They live that out, and it's going to be a good time. So, to them, an ode to you. Good luck, have fun, and let's jump into some Rocket League.
We've got it on your screen. It is just moments away from coming to. It is our losers final, our first look at this much anticipated Rocket League action. It is Rocky Mountain Alpha taking on Franklin Phoenix, which is a David versus Goliath. David in the orange, Goliath in the blue, and map 1 is underway.
Now let's see what they've got here. Already some early offensive trades back and forth. A nice shot on goal there by Decagon, but going to be deflected.
And it's just about continuing, and I mentioned it, this leadership and this strong mentality. Rocky Mountain has shown it in the lower brackets. Now, Franklin, they've shown some dominance, and when we look back at their summer split for Rocky Mountain, they've had a very difficult start here in the Platinum Division. They took Macomb Heroes A to map 5 in their first game, and then they had to go then play Franklin Phoenix, which ended up in a 3-0 as that shot from Yags goes over the crossbar. So a difficult start from Rocky Mountain, but it seems to not have deterred them so far here in Orlando.
Does seem so. You talked about them taking Macomb to the limit, and Macomb definitely a powerhouse in the Platinum Division here for XP League, Rocket League. And Rocky Mountain Alpha doing an excellent job trying to make a statement as to why they deserve to be in this division, and they are making a convincing case.
So far, Decagon has been releasing shots onto this orange net. However, none of them have been on frame. So far, Franklin, that might cost them later in this game because Rocky Mountain just has some sort of spirit amongst them, but Franklin really does have the talent, and you would imagine it's just a moment of time before it's shown out. There's an attack to the orange box. However, it did get close to the net, but nothing happened. A cross is going to come through. However, it's just going to go sailing over the goal, and Rocky Mountain has to defend early.
Another couple of good deflections. We've seen a few pretty decent attempts for a shot on goal here now. Golden going to try to get it back across that center line and is deflected yet again. Another attack on goal, and the ball just floating up in the middle of no man's land. Seems like no one can find any leverage. Looked like Yags was maybe going for a tap off the crossbar there, but still, back to the trades.
And here comes an attack finally from Rocky Mountain. They're going to test Greed's goalkeeping experience there as he's going to make a good save to keep this one level. But so far, it's been a lot of great passing from Franklin to get into this box. And Rocky Mountain's been defending valiantly, but we've only really seen that one opportunity. And that was going to come off the crossbar. The double tap's up there, but the shot is from Decagon. And he's got 4 shots, and he's finally going to hit the back of the net. 1-0, Franklin Phoenix.
Finally able to find that open pocket, and Franklin Phoenix, like you said, picking up that lead. Now, speaking of the Phoenix here, a lot of these kids, a lot of these players are multi-talented. We see them playing across multiple games, and I think an excellent example of that is Yags for the Franklin Phoenix, who, I mean, this guy is playing Rocket League, Overwatch, Valorant, Apex.
He can do it all. He's a multi-dimensional student, and when you're a college that's looking at maybe signing somebody and giving scholarship money, it's like, oh, he's got so many different talents, and you start to develop this leadership, and oh, a nice double tap there and a great read from Yags as he's going to make now this 2-0 here in round 1. And it's just Franklin Phoenix right now. They seem to have the offensive control so far, Mesby.
Now, you were mentioning leadership qualities, and Yags definitely proving to be the leader both on and off Champions Field. You notice he found that little slip-through pocket in between 2 defenders and was just able to dribble the ball out to the outside and give himself that nice, easy double tap off the crossbar. And might be looking for a rebeat here. Decagon going to go a little bit wide that time, and the ball once again in the middle of the court.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain Alpha, they know how to stand against this resilience, and it's very impressive when you look at the ages of these kids. I mean, there's some older teams, and when we're talking about older teams, it's like 14, 15-year-olds, but then there's other kids here that we've seen across all of our titles that are 10, 11, 12, 8 in like Fortnite. It's insane to see their age, and yet how mature they are in the way they carry themselves in these games.
I have seen people more in our age range, college age and beyond, playing Rocket League. And granted, they've got insane talent all their own, but to see that at this level of play in this age bracket shows a level of mental prowess and just sort of, you know, you're a head and shoulders above the rest and you're only 3'8".
And what a great save there from Greed as he stops a promising attack from Meta Bro. However, Meta can't find the back of the net, and a counterattack.
Oh my God, what a dribble.
A ripper from Yags as he's going to secure himself a brace.
The shot fake is really what did it there for me.
And it's so difficult when you're a defender and that ball is on the top of the car because it's so tightly on that dribble. You never know when the move's going to happen. And he made the right play, like he got up for the save, but there was just so much pace behind that ball. No way you're saving it.
1 minute now left to play. The Franklin Phoenix with a very convincing lead here in game number 1. And they may look to go ahead and put Rocky Mountain Alpha down for the count this time around, but they would have to find some sort of a miracle to stay competitive in this one.
Yeah, for me, it's just about Rocky Mountain showing Franklin that, hey, we are here to compete. You got to show a little bit of life here in map 1. Put a goal on the board. Really show what you're about, what you've been doing so far in loser's bracket. Now, yes, there's 40 seconds, and you're playing against a very imperious Franklin Phoenix, but still, it is a marathon as we've seen so far today, and it's not done here in map 1.
Seen many a good basketball, football, hockey coaches that whenever you get to this point in a multi-game series, at this point you just sort of concede it is over and you try to think about how to establish some momentum to carry into game number 2. And I think that is what the Rocky Mountain Alpha are going to be focusing on here, just trying to find one goal, trying to find some sort of momentum to carry forward.
Yeah, and they've been showing some promise on attack. They just got to get some of that build-up play. And there's another shot that's coming in from Rocky Mountain. But it looks like Franklin Phoenix will walk away with a clean sheet here in map 1. And Don Boss RL is going to walk away with a nice save to close that one out. But it's all Franklin Phoenix here in map 1.
I've got to say that was a pretty convincing performance by the Phoenix this time around. Clearly, they are here to play, here to stay, and here to move on. But the Rocky Mountain Alpha, they are going to have something to say in response as we now move into game number 2. I'm curious, looking at that performance, they were doing really well on defense. It was almost a total stalemate for the first couple of minutes of play. What do they need to do to adapt to move forward to try and mount a comeback?
I kind of mentioned it. Franklin is doing very well in the passing game, and I felt like they just needed to connect more on their clearances. It was more of like a hard hit and then possession and immediately go back to Franklin. They did find themselves counterattacks and shots, and it was great defense from Franklin, just almost as well as they were on offense. But if they can get a little bit more calm, a little bit more like, hey, let's just try to control all these saves and just keep a little bit more cool in defense, maybe they can transition and attack and get a very good scoring opportunity.
I was noticing that a lot of the defensive plays pulled out by Rocky Mountain were more of a deflection back into enemy territory, opening up another counterattack. So it was, sure, sort of delaying the offense. You were deflecting, pushing it back into enemy territory, and then they were driving back in for another attack. And it just didn't ever seem like Rocky Mountain could get their foot in that door and start to actually mount a cohesive offense of their own. It just felt like they were always in the position of trying to be on defense.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Rocky Mountain, they took Macomb Heroes A, who looked spectacular in their match against Franklin, sending them down here to the distance in map 5. So as we head to our gameplay for game 2, you expect to see some of what they brought so far into their Platinum Summer split. But we are underway with map 2, Rocky Mountain so far on their back, trying to fight into this one, and there's another save, so immediately more offensive pressure from Franklin.
Here we go. Now, this is a best of 5 for those of you who may just be joining or did not hear it the first time around. So Franklin Phoenix would have to secure 2 more consecutive wins to go ahead and put this away. And like you said, mounting an offense early, 20 seconds in, already the shot and conversion. Heck of a play there.
And that all comes down to meta, bro. He was able to get that tackle on the dribble from Franklin's counterattack, and they had numbers up in that final third. So they're able to just quickly catch out Franklin Phoenix. So a good start, but you just got to back that up with that good defense that we are seeing in those moments. And there it is again.
Say it again. They're back on defense.
Rocky Mountain, they found themselves with the lead, but you would imagine it's just an inevitability that Franklin Phoenix will find the back of the net. So you have to ask yourself, do you play defense and try to protect a 1-0 lead, or do you just go straight for it and try to rack up more? And there's an attack, and it looked like an own goal, but an excellent opportunity created by Yags.
Right off the lip of the crossbar, was just able to find the conversion off the ground and the tap in by Friendly Fire.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a very unlucky one, because that's what you have to do. You have to go and contest that initial shot. Very unlucky in the way that one broke, and immediately Franklin Phoenix says, nah, not in my house. We want a rematch for tomorrow.
Well, already we're stepping the tempo up significantly. Heck of a save there. The ball once again crosses over the center line, and it feels like Rocky Mountain Alpha got a bit of leverage there at the very beginning, but now the ball just hovering so close in their territory. And once again on defense, Jags going for the shot, but going to be denied again over the top of the goal.
Wow.
I'm not going to find it.
Franklin is really annoyed after that early goal they conceded. It is just shot after shot after shot. You can hear the the announcer in the game going, what a play for every shot save. There it is again. Just constantly, Rocky Mountain is proving that they can stand tall and defend the mountain.
Now, unfortunately, Alpha did have that temporary point advantage. Not so temporary anymore. Like I was going to say, they were not being able to lock the hand down and try to do some clinch defense, but now the door's suddenly back open. 3.5 minutes of defense and they win. It's doable.
It is a mile high in altitude in Colorado typically, but it is a lot higher of a climb if they want to see themselves on Sunday for Rocky Mountain. And right now, Don Boss is taking over this game with a brace. He's putting his team on his back on the mat too, but the defense so far has been very impressive with these heroic acrobatic saves.
Seems like Rocky Mountain Alpha has made some of those necessary adjustments to fight back here in game number 2. And it seems like they might have something cooking up here. Another deflection there by Yags back into Alpha's territory. Is Greed going to get the bounce off the wall, deflected to his teammate towards the center goal. Tries to go for the shot, but going to be deflected yet again.
Yeah, and it's a transition attack right now for Rocky Mountain. And Meta Bro, he's been in the save column, and now he's got a goal on top of that. And right now, Rocky Mountain, they're going through the gears. They let Franklin get back into this one, but they weren't allowing it to deter them. And now that counterattack was awesome. Franklin had so many numbers high. Rocky Mountain realizes that, counters, and they've doubled their lead, and they find themselves in a comfortable position, but we're now just hitting the halfway mark here in map 2.
And Franklin Phoenix opting for sort of a piranha defense. Never mind.
Chat, what the heck?